Mecha battle starting from Gundam. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 370 Death of Gina. A few days later, Mina found Yang Hui. Although she hid it well, a little sadness could still be seen on her face. Did something happen to Gina? Yang Hui asked directly. Now the only thing that could make Mina sad was Gina. Well, he died. He died at the hands of the scrap recycler and the mercenary. Yang Hui was silent and did not comfort Mina. After all, Gina had his own way of death, and he could not blame others. Moreover, Yang Hui had already agreed with Mina that if Gina lost control, even if Luo and Kong Yun did not kill him, Yang Hui would get rid of him. Gina was not Kigali, who could give Yang Hui so many chances. I remember that before the fall of Orb, I imprisoned him in my homeland. He was the only living person left in my homeland. Yes, so he made a deal with the Atlantic Federation. After the fall of Orb, Gina, who had been imprisoned, was released by the Atlantic Federation. At first, with Murta Asniel's character, he was ready to publicly execute Gina to deter the whole world. First, the top leaders of Orb were either missing or died in the fire. Gina was the only member of the 5 major families he found, which could both vent his anger and demonstrate his authority. Second, Gina was an adjuster, and killing adjusters was Murta Asniel's favorite game. He would definitely not let go of something that could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. But Murta Asniel let Gina go, which means that the conditions Gina offered were enough to make him want to let Gina go. Is it me? Not only you, but also the entire Orb. Gina promised that as long as Blue Cosmos can help him control the entire Orb, he is willing to hand over everything that Asniel wants that belongs to Orb, and at the same time, he can hand you over alive to him. Did Asniel believe it? Yang Hui asked Mina in surprise. He believed it, otherwise he would not have let Gina go. Haha, now I know why that idiot Asniel can become the leader of Blue Cosmos. Yang Hui sneered, also mocking Murta Asniel's stupidity. Gina's conditions were obviously empty promises at first glance. Murta Asniel didn't get anything, but he spared Gina's life. As long as he's alive, who can tell what will happen in the future? And from Yang Hui's understanding of Gina, Gina's idea must be to become a blood-sucking worm parasitizing the Atlantic Federation and Blue Cosmos, to absorb nutrients to grow stronger, and when he is healthy again, he will directly suck the Atlantic Federation and Blue Cosmos dry in one breath. Anyway, it is absolutely impossible to fulfill the promise. No one with a brain would believe that Murta Asniel actually believed it. If he was not so simple-minded and easy to be controlled, Yang Hui would not believe that such a fool would be the leader of the huge religious organization, Blue Cosmos. In the end, Gina's plan was good, but the reality was cruel. He died before his ambition was fulfilled, and finally died at the hands of Luo and Kong Yun. Are there any specific battle situations? Yang Hui asked Mina. I got it from the recovered gold machine. Do you want to see it? Let me guess. They attacked the Zaft fleet under the order of Asniel, and then Luo happened to run into him, and he was there too. They joined forces to kill him. Haha. Mina sneered and didn't answer, but looking at her arms folded, Yang Hui knew that he guessed right. No wonder. This was a set plot, and he didn't intervene much, but he didn't expect that Gina would still die in the same way for the same reason. Just leave the gold machine there after it's repaired, and you can use the purple machine. Yang Hui advised. The Astray Gundam Gold is Gina's machine. No matter how much Mina dislikes Gina, they are twin siblings. Yang Hui doesn't want Mina to be affected by Gina's death because of the Astray Gundam Gold. I know. Then I'll go prepare. Yang Hui. What's wrong? If you die, I'll be happy to take over all the power in Orb. Hearing this, Yang Hui's mouth curled up and he waved his hand with his back to Mina. He knew that this was Mina's way of caring. She was a proud and cold queen, so she couldn't express her normal concern. How are the preparations? After boarding the White Tiger, Yang Hui went directly to the bridge to ask. Not to mention, the captain was an old acquaintance, and he came to Heaven's Pillar, 1 step ahead of Tagao. The materials have been received, the Miz has been accommodated, and we can set off at any time. Tagao reported. Yes, notify Archangel, set sail, target L4. Yes. Start the sailing procedure, loading program A. Main power is online. Ignition procedure is ready. Surrounding area, all personnel have been evacuated. All systems are ready, Captain. Yes, White Tiger, set sail. Understood. White Tiger is setting sail. As the flames of the tail main engine became more and more intense, the White Tiger slowly moved towards the boundless universe outside the port, and leaned out little by little. Knowing that it had completely left the heavenly pillar, the majestic posture of the White Tiger was fully displayed in front of everyone. Correct course, target L4 Colony Satellite Cluster. Understood, target confirmed, L4 Colony Satellite Cluster, course correction completed. The White Tiger set off, heading towards the L4 Colony Satellite Cluster together with the Archangel. This time, no one knew how many people would be able to come back alive, and no one knew what they would encounter. Facing the unknown, everyone was nervous and afraid, but at the same time, they were also very determined, because they had their own goals and their own beliefs. Are you unwilling to give up? In Kigali's room, Mina rarely accompanied her to watch the departure of the White Tiger and the Archangel. Aren't you the same? Facing Kigali's question, Mina stared at her with wide eyes, feeling that the person in front of her was a fake. Why are you looking at me like that? Kigali lowered her head embarrassedly. I'm just curious, what gives you the courage to talk to me like that? Mina's pretty face was full of frost. As a proud and cold queen, she would not allow her thoughts to be exposed, and she would not admit it even if they were exposed. What do you mean? Nothing. The White Tiger and the Archangel had already left, and there was no need for her to stay here to accompany the children. The heavenly pillar was not safe, and she had to be on guard against attacks from the Earth Army or the Zaft Army at any time. Hey! When Mina was about to leave the room, Kigali stopped her. I can't let you go. No. I want to ask you, since you are unwilling to give up, why don't you go with us? Kigali asked. I'm leaving now. Do you have the job? After saying that, Mina left the room without looking back. What she said made Kigali think deeply. Kisaka, what she meant was, everyone has something they should do, right? After thinking for a long time, Kigali asked Kisaka. After all, she was under house arrest in this room, and Kisaka was the only one who could talk to her. Yes. Kisaka smiled with relief. In his opinion, after this house arrest, Kigali finally grew up. At least she learned to think about problems on her own. Then, what should I do? Facing Kigali's questioning, Kisaka did not answer. To be honest, Kisaka did not know what Kigali should do, or what she could do. The only shining point was her driving skills. Although she was not as good as Yang Hui and the others, she was also an ace-level pilot. But Kisaka would rather Kigali did not have such a talent and just stay in a safe place. I can't think of it. Kigali scratched her hair frantically. She really couldn't think of what she could do. She couldn't command as well as the Emperor, politics and diplomacy as well as Wang Liumei, overall planning as well as Yang Hui, fighting as well as Yang Hui, and even Mina had more leadership qualities than her. Damn it. I still can't calm down. I really want to fight with him. Well, Kisaka is used to it. It turns out that this kind of Kigali is the most accustomed to him. The image of a silent thinker is really not suitable for Kigali, so, just be a princess. On the way to L4 with the White Tiger and the Archangel, Patrick Sarah implant was in a state of panic. He finally found out Siegel Klein's flaws, but he came up empty-handed again. He couldn't find any trace of Lakis Klein, but the anti-war broadcast that was being broadcast proved that she was indeed still implant. There was another serious problem that troubled Patrick Sarah, that is, the special force composed of Aslan, Nicole and Diego had lost contact. The last time I heard from them was at the Carpinteria base, and I haven't heard from them since I left. According to the Intelligence Department's report, the intelligence sent back by their spies inside the Earth Army showed that during the Orb Defense War, 4 mobile suits suspected to be Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam, and Covenant Gundam appeared to assist the Orb Army in resisting the Atlantic Federation's attack. It's just a suspicion, and it can't be confirmed. But this also made Patrick Sarah uncomfortable. He felt betrayed. His son and descendant, whom he trusted so much, actually betrayed him? No, it's not certain that he betrayed him yet. But, why did he help the Orb Army if he didn't betray them? Just because of his friendship with Yang Hui? Even if that was the case, Patrick Sarah was extremely scared, because he always valued Yang Hui. Even if Aslan and the others just helped out on a whim, Yang Hui might pull them to rebel. Apart from anything else, once Yang Hui knew about the existence of the anti-neutron jammer, would he not want it? But it doesn't make sense. If Yang Hui got the anti-neutron jammer, Orb would have the power of nuclear energy. With nuclear weapons in hand, why didn't they use them even though the country had fallen? Too many doubts surrounded Patrick Solly's mind, making it difficult for him to sort out his thoughts. So, he decided to find a helper to help him analyze it. Someone come. Mr. Speaker. Where is Cruz? Last contact, Captain Cruz is resting at the Carpinteria base. Contact him and ask him to bring his troops back. Understood. Chapter 371, Terminal. After several days of sailing, the White Tiger and the Archangel arrived safely at the L4 Colony Satellite Group. Here, Malu and others once again witnessed how well prepared Yang Hui was. Several colony satellites in the L4 Colony Satellite Group that should have been abandoned are still in operation. Aslan, Nicole and Diego have always known that these colony satellites have been occupied by unidentified people and are still in use, but they don't know who they are. The Zaft army has not found this mysterious organization after many investigations. But today they know the true identity of this mysterious organization. Terminal, an organization secretly formed by people with lofty ideals and planned, is committed to the peaceful coexistence of adjusters and natural people. Lakers. That's right. The Terminal is a non-governmental organization jointly established by members of the Klein faction and other like-minded people. When it was first established, the initial members of the Terminal were very few, and they did not plan to have their own armed forces. They thought about how to achieve their ultimate goal through lobbying, political influence, and public opinion. After Yang Hui contacted Siegel Klein, he expressed dissatisfaction and suggestions on their methods, but the Siegel faction members who were full of gentle means sneered at this. They believed that the organization was originally established for the purpose of peace. If they prepared armed forces, wouldn't it go against the original intention? Until Yang Hui met Lakis, after communicating with Lakis, and the increasingly fierce war between Zaft and the Earth Army, they had to accept Yang Hui's suggestions and began to prepare their own armed forces. Then Yang Hui and the Terminal organization launched a comprehensive cooperation, technical exchanges, intelligence exchanges, and even used the intelligence network established by Yang Hui in the early stage to spread their intelligence network all over the world. Now, the Klein faction has been completely defeated in the political situation of planned and has almost lost all its strength. Fortunately, Yang Hui arranged for Siegel Klein to evacuate plant in advance, otherwise he would have been executed by the Sarah faction as in the original plot. Yang Hui led everyone to meet with a person in charge of the Terminal. When they saw who it was, Aslan, Nicole and Diego were dumbfounded. Former Speaker Klein. Oh, long time no see, Aslan, Nicole, Diego. I didn't expect that we would meet again in such an occasion. Yes, it was Siegel Klein. Originally, Siegel Klein was unwilling to leave plant like Lakis. He wanted to struggle again and use the connections he had accumulated over the years to try to compete with the Sarah faction in secret. But after Lakis handed over the Freedom Gundam to Kira, he had someone forcibly take Siegel Klein away. It was also Yang Hui's reminder that saved him from death. Hello, long time no see, former Speaker Klein. Are you shocked? I'm here. Siegel Klein asked the three. No. There's nothing to hide. To be honest, if I can, I don't want to be here. I want to go back to plant and continue to stop Patrick. Siegel Klein said dejectedly. Not long after he left plant, he received intelligence that the Klein faction was purged by the Sarah faction one after another. Some were dismissed from office, some were arrested, and many were even secretly executed. His once self-satisfied connections were shattered. Siegel Klein was glad that luck sent him away in advance, otherwise his ending would be miserable. At the same time, he was angry. He never believed that Patrick Sarah would act quickly and ruthlessly, leaving the Klein faction no room for maneuver, and he didn't believe that his longtime friend would want to kill him. He was also helpless. His self-confidence was shattered. When he was still confident that he could fight against the Sarah faction in secret, his daughter and Yang Hui had already seen his tragic ending. Mr. Former Speaker, have you betrayed plant? Although they knew they were not in a position to question Siegel Klein, Aslan, Nicole and Diego still wanted to ask, because although they were helping Orb, they still considered themselves as members of the Zaft army. I have not betrayed planned, and I will not betray planned. That is my country. I just don't want to see Plant go down the wrong path. I am only fighting against the Sarah faction that controls the country's politics. Siegel Klein calmly answered Aslan and the other two, and asked them in return, what about you? Why did you help Orb? Eh? The three of them hesitated and found it difficult to answer for a while. Is that so? As an old fox, Siegel Klein saw through their inner confusion and did not press the issue. Instead, he comforted them. You are still young, it is normal to feel confused. What matters is not what camp you are in, but you have to rely on your own eyes to determine what is right and wrong for you, and what you should fight for. Thank you very much, former speaker. Hey, don't worry too much. You are all outstanding young people. The future of Plant still needs your support, and Aslan. I'm sorry. No, nothing. Aslan was a little embarrassed. After all, he and Lakis were still ex-fiancé and Siegel Klein was his former future father-in-law. And you, everyone on the Archangel. After talking to Aslan and the other two, Siegel Klein looked at Malu, Mew and Bakalulu. I've heard of your names a long time ago. There are very few people who can make that cruise lose face frequently. You're too kind, Mr. Former Speaker. In fact, it's all thanks to Yang Hui's help along the way. Well, so I'm not surprised that you're here at this time. Huh? Malu, Bakalulu and Mew were stunned, and followed Siegel Klein's line of sight to look at Yang Hui. This brat has an inexplicable charm. The more you come into contact with him, the more you will get close to him. He obviously didn't do anything, but people are influenced by him. Siegel Klein explained with a smile. I'll take it as a compliment. Yang Hui did not deny it. Anyway, it was not the first time that someone said this to him. Ha ha ha, of course it's a compliment. Siegel Klein laughed, and at the same time felt fortunate. You should be fortunate that you are not from Blue Cosmos, nor from the Sarah faction. If you don't recognize it, the world will be really dangerous. There are only two types of so-called racists. Yang Hui spread his hands and told everyone his opinion. Either they are conceited and inferior, or they are jealous. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Although Yang Hui's introduction was simple and clear, it was also in line with the facts. Conceited people look down on others, but at the same time they have an inferiority complex. Because they are not good enough, they are afraid of being surpassed by others, so they want to eliminate all pursuers and always be the first. The other is pure jealousy, jealous that others are better than themselves, but they don't work hard to surpass them, thinking that if they eliminate them, they will be the most powerful. So, the Sarah faction was born, and Blue Cosmos was born. A sharp evaluation. So, what should we do now? Siegel Klein asked Yang Hui. Although he is now the leader of Terminal, he is willing to hand over the command to Yang Hui. Just wait. Wait? Wait for Lakis to return. Not only that, wait for the next move of the Zaft Army and the Earth Army. Wait for them to move the battlefield to the universe. That's when we intervene. Now the Zaft Army and the Earth Army are fighting each other to death on Earth. The Emperor is far away. Yang Hui and his men can't intervene even if they want to, and the contradictions of the war have not yet reached the peak, and their intervention now will not achieve the desired effect. I see. By the way, Mr. Siegel, does your intelligence network still have people in the Zaft Army? No, it should have been exposed a long time ago, so the Sarah faction cut off all the intelligence lines at once. Liu Mei, where are our people? Yes, but it's easy to be exposed if we contact them now. Choose the one with the highest probability of evacuation, on the premise of preserving yourself, pass a piece of information to Zaft, and evacuate immediately after completion. Yang Hui hesitated. Every agent lurking in the local high level is an elite, and they have paid a lot of price to climb to the current position. Losing one is heartbreaking. But thinking of the importance of the information in his own goal, Yang Hui decided to take a risk. What information? The Earth Alliance is suspected to have obtained the anti-neutron jammer. What did you say? Not only was Wang Liumai shocked, but everyone present was horrified. How is this possible? Aslan asked loudly. The technology of the anti-neutron jammer is the top secret of the Zaft Army. Except for the local area, everyone who possesses this technology is here. How could it be leaked? There is no impenetrable wall in the world. Don't treat the technicians of the Earth Alliance as fools. Can't we really see anything from the performance of our machines in the orb defense war? But even if they can see it, they can't get it. Don't treat the spies of the Earth Alliance as trash. As long as they exist, they may get it. This. Yang Hui, are you saying there are people inside Zaft? There are definitely some, but I'm not sure whether they can get it, so I said suspected to have got it, just to prevent it from happening. Yang Hui knew that the Earth Army would definitely be able to get this technology. After all, Cruz, the sixth man, would not sit idly by and watch Zaft suppress or even defeat the Earth Army again with nuclear energy. He would definitely find an opportunity to hand over the technology of the anti-neutron jammer to Murda Asniel. But the truth cannot be told, otherwise it would be difficult to explain why they knew it but didn't tell it. Once the Earth Army did not have nuclear weapons, they would only have 3 battleships to fight Zaft, which had Genesis and relatively complete cosmic combat power, and that would be courting death. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Strong support continues to appear. Everyone dispersed and went about their own business. When Yang Hui was about to leave, Siegel Klein called him. Anything else? Mr. Siegel. Don't be so polite, Yang Hui, just call me uncle. Yang Hui narrowed his eyes slightly, with a hint of vigilance in his eyes. What are you going to do? Wait, am I this kind of person in your eyes? If you are too nice to someone, you are either a traitor or a thief. Get lost. Okay. Come back. I won't. Yang Hui's premonitions were always accurate. He guessed that Siegel Klein kept him and acted very friendly, which must be related to the things he had been avoiding, so he slipped away directly when he had the chance. But he stopped when he had 1 foot out of the door. Lakis, what are you going to do? Sure enough, Yang Hui's premonition came true. He knew that Siegel Klein kept him to talk to him about this matter. To be honest, Yang Hui still hadn't figured out the relationship between him and Lakis. What was going on? It must be admitted that Lakis was very beautiful and excellent. But when a woman has both appearance, ability, and personality, and all of them are at the top, it will make people feel unreal, and make people feel that such a woman cannot exist. It is too perfect to the point of being flawless. Moreover, to be honest, between Yang Hui and Lux has always been chasing him, and he has never accepted it. The main reason is that Lux is perfect to the point of being unreal. Moreover, Yang Hui is also a little afraid of Lux, suspecting that Lux has other purposes in chasing him. Yang Hui's view on love is still not like that of an adult. He likes innocent fairy tales, pure love, and simple mutual help and support. Once there are other purposes, it will deteriorate, and Yang Hui does not like this feeling. You know I am a playboy, she can't be my only one. Yang Hui found an excuse, hoping to persuade Siegel Klein to give up. What's the big deal? It's your ability to have so many confidants, and it's also your ability to make them live in harmony. You already have 4, so what's the big deal about 1 more? Siegel Klein said to Yang Hui with a rogue face. You. Yang Hui turned around abruptly, pointing his finger at Siegel Klein tremblingly. Are you still a father? You just pushed your daughter into the fire pit like this. My daughter's heart has grown on you, what else can I do? Siegel Klein rolled his eyes unhappily. Don't you know that Lux is just like you? She has her own ideas since she was a child, and her mother and I can't control her. No, you should at least fulfill your father's responsibilities. I can't control it, and besides. Siegel Klein narrowed his eyes in resentment. There is no other fire pit like you in the world. Puff. Yang Hui was almost vomiting blood because he realized that Siegel Klein was also an old rogue. Are you still a man? Give me a clear answer. Will you accept Lux? Siegel Klein was desperate. His career was over. Even if the Seraph faction fell, he could only return to plant to retire. The terminal could only play a role in war. The outstanding juniors had grown up. He was too old to hand over the power. So what made Siegel Klein anxious was his daughter's lifelong happiness. Forget it. Bullshit. I tell you, Yang Hui. After my daughter met you, no one can catch her eye. If you don't want her, she will be alone for the rest of her life. Can you bear it? But Lux she. I know, you call her Loyao in private, isn't it because you think she is too perfect to be real? Isn't it because you are afraid that she has ulterior motives? I tell you, Yang Hui. The only ulterior motive that Lux has towards you is that she thinks about helping you expand your power all day long. How did you know? Yang Hui was stunned. Only his closest people knew how he called Lux, and the same was true of his opinion of Lux. How did Siegel Klein know? Damn. Guessing the result, Yang Hui's expression immediately became resentful. You were so wise, but it turns out there's a traitor around you. Haha, now you know, right? Siegel Klein was a little proud. Didn't we get these intelligence from the people around Yang Hui? They are all good sisters, and you are the only one who is still entangled in these fictitious things. No, this. Besides, don't you think you are also such a person? What qualifications do you have to call my daughter a monster? Oh, so, give me a definite answer, do you want it or not? Yang Hui was sweating profusely, and his feet slowly moved towards the door. Stop. I won't. After his body was completely out of the room, Yang Hui ran away and soon disappeared from Siegel Klein's sight. Unexpectedly, Siegel Klein was not angry at all, but had a playful smile on his face. Haha, this brat is just as those two girls said, so innocent, it would be strange if he could escape from my daughter's clutches. After making sure that Siegel Klein could not catch up with him, Yang Hui slowed down and walked towards the white tiger, cursing, what kind of person is this? He acts like a father and pushes his daughter into the fire. I'm obviously the victim, but he makes it seem like I'm the instigator. Is there any reason? That? What are you doing? Oh, Luo. It's me. At this time, Luo was sweating profusely, with an awkward smile on his face. It would be wrong to put down his hand that was raised to say hello, and it would be wrong not to put it down. When did you get here? Actually, I've been following you for a few minutes. Ahem, why are you here? Yang Hui knew that Luo should have heard everything he had just said to himself, but he still forced himself to suppress his embarrassment and remain serious. As the saying goes, as long as I'm not embarrassed, others will be embarrassed. I was just trying to talk about you. Luo was a smart man, and he ended the previous topic following Yang Hui's words. Or maybe he was a little thick-skinned and didn't care about things he didn't care about. Why did you come here without saying a word? I was going to find you at the Heavenly Pillar, but when I got here, you guys were already. You went to the Heavenly Pillar. Yang Hui was surprised. The Heavenly Pillar was Mina's territory. He had just teamed up with Kong Yun to kill Mina's brother. How did you get Mina to let you go? She didn't make things difficult for me. Huh? I said I was going to find you, and then she told me you were here, so I came over. She's a very nice person. He. Yang Hui laughed dryly and gave Luo a thumbs up. Sometimes Yang Hui really doubted whether Kira, Aslan, Lakis, Kigali, and Katori were really the protagonists of this world. Luo should be the true prince of this world, right? Look at the others, fighting to the death, losing both parents, emotional twists and turns. It seems that this is really the treatment of the protagonist. No, he wants to say that they are all protagonists. Why doesn't Luo have to experience these? Smooth sailing all the way, turning danger into safety, picking up new machines from garbage, killing strong enemies, and being rescued by friends in times of crisis, and being able to resolve the hatred with his sister after killing the younger brother. This is fucking. Do novels dare to write like this? Anyway, I don't dare. By the way, why did you come to us? Yang Hui asked Luo. Of course, to help you. Ah. You, help us? Fight. Yes. As he said, Luo told him about his experience after he said goodbye to Yang Hui and returned to the universe, and what Captain GG, the first adjuster who was assassinated in CE-53, George Glenn, preserved his brain after his physical death, and was connected to New Home, the main computer of Luo's team's new mothership, by the professor, said to him, and the real meaning of the name adjuster. So that's how it is. I understand. After listening to Luo's retelling, Yang Hui was full of respect for this Captain GG. As a pioneer of the adjuster, and a man who had been killed once by a natural assassination, he still kept his original intention. And his interpretation of the adjuster was also admirable. But Yang Hui, you are not a good friend. You didn't even call me to do such a dangerous thing. Luo smiled and patted Yang Hui on the shoulder. Isn't it that you are in trouble over there? And what I am going to do will kill me if I am not careful. What a joke. I have the best luck in the universe. Yes, I get it. Thanks, Luo. Yang Hui was really grateful to Luo. What they were about to do was not an exaggeration to describe it as a life or death struggle, but Luo was willing to help him regardless of the danger. Whether it was because of personal feelings or what Luo considered to be his duty, Yang Hui deserved his gratitude. Why are you saying this? Luo pushed Yang Hui unhappily. By the way, I brought a helper with me. He's an expert. Expert? He. Not him. You know he never works for free. That's right. Who is that? Come with me. I'll introduce him to you. Following Luo to new home, he saw a familiar stranger. Yang Kelly. A burly and serious middle-aged man, exuding an iron-blooded and rigorous temperament, with short blonde hair and 2 cricket antennae on his forehead, wearing glasses. Isn't this the Earth Army's ace miss pilot, Yang Kelly, known as Shining Star J? This is the first time Yang Hui has met him, but he has a lot of information. Moreover, Yang Kelly, as an adjuster, is a soldier of the Earth Army and has been ostracized in the army. Yang Hui has tried to win him over several times but failed. Unexpectedly, he met him here. But it was true. Yang Hui recalled that although Yang Kelly was excluded by the Earth Army did not have a MIS unit at that time, so Yang Kelly was naturally a strong fighter and they were unwilling to let him go. Now that the Earth Army already has its own MIS unit, Yang Kelly is redundant. The Atlantic Federation, which hates the adjusters the most, naturally cannot tolerate him. Seeing that he had made many contributions in the past, they did not kill him, but just drove him away. Then, he was met by Luo, the luckiest man in the universe. Chapter 373 Aslan's Choice. Do you know each other? Luo was planning to give Yang Hui a surprise, but he didn't expect Yang Hui to know him. I know him, but I haven't met him. It's our first time meeting, Yang Kelly. I've heard of your name for a long time, Mr. Yang Hui. I apologize for my previous rejection, but please understand. Yang Kelly stretched out his hand and shook hands with Yang Hui, and said to Yang Hui, it's understandable that we each serve our own masters. If you agreed to my recruitment right away, I might even look down on you. Yang Hui joked. Haha, you are worthy of being Mr. Yang Hui. Then Yang Kelly, I would like to invite you again to join us and join Orb. Yang Hui invited sincerely. Yang Hui has an ace team in his hands, but to be honest, it is very watery. Except for Barry Ho, the others are just making up the numbers. They can be called elite, but they are definitely not ace. Yang Hui is very clear about Yang Kelly's strength. He deserves the word ace. Since he has met him and it is Yang Kelly's downfall, he will definitely not let him go. Mr. Yang Hui, forgive me for being blunt, Orb has. Yang Kelly was about to say something but stopped. Orb had already fallen and no longer existed. Only Yang Hui and others were left. Yes, Orb has fallen, but the people have lost the land. The people and the land have all been lost. The people have survived and the land has been lost. The people and the land have all survived. We are still here, and countless citizens of Orb are still here, so Orb has not been extinguished, and a weak spark will always set the prairie on fire one day. Yang Hui said seriously, Orb's nirvana will be reborn and become stronger and stronger, and in this process, countless people will also need to work hard for it. I hope you can become our companion and become one of the countless me. Mr. Yang Hui, in fact, before I met you, I had already decided to join Orb. Please forgive my rude temptation. Yang Kelly bowed and apologized to Yang Hui. It doesn't matter, it's enough that you are willing to join us. Welcome, Yang Kelly. Thank you very much, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief. Since he has joined Orb, his current identity is a soldier, so he naturally has to address Yang Hui by his military rank. By the way, you said you decided to join Orb before we met, what's going on? Yang Hui asked. Logically, Yang Kelly made great contributions to the Earth Army but was kicked out, so he should be disillusioned with the army. Oh, I have already accepted the gift, so of course I have to repay it. Yang Kelly's expression was a little embarrassed, and he glared at Luo. Huh? What's going on? Yang Hui looked at Luo in confusion. Oh, it's like this, didn't we come from Heaven's Pillar? When we left, Mina gave Jang something, which he didn't want at first, but I took the initiative to accept it for him. What is it? Oh, come with me. Confused, Yang Hui followed Luo and Yang Kelly all the way to the hangar of New Home. When he saw the machine that stunned him, he understood everything. Mina gave you this machine. Yang Hui pointed to the intact golden machine and asked Yang Kelly. Yes. Haha, Mina is really generous. Yang Hui gave Mina a thumbs up in his heart. The current golden machine, no, it should be called golden machine, Sky, equipped with the disaster life sword, 3 horns, reformed, attack and shield system, mirage system, the Astray Gundam golden machine is definitely an ace machine. Although the energy source is an ultra-compact energy battery, the disaster life sword can force the enemy aircraft to discharge to absorb energy. In the war, it is absolutely infinite and stronger. Such a machine, Mina actually gave it to Yang Hui when she first met him. Should I say that she is generous? Or praise her for her vision? Ashamed, if the commander-in-chief wants, you can take it back. Needless to say, since Mina gave it to you, I have no reason to take it back. I believe you can use it well. Yang Hui patted Yang Hui on the shoulder and said. Is Yang Hui really willing to let Yang Hui take it back? Of course not. As a Miss Pilot, a good machine is like a wife. Who would be willing to give away a goddess-level wife? But Yang Hui is still a homeless dog. He has just joined Orb and has not made any contribution. He has even received such a big gift before joining Orb. He is really unworthy of it. So his mood is very complicated, but when he heard Yang Hui said that he would not take it back and favored him, he was very moved and had the impulse to die for his confidant. Thank you very much, Mr. Yang Hui. I will fight hard for Orb. No, I don't need you to fight hard for Orb. Yang Hui said, I hope you fight for yourself and for your own goals. Orb is not a country of one person, nor is it a one-man show. Orb is a country where countless beliefs and goals, big and small, come together. It is not because of Orb that there are citizens of Orb, but because of countless citizens, there is a country of Orb. Do you understand this? I understand. Very good, you will be assigned to this ship. The hangars of the White Tiger and the Archangel are not enough. At this point, Yang Hui was helpless. The hangars of Archangel and White Tiger were the same, and could only accommodate 12 Ms. The Gundam Dawn, Exa, Cherubim, Diarcium, Freedom, Justice, Rebirth, Covenant, and Strike took up 9 positions, leaving only 15 vacancies. Even the elites of the Special Forces had to choose the weakest one to stay in the Heavenly Pillar. There was really no room for Yang Hui and his Gundam Astray Gold. Understood. By the way, Luo, can you contact he and them now? Yang Hui asked. Since Luo was here, how could his good friend not be there? Of course, Feng Hu and I have been in touch. Yang Hui glared at Luo with dead fish eyes, patted Luo on the shoulder, and taught him earnestly, no matter which country, attacking minors will start with 3 years in prison and up to the death penalty. What are you talking about? Luo got angry and slapped Yang Hui's hand away. Feng Hu and I are just friends. You really don't have any persuasiveness in saying that you touched Julia all over shortly after meeting her. Yang Hui spread his hands jokingly. Aren't you going to take responsibility for this? That girl thinks about you all day long. I'm not. I didn't. Don't talk nonsense. Luo shouted in injustice. He already knew what was going on. The thief who wanted to steal the Astray Gundam Red was Julie W. Nian, and he did touch Julie all over, but wasn't that out of necessity? At that time, they were surrounded by the enemy and were about to die. Who would care about these things? Just say whether you touched her or not. Yang Hui folded his hands and smiled jokingly. If I had known I would not have come to help you. Who asked you to come? If you are embarrassed, I will help you to be a matchmaker. No need. Then you are going to abandon me after having fun? Oh, so you are such a person, Luo. Shut up. Get out of here. Yang Hui watched Yang Hui and Luo fighting with each other, standing aside not knowing what to do or say. The leader of the country and army he had just joined was actually a black-bellied fun-loving person. Well, how should I put it? It seems, this is not bad. Okay, let's talk about business. Please help me contact Feng Hu and ask where they are. I know, you go ahead, I really can't do anything about you. Okay, thank you. Luo waved his hand with his back to Yang Hui, telling him not to care. There was no need to talk about their friendship. Since Luo met Yang Hui, the two sides have helped each other and had disputes, but their friendship is still very strong. After leaving new home, Yang Hui was found by Aslan, Kira, Nigel and Diego on his way back to the White Tiger. Did you discuss it? Yang Hui was a little depressed. He had just left Siegel Klein and was taken away by Lola. He had gained a general with his own machine and teased Lola. Now he had just left and was stopped by Kira and Aslan. What did you discuss? The four of them were confused and didn't understand what Yang Hui was talking about. Nothing. What do you want? I want to borrow a shuttle. I need to go back to Zaft. Aslan said directly. Hearing this, Yang Hui put away his casual expression and replaced it with seriousness and solemnity. Do you know what you will face when you go back? Well, I know, but he is my father. No matter what, I want to talk to him again. Aslan also knew that he would be arrested for going back to plant to meet Patrick Sarah alone without even bringing the Justice Gundam, and what he would say to him. But what Aslan said was right. That was his father. He had to give it a try anyway. Even if the final result was failure, he would not regret it afterwards. I know. Go ahead. Yang Hui. Kira, Nicole and Diego looked at Yang Hui in disbelief. They followed Aslan to find Yang Hui, hoping that Yang Hui would reject Aslan. After all, it was too dangerous. There was no chance of survival. This is Aslan's own decision. I will respect his choice. Yang Hui said to the three people seriously. But. Thank you, Yang Hui. Aslan turned and left, leaving Kira, Nicole and Diego hesitant to speak. Especially Diego and Nicole, their father was also one of the top executives of Plant. Logically, they should go back and persuade their father like Aslan, but they knew it was useless and they also knew what the result would be, so they gave up. Yang Hui saw what the three were thinking and asked them, how are freedom, rebirth and covenant? The three were stunned, then smiled bitterly and shook their heads. Perfect status. Okay. Yang Hui nodded, took out his pad, edited a message in front of them, and sent a string of garbled text. They didn't know who the other party was, but it must be Yang Hui's way of protecting Aslan. Get ready, I will send him back to Plant with you. Understood. X3. Chapter 374, Aslan returns, for April. The Dawn Gundam, Freedom Gundam, Rebirth Gundam and Covenant Gundam protected the shuttle that Aslan was riding on all the way to Plant. Everyone, the defense circle of Akinduvi is ahead, you guys go back. Go ahead, we'll wait nearby, remember what I told you before we set off. Yang Hui responded. I know. The four Gundams retreated and still went to the defense line of Akinduvi by shuttle. This is the Special Service Unit directly under the National Defense Committee, Aslan Zala, identification number 285002, Akinduvi Defense Force, please answer. At the same time, inside Plant, all TVs, mobile phones, and large screens were playing Azaria Jule's speech. Lakis Klein was just used. She sincerely hopes for peace, and everyone should know this, so we want to rescue her and help her escape from the hands of the despicable natural person who tried to deceive and use her. I implore all the enthusiastic people who love her to provide clues. From the beginning of being wanted for treason to now claiming that she was deceived, Lakis's situation has changed dramatically. There is nothing to be done about it. At the beginning, Patrick Sarah and the members of the radical faction learned that Lakis gave the top-secret Freedom Gundam to someone else and took it away, so they directly charged her with treason. After all, the anti-neutron jammer carried by the Freedom Gundam is too important. But after issuing a wanted order, the scene that they expected everyone to help them did not appear. Instead, most of the Plant's citizens resisted their arrest. Not only did they not cooperate, but some fanatical fans even took to the streets to launch a march, and they did not believe that Lakis was treasonous. Moreover, the gendarmerie and the police have been unable to find Lakis and arrest her. Whether it is the pressure of public opinion, the pressure of the people within the country, or the pressure of the failure to capture her, they have forced the radicals to compromise and cancel the charge of treason, changing it to being deceived and used. Even the action of arresting Klein's members can only be carried out in secret to prevent someone from using this incident to stir up public opinion again. Yes, that's right. It was Cruz who brought back the information. Patrick Sala was sitting in the office of the Defense Committee chairman, watching the intelligence video brought back by Cruz while giving instructions to someone on the phone. No one knows why Freedom fell into the hands of Orb. Athrin and the others may have some intelligence, but the three of them haven't submitted a single report yet. The video being played was really the entire process of the Orb defense war, but in this video, the M1 Astray appeared, the Dagger appeared, the Astray Gundam Green appeared, the Strike appeared, the Freedom Gundam appeared, the Dawn Gundam, the Exec, the Cherubim and the Devil all appeared, but there was no scene of the Justice Gundam, the Rebirth Gundam and the Covenant Gundam appearing. This also made Patrick Sala unaware that the Justice Gundam, the Rebirth Gundam and the Covenant Gundam assisted the Orb Army in repelling the Earth Army in the Orb Defense War. Isn't this a confidential mission? Contacting them easily might lead to the news leaking out. I know, but, Alice, these three brats. We asked them to stay together in the hope that they could take care of each other, but now they have lost contact. Besides, those complacent natural people are running to the moon one after another. We must completely eliminate them this time to prevent future troubles. Of course I understand what you mean, but, as for Orb, do you really think that guy gave up Orb without any arrangements? How is that possible? Patrick Sarah knew that the other party was talking about Yang Hui. He smiled and leaned back. That brat Yang Hui is definitely not a person who admits defeat. Everything he did was for Orb. I would rather believe that he died in battle on the land of Orb than that he would let Orb fall and escape by himself. Maybe the fall of Orb was also part of his plan. That's true. He is really like that. We may have to pay attention to his movements. Although it was the Atlantic Federation that attacked Orb, it does not rule out the possibility that he will take action against us. Well, let's find his trace as soon as possible. I have a feeling that the guy must be planning something big. By the way, what's the situation in Papua New Guinea? It's still the same. Orb fell, and all the remaining Orb troops announced at the same time that they would leave Orb and join the Papua New Guinea National Defense Force. The interim government of Papua New Guinea is also willing to make way for the Earth Army, but said that the country has just been liberated and it has no spare energy to participate in the battle, so it will not move its troops. Haha, even a fool can see what they are doing. Patrick Sarah sneered. Papua New Guinea's actions were already very obvious. It was to retain the strength of the remaining troops of Orb. In addition, the giant floating platform that had failed to be destroyed before has now disappeared. The Earth Federation and Zaft have sent people to look for it again, but they can't find any trace. It is probably a backup plan left by Yang Hui. It's helpless. There are quite a few troops left in Papua New Guinea by Orb. The Earth Army has fought with us one after another. The Atlantic Federation has suffered heavy losses in Orb. Now it has shifted its attention to the universe and has no time to deal with them. Haha, if we don't take action now, they won't have a chance. Patrick Sala meant that if they don't take action now, they will be destroyed by Zaft next, and naturally, they will have no chance to take action against the remnant troops of Orb in Papua New Guinea. Then Mr. Speaker, do you have any other instructions? No for now, you go and get busy first. Then I'll take my leave. After the communication was hung up, Patrick Sala closed his eyes and kept analyzing Yang Hui's possible actions in his mind, but every possibility he thought of was ruled out by him. There were not many people who left with Yang Hui, but they were all elites, so it was impossible for them to be petty and fight guerrilla warfare everywhere. But if it was a big move, they had too few people. Although they were all elite trump cards, it was impossible for them to confront the Earth Army or Zaft Army head-on. Then, unable to think of an answer, Patrick Sala decided to put the matter aside for the time being and clicked on a top-secret document with the word Genesis written on the file name. Damn natural person. I hope this thing won't be used. Beep beep beep. The communication came. Patrick Sala closed the file and connected the communication. What's the matter? Aslan Sala of the Special Forces returned to Yakindu Way alone on a shuttle that seems to be from the Earth Army. What? Alone? An Earth Army shuttle? Yes, due to the special circumstances, we have restricted his movements. Bring him here immediately. Yes. Soon, Aslan was brought to Patrick Sala by the soldiers. The soldiers sent Aslan here and then withdrew. Aslan. Looking at Aslan, Patrick Sala had a complicated expression. Father. What's going on? What happened? Where are Nicole and Diego? Where is freedom? Where is justice? Father. Aslan did not answer Patrick Sarah's question, but asked him, what do you think about this war? Hearing this, Patrick Sarah had a bad premonition in his heart. How long will we fight this war? What nonsense are you talking about? Father, I came back this time because I really want to hear your answer to this question in person. Aslan saw Patrick Sarah getting angry and instinctively lowered his head, but when he thought of his choice and determination, he looked up and looked directly into Patrick Sarah's eyes. When will the war end? Of course, when those damned natural people surrender and bow to us. Father, is this really the right thing to do? Aslan questioned. Aslan, you kid. Patrick Sarah was furious. The feeling of being betrayed by his own son was the most heartbreaking. But at this moment, a figure flashed through Patrick Serra's mind, and his anger suddenly disappeared by more than half, and he laughed out of anger. You kid, have you seen Yang Hui? No, that's not right. Have you participated in the war between Orb and the Atlantic Federation? Father. Aslan was shocked. Ha ha ha, as expected, the only one who can influence you and make you make such a big change is that little fox. Patrick Serra has confirmed that Aslan must have been influenced by Yang Hui. Father, actually I. Don't say it, Aslan, I already know, justice is in Yang Hui's hands, right? And Diego and Nicole, Rebirth and the Covenant are all in his hands, right? Patrick Serra's face turned cold, and the iron-blooded and harsh momentum rushed towards him, forcing Aslan to retreat step by step. Father, don't say anything, Aslan. I can answer your question just now. I think it's right. We all think it's right. We act according to group consciousness. So this war must be fought. And the result can only be that natural people accept the dominant position of the adjuster. Father. This is wrong. That's what you think. For us, this is right. Father. Don't say anything. Aslan, since you have made a decision and come back alone, you should know what the consequences are. Yes. Aslan gritted his teeth and said. When he came back, he had already made up his mind and knew what kind of consequences he would face. Come here. The soldiers guarding the door rushed in and surrounded Aslan. Take this idiot away and ask where Yang Hui is hiding. It doesn't matter if the means are rough. Yes. And Patrick Serra turned around and didn't look at Aslan. At the same time, he didn't want people to see his cowardly expression of holding back sadness. He was the speaker and the chairman of the National Defense Committee. He shouldered the entire plant and must not let people see his weak side. Chapter 375, Eternity, Set Sail. Plant. Dragosta avoided the sight of the people around him and quickly shuttled through the alleys until he ran up a flight of stairs and entered the room under the cover of his companions. Thank you for your hard work. How is the situation in the city? Lux asked. It's not very optimistic. Azaria Jewel's speech made the citizens at a loss. Is that so? Lux knew that they had to evacuate plant. At first, the people did not believe that Lux would be a traitor. In addition to resisting the arrest, many people took the initiative to provide cover and assistance for Lux and his group, so they had not been discovered. But now, Azaria Jewel's speech confused the citizens. Without the help of the citizens, Lux and his group had difficulty in moving forward. Fortunately, Lord Siegel evacuated in advance, otherwise. Then. Yes, although it's earlier than planned, I think we should take action. I see, maybe it's time, we have to set off too. Huh? Miss Lakis. There's a message from the terminal. Lakis walked over and exclaimed, oh, this is not good, can you think of a solution? Huh? Dragosta also saw the message from the terminal. He was still wondering if Aslan had lost his mind? This was completely asking for death. But in the face of Lakis's request, and considering the importance of Aslan, he agreed, okay, Miss Lakis, I will find a way to rescue him, please go first. Please. Aslan was escorted out of the National Defense Headquarters by the guards, which attracted a lot of onlookers and discussions along the way. Aslan is not only Azaf elite, but also the son of Patrick Sala, the eldest son of Plant, but at this time, this eldest son was arrested on charges of treason and surrender to the enemy, which made everyone amazed and puzzled. At this time, Dragosta, who was mixed in the crowd, saw this scene, and quickly took his companions to change into the military police equipment and mixed into the escort team, and took over the control of Aslan from Patrick Sala's guards. But when he was escorted to the car, an accident happened as expected. Get up. Aslan did not respond. Did you hear that? The soldier who spoke was one of Dragosta's group. He was still wondering, what is this eldest son doing? Hurry up and get in the car and let us rescue you. But Aslan not only did not get in the car, but kicked him away with his leg, and also pushed another companion away with his shoulder. For a moment, they were all confused. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? 3 questions kept circling in their minds. Huh? Dragosta, who was guarding the car, was also confused, but his reaction was still quite fast. He raised his hand and knocked out the soldier who was not his own with the butt of the gun, and covered Aslan to escape from the scene. He took Aslan into the bunker at the corner and helped Aslan break the handcuffs, and then began to complain, "You are really messing around. Don't you want to live? You also kicked our people over. Who are you?" Aslan took the gun handed to him by Dagosta and asked. In fact, he was also confused now. He just didn't want to surrender. Who knew that there were people among the soldiers escorting him to help him? They are what people call the Klein faction. Now the plan is all messed up. Dagosta continued to complain. The original rescue plan was very easy. Aslan got on the car, controlled the people who were not Klein factions in the car, knocked them out, left the car and took Aslan away. Now they had to fall into a situation of frontal breakout. "Sorry, I didn't know." Aslan was very ashamed. He accidentally injured his own people and disrupted his own rescue plan. Moreover, Yang Hui told him a lot of things before he came back. One of them was that if he was caught, he must not resist. They would arrange people to rescue him. As a result, after arguing with his father, he forgot everything. "I think so, but now we should leave here quickly." On the other side, in the secret dock of the Zaft army, Andre Bartfeld and Aisha Treen were also transferred back to the universe. Under the respective Patrick Serra, they served as the captains of the Eternal, an armed support ship specially built for the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam. But Patrick Sala didn't know that another elite talent he valued was also an undercover agent. So, Andre Bartfeld picked up the intercom and started a call with the entire ship. "Hello? This ship is now entering the final preparation stage. Did you hear that? This ship is now entering the final preparation stage. Everyone, take your positions." The crew members on the Eternal could not all be members of the Klein faction. The news that Lux had begun to transfer had reached Andre Bartfeld. The Eternal was also preparing to attack, so those people naturally had to be cleared out. Just when the people who were not members of the Klein faction were still confused and didn't know what was going on, they were surrounded by people with guns. Of course, the Klein faction didn't intend to hurt them, but just drove them all off the ship and waited for Lux to arrive. "Sorry to have kept you waiting." Not long after, Lux changed her clothes and came to the bridge and sat on the main seat of the bridge. Although Andre Bartfeld was the captain of the Eternal, that was true, but Lux was a spiritual symbol, so Andre Bartfeld gave up the captain's position to Lux. "No, I'm glad you're safe. Let's go." "Okay." As soon as the words fell, the dim bridge lights came on, and everyone immediately began to execute the departure procedure. Load departure plan C. Forced subroutine, go online at 1920. Logic array passed, security system confirmed to be released. All systems started. As the engine of the Eternal was ignited, the remaining personnel at the dock discovered the abnormality and immediately called the Eternal to question it. "Hey, what are you doing? Your ship has no order to sail. What's going on? Captain Bartfeld, please answer." Without getting an answer, they could only take coercive measures. "The password of the main gate control system has been changed." "Excellent," Andre Bartfeld praised. The incident happened suddenly, and the countermeasures were implemented immediately, although it was useless. "Why do you have to touch it? It seems that our departure this time will be a bit rough. You must be prepared." "That can't be helped. We have to leave now." With Lux's consent, Andre Bartfeld immediately ordered, "Main gun, prepare to fire, aim at the main gate. Fire at the same time as departure. Main gun prepare to fire, aim at the main gate." After preparation, Andre Bartfeld looked at Lux behind him, waiting for her instructions. This was their starting point, and Lux needed to announce the start. "Eternal, set sail." The engine preheating was completed. After Lux gave the order, the fire was blazing and moved towards the main gate. No matter how the remaining personnel at the dock called, it did not respond. The main gun was unleashed, and the thick beam torrent pierced the main gate and instantly blew it into pieces. The Eternal quickly rushed out of the fire and left the dock. At the same time, the shuttle that Dagosta and Aslan were riding on also came to the top of the Eternal, entered the Eternal from the rear hatch, and left together. The Eternal is Zaft's fastest high-speed ship. Even the Nazca class can't catch up. The surrounding troops can't catch up at all, so they can only send a message to Yang Hui, asking the Fortress Defense Forces to intercept the Eternal. Dagosta and Aslan came to the bridge. Dagosta immediately sat in his seat. Lakis greeted Aslan. "Aslan, are you okay?" Lakis: "Hello, nice to meet you. Welcome to the Songstress's ship. I am Andre Bartfeld, and this is my love, Al-Shatreen. Nice to meet you, Aslan Sarah. Aslan had heard of the names of the Desert Tiger couple. They were the ace of aces and were responsible for guarding the occupied North African area. Although they were defeated in the battle with the Archangel and caused heavy losses to the North African defenders, Patrick Sarah still valued them very much. No one in the army looked down on them because of this. Because of his personality, Andre Bartfield was still very popular in the Zaft army. And now, seeing them with Lakis, driving a new type of battleship he had never seen before to escape from Plant, he always felt not at all out of place. At this time, Yakandu Wai's defense force had already attacked. Ms. troops spotted ahead, 50 in number. Comparing the results with a database, they are all de-equipped Xeon. Oh, it seems they are here with the intention of sinking us. Andre Bartfield's tone was casual, but cold sweat had already appeared on his forehead. 50 Xeon equipped with heavy bombing equipment came to intercept them, which meant they had no intention of leaving them alive. Moreover, the Eternal, as a dedicated support ship for the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam, was not equipped with other MIs. The Eternal's own firepower was also insufficient. Facing such a lineup, it was in jeopardy. Prepare the main guns to fire, and activate the close-in defense system. Are there any MIs on this ship? Athrin asked. Unfortunately, none of them are on the ship. This ship is a dedicated support ship for the Freedom and Justice. Andre Bartfield replied. Please open the communication lines on all channels. Understood. I'm Lakis Klein. Because we pursue different futures, we have to be enemies with Speaker Sarah, but I have no intention of going to war with you. Please let this ship pass, and then please think carefully about what we really need to fight against. After the call ended, the opponent's MIS troops did not stop advancing. Lakis certainly would not be naive to think that her few words would make the Zaft army let them go, but even a pause and hesitation for a minute or a second would be an opportunity for them. It must be difficult to understand when you suddenly hear someone say this, right? Andre Bartfield also hoped that the other party would listen to Lakis and give way. After all, they were his comrades in arms. It would be best if he could not go to war with them, but there was no way. Now both sides were enemies. Start to fight back. The extra chapter is over. If possible, please be kind to all the readers. Although I also want to make money, I want to keep my promises more. I'm almost emptied out. Chapter 376 Cruz's Headache. The order was given, and the missile launcher opened fire, intercepting all the first wave of missile attacks. The main gun fired, piercing through the smoke and dust cover, and the three, Xeon, on the same path were pierced and turned into cosmic dust. Please avoid the cockpit. Lakis requested. This request is really difficult. Andre Bartfield was ashamed. He was still saying it lightly. This is simply impossible, right? The Eternal was already in an absolute disadvantage and could not protect itself. Moreover, the warship's weapons, whether missiles, close-in defense guns or main guns, could not hit only the body without affecting the cockpit even if it was absolutely dominant, right? 6. Xeon appeared in Blue Zone A5 and C7. It's coming. Anti-aircraft firepower. After destroying several, Xeon, the MIS troops rushed up and surrounded the Eternal. In the encirclement of MIS, the warship was a pig to be slaughtered. The close-in defense guns continued to burst out with metallic roars, tearing all the incoming missiles apart and forcing Xeon to stay away. 4 more Xeon appeared in Blue Zone D12. Missiles are coming. Behind the battleship, there was a blind spot for the close-in defense guns, so they could only use missile rain to meet the missile rain. However, they could intercept the first wave, but the reloading speed was not fast enough to intercept the second wave. It's too late to intercept. The missiles are about to hit. Everyone was very nervous and desperate, because all the incoming missiles were anti-ship missiles, and they were all right behind them. Once they hit, the engines would even explode, and their energy would be destroyed. They would be dead. At this moment, a torrent of several beams of light cut through the darkness of the universe, drowning and swallowing the missile rain that was about to hit the Eternal. That's it. The radar has detected a new reaction. That's it. It's Dawn, Freedom, Rebirth, and Covenant. Yang Hui. The Dawn Gundam turned into a golden meteor and took the lead. The beam submachine gun fired accurately hitting the fish that escaped the net, and then rushed into the Xeon fleet behind the Eternal with star-like light. The Freedom Gundam and the Covenant Gundam arrived later, guarding the Eternity on the left and right. The Freedom Gundam's colorful cannons burst into glory, and none of the more than a dozen, Xeon, escaped, either missing arms and legs or being beheaded. The Covenant Gundam fired two beam pistols, shuttling back and forth with high mobility. After approaching the enemy aircraft, either its hideous physical claws penetrated their bodies, or its retractable physical knife stretched out and retracted like a poisonous snake, leaving a thin crack on the abdomen of the Xion, from front to back. The reborn Gundam came to the top of the Eternity in the MA form, and remained relatively still with the Eternity. The giant beam rifle was fired, sweeping the enemy aircraft blocking the front. This is Dawn, Yang Hui. The Xion fleet in the rear faced the Dawn Gundam's strong attack, and was swept away without any resistance. The crisis had already been exposed, and the Dawn Gundam boarded the Eternity and moved towards L4. Yang Hui, are you here to pick me up? Lakis. Seeing Lakis looking innocent and cute in front of him, Yang Hui covered his face and was speechless. I have no problem with you acting cute, but can you please pay attention to the occasion? Everyone on the bridge was dumbfounded when they saw this scene, especially Aslan. He seemed to know something very incredible and subconsciously touched his head. Have you had enough fun? Yang Hui asked Lakis unhappily. I didn't play. If I evacuated early, wouldn't Aslan be in danger? Lakis retorted playfully. There are more people left in plant than just you. No, I didn't ask you to stay. It was you who didn't want to leave. But the facts prove that I was right not to leave early. Lakis playfully stuck out her tongue at Yang Hui, and Yang Hui rolled his eyes. He simply ignored her for the time being and taught her a lesson in private later. Hey, young man, we meet again. Are you a prophet? Andre Bartfield saw Yang Hui's frustration and smiled secretly. Seeing that Yang Hui and Lux's chat was over, he took the initiative to greet Yang Hui. Speaking of which, if Yang Hui had not spared their lives, they would have been buried in the yellow sand of North Africa, right? But he was still very surprised, because Yang Hui had told him a few months ago that they would fight side by side one day. Andre Bartfield always thought that Yang Hui was joking, and even did not give up the intention of recruiting them. He was ready for Yang Hui to send someone to contact them again and reject them. Who knew that after the couple returned to the plant homeland, there was no news? Until now, they really fought side by side. Of course not, but I know that we will definitely fight for the same goal. Yang Hui replied. What a joke. He would tell Andre Bartfield that he knew he was a client faction from the beginning, and then the client faction and the Sarah faction would fight to the death. Ha ha ha, brother, you are still so funny. Andre Bartfield laughed. He hadn't seen Yang Hui for a long time. When they met again, he still felt that Yang Hui's style was very interesting. Of course. Captain Bartfield, do you know Yang Hui? Lakis asked curiously, and Aslan was also curious. Yes, in North Africa, the brother also visited my home, and then Aisha and I were defeated by him. He only used a desert-specific gen to defeat the Laco, driven by Aisha and me, and it was in a state of fighting for a while. Huh? Is this true? Lakis was surprised, and Aslan also felt unbelievable. If he was driving the Justice Gundam, he was confident that he could defeat Andre Bartfield and his wife. If it was the Aegis, he would also have a chance, but, Jen. Sorry, I can't do it. It's just a trick. I'm lucky. Luck is also part of strength. I only broke an arm when I jumped out of the cockpit in midair. I lost with a clear conscience. Haha, I said, I won't lose to the same person twice. Ha ha ha. Let's go first. We'll talk when we reach L4. It's not safe now. I don't know when the pursuers will catch up. Okay. Because there are only 2 empty seats in the hangar of the Eternal, which are specially prepared for the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam, and there is no room for the 4 escorting Gundams, the 4 Gundams followed the Eternal and went to L4 together. Anyway, the 4 Gundams are nuclear power machines, so there is no need to worry about insufficient energy. Safely arriving at the terminal headquarters of L4, the space colony satellite Mendel, the members of the 3-ship alliance finally arrived. Lakis and Andre Bartfield also met with Maru and others again. Looking back on the past, everyone couldn't help but sigh that things are impermanent. One was the eldest lady they accidentally saved, and the other was an enemy, but now they are all companions fighting side by side. It may be a little strange to say that we are meeting for the first time. I am Andre Bartfield. I am Maru Ramius, the captain of the Archangel. I didn't expect this. Same here. After the simple meeting, Andre Bartfield and others also knew that the Archangel was now under the command of Orb. Meru and others also knew that the Eternal and Andre Bartfield and others belonged to the Terminal organization, that is, members of the Klein faction. The two sides were just in a cooperative relationship. Hush, this is incredible. When Andre Bartfield and others saw the White Tiger, they were shocked. Whether it was the battleships of the Zaft Army or the battleships of the Earth Army, most of them were mainly used for transportation. Their own firepower was not very strong. The Archangel was already a monster that dominated the world. But after seeing the White Tiger, they knew what a real monster level was. The powerful battleship with both firepower and transportation also gave them more confidence in what they were about to do. The first, White Tiger class, battleship, the White Tiger. Yang Hui did not hide anything and directly sent them the general information of the White Tiger. They were all companions fighting side by side, so there was no need to hide anything. At the same time, 3 battleships and dozens of MiS were about to intervene in the war between the Earth Army and the Zaft Army. They had to be familiar with their comrades in order to make the safest and most effective arrangements and increase the possibility of everyone's survival. Then let's talk about the next plan first. Zaft's pursuers will arrive soon, and we can't stay here forever, Andre Bartfield said. Okay. Yang Hui agreed with Andre Bartfield's suggestion to move. After all, Mendel was the headquarters of the terminal, and could not be exposed. At the same time, Cruz also received an order from Patrick Sala to lead the Cruz team, the Raboni team, the Capella team, and the Zell team to pursue the Eternal, because he learned that Esland was rescued by Lakis, and Yakin do what he found the figure of the Dawn Gundam again. Patrick Sala naturally could not let the Cruz team go to pursue it alone, that would be a waste. Cruz is now Patrick Sala's only trusted subordinate in the army. If he loses him again because of his carelessness, he will really have no one to use. Mr. Speaker really thinks highly of me. Cruz looked at the universe map and laughed at himself. Captain, is it because of that machine? Captain Addis asked. To be honest, even after a few months, they still have lingering fears when they are asked to pursue the fleet where the Dawn Gundam is located. Addis, the scary thing is not a machine, but the person who drives it. Cruz reminded that the Dawn Gundam is indeed very powerful, but MiS is just MiS. How much effect it can play depends on the person who drives it. Moreover, Yang Hui not only possessed a powerful machine, but also had terrifying driving skills. However, these were not what Cruz feared the most about Yang Hui. What he feared the most was Yang Hui's foresight and advance arrangements. In war, no matter how excellent a machine was or how powerful a pilot was, he was only one person. People would get tired and die. As for other people, Cruz was confident that he could scheme against them to death. But Yang Hui, many of his arrangements and plans were disrupted by Yang Hui. Not only did they disrupt his plans, but Yang Hui could also benefit from them. This was the most troublesome part for Cruz. If possible, Cruz really didn't want to face Yang Hui at this time. His plan was only one step away, and he couldn't fail at this time. I know, Captain. Have you found any trace of the Eternal? Not yet, but according to the course prediction, the Eternal's destination should be L4. L4? It's another troublesome place, Cruz said with a headache. Chapter 377, the photocopier appears. Why does Cruz think L4 is a headache? Because it has always been known that the colony satellite group of L4 was used as a base by an unknown organization. Now it can be basically confirmed that it is a non-governmental organization secretly established by the remnants of the Klein faction. The Klein faction is a hot potato for the Zaft army. The game of high-level officials is a complete victory for the Sarah faction, but the Klein faction that was cleared out are only high-level personnel and some hidden key contacts. In the Zaft army, there are also many members of the Klein faction among the staff of various departments. At the same time, there is also a war weariness in the Zaft army. Now that the army is not united, it is not surprising that something will happen. I have met Captain Bartfield once, but I didn't expect it to be him. Captain Addis felt deeply regretful. He also felt that Andre Bartfield was a very good man. He is eloquent and cheerful. I guess Speaker Sarah was also tricked by him. Although Cruz said so, he was not surprised at all that Andre Bartfield betrayed. He saw that the other party was a member of the Klein faction early on. Now we are also dragged into this, which is really a headache. Captain Addis complained. Cruz and his team had just returned to the universe from Earth and had just returned to the Vesalius when they received the mission to pursue the Eternal. It was really annoying. That's also unavoidable. As the saying goes, Plans can never keep up with changes, not to mention people's thoughts hidden deep in their hearts, which are even more elusive. But Speaker Sarah has handed such a large team to me. If I can't make some achievements, it will be a shame to my grandmother's house. Cruz said. That's right. Isaac. Captain. Isaac, who was named by Cruz, raised his head and waited for Cruz's instructions. Next time we meet, Aslan, Diego and Nicole will all be enemies. Can you do it? The atmosphere was heavy. Most of the Miss pilots in Cruz's team were added later, and they all knew that Isaac, Aslan, Diego and Nicole were once close teammates. Of course. They are traitors. Isaac answered in a sonorous voice. His hesitation was not due to reluctance, but anger, especially anger towards Diego, who actually abandoned his honor and pride and became a traitor. When the three were transferred, Isaac was determined to catch up with them and become their captain. As a result, the promise made that year was broken. All three of them rebelled with their new machines, leaving him alone. Look forward to your performance. On the other side, Murta Asniel followed the transport fleet sent to the lunar crater base to the moon. Here, he boarded the Archangel, the second Archangel-class ship that had been built long ago. He also met the crew members of the Archangel, especially the captain and the deputy captain. Let me introduce you. This is the director of the Defense Industry Federation, Mr. Murta Asniel. I'm sure you have heard of him. Yes. This time he will serve as an observer for the 12 most advanced MIs equipped on this ship. He will accompany the 12 machines on board. I leave it to you. Thank you for your guidance, Miss Captain, Miss Vice Captain. Yes. I am Lieutenant Colonel Malu Ramias, the captain of the Archangel. I am the Vice Captain, Major Natal Bakalulu. Oh, I didn't expect that the captain and vice captain of our ship are both such young and beautiful girls, but I don't know if there is something wrong with my memory. The two of them look very familiar. Murta Asniel began to recall. He really felt that these two people were very familiar and he had definitely seen them before. Ahem, they were sent by the higher-ups. Please rest assured, they are all excellent. Murta Asniel talked about the past of the two women, and the Earth Army officer's expression became unnatural. After all, Malu Ramias and Matar Bakalulu in front of him were involved in some secrets that could not be known by others. Really? Seeing Murta Asniel's expression of not giving up, the Earth Army officer sighed and whispered something in his ear, which made Murta Asniel's expression become quite wonderful. So that's it? Ha, what an interesting arrangement. I also want to thank them for their support. Please tell them that we will definitely win in the end. No problem. Then Miss Captain, Miss Vice Captain, I look forward to your performance. After all, what we have to do next is to deal with the Archangel. The two women were stunned, their expressions were quite complicated, and then they became firm. No matter what their identities were, they were now the captain and vice captain of the Archangel, and they had to complete the tasks assigned by the higher-ups. In order to prevent the hidden terminal headquarters from being exposed, the three warships that stayed in Mendel moved to the nearby colony satellite Thundley. This was also an abandoned colony satellite, but the terminal was not deployed on this colony satellite. The three warships were only temporarily hidden here. There were also enough resources inside the colony satellite for the three warships to use. Beep, beep. The three warships stayed in Thundley for a few days, and the detectors deployed in advance on the periphery finally sent an alarm. A large heat source is detected approaching, and it is speculated to be a battleship. Distance 1700, Orange Zone 11, MK 18 Greek letter Alpha, database comparison. No data found. All personnel, first level combat configuration. Archangel is setting sail, go outside the port. Captain Ramius. What's the situation with the White Tiger? No problem, it can set sail. The final adjustment of the Eternal has been completed, and it can set sail at any time. Okay, the Archangel will take the lead, and we will set sail one by one. As long as we find out whether the opponent is Zaft or the Earth Army, we will naturally know their purpose. Understood. X2 arranged the three battleships, the Archangel ignited its engine, and drove out of the port first. The White Tiger with the strongest firepower followed closely behind, sitting in the center. The Eternal had the weakest shipboard firepower, so it was ranked last in a safe position. Start, Gutfield, Porcupine Formation, and Heroic, and load all the missile launch tubes at the rear of the ship with hammer missiles. Bujalulu immediately issued instructions for fire control. After leaving the port, The Archangel also appeared within the visible range of the Archangel. The expressions of the two women on the Archangel became more complicated, and even a little bit of hatred. Malu of the Archangel stood up directly, made an intercom, and sent a conversation to the Archangel. "This is the Earth Alliance, the space battleship Archangel. Archangel, can you hear me?" Huh? Everyone on the Archangel, White Tiger, and Eternity was stunned, with surprise on their faces. The bridge crew of the Archangel looked at Malu in unison. "Your ship has rebelled and fled. This ship demands your immediate and unconditional surrender. If you refuse to obey, this ship will sink your ship." This voice is it Captain Ramius? But Captain Ramius is not. Is it just that the voice is very similar? But this is too similar. Everyone heard from the beginning that the other party's voice was exactly the same as Malu, but Malu is actually sitting in the captain's seat of the Archangel, and it was impossible for him to appear on the enemy warship. Then it could only be that the voice was very similar. "Captain, this is the optical image of the enemy ship." At this time, Melia projected the image of the Archangel on the screen, which stunned everyone again, because except for the color difference, it was exactly the same as the Archangel. Archangel. Same model ship. At this time, the real-time video communication lit up, and the doubts that were about to be dispelled rose again, because the person in the image was exactly the same as Malu. It's really Captain Ramius. Impossible. Then our Captain Ramius. Twin sisters. Malu was the most at a loss, because she didn't have twin sisters. "Nice to meet you, Captain Ramius. Who are you?" Malu picked up the communicator and asked immediately. "I'm Malu Ramius." Impossible. That's the truth. Captain Ramius of the Archangel said seriously. She knew where she came from, but there was a ban in her brain that didn't allow her to say it. "I'm sorry to meet you in this way, but the order received by this ship is to sink the returning ship, but I am willing to give your ship a chance. I also know about the incident in Alaska, but this is not an excuse for your ship to defect. Surrender immediately to avoid unnecessary casualties. Although I don't know who you are, I refuse. We have doubts about the existence of the Earth Army itself, and we will not surrender. Is that so? Thank you very much for giving Nadal and me this opportunity." Malu of the Archangel changed her expression to the same as Malu of the Archangel, with an excited and dangerous smile. "Nadal." Everyone was surprised again. Could it be that there was another Bakalulu on the Archangel? At this time, the communication from the Dawn Gundam came in, and it appeared on the screens of the Archangel, White Tiger, Eternity and Archangel at the same time, with a terribly cold expression. Yang Hui. Malu and Bakalulu on the Archangel saw Yang Hui's face, and their expressions showed attachment, desire, and the desire to possess. "Copy man, right?" Yang Hui's tone was cold, as if it could freeze a person's soul. "You. How do you know?" Malu, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow, changed their faces, and Murta Asniel's expression also became quite ugly. "Very good, copy man, librarian, you have successfully angered me. All ships, sink the Archangel." Yang Hui's chest was filled with anger. He knew the existence of librarians and copy men. The intelligence department found the information about librarians when investigating Logos. Knowing how terrible this organization is, Yang Hui naturally wants to find them out and destroy them directly, but he has not been able to find out where their base is. And now, they appear in front of him, and they are photocopies of his women. This makes Yang Hui very angry. He insults them with such fakes. Yang Hui. We can talk about it later. Now, sink the Archangel with all your strength. This is an order. Chapter 378 The Librarian's Generosity. Understood. Everyone could feel the suppressed anger in Yang Hui's chest. Malu and Bakalu were moved. Wang Lianmei and Lakis understood that although they were exactly the same, fake was fake. The librarian just happened to touch Yang Hui's reverse scale. Even if the copy was exactly the same as Malu and Bakalu, it was just a fake. In Yang Hui's view, it was also an insult to them. In fact, even Yang Hui himself did not expect that after Bakalu's fate was changed, it was Malu's copy who replaced her, and there was also a copy of Bakalu. On the other side of the Archangel, Murta Asniel's face became more and more ugly. The copy and the librarian were very deep secrets. Only 2 or 3 people in the entire Blue Cosmos knew about it. Even his superiors knew no more than 2 hands. How did Yang Hui know? It doesn't matter now. The information of the librarian and the copy cannot be made public. The insider must be eliminated. Attack. We must kill him. But Malu, Shadow, and Bakalu, Shadow, showed reluctance on their faces. They didn't know what the people who made them had done in their memories. There were obvious differences between the copies and the originals. For example, the excitement and danger coexisting smiles of Malu, Shadow, and Bakalu, Shadow, before, the real Malu and Bakalu would never show such expressions. And Yang Hui could feel it the most, and he could feel the piercing desire for possession through the screen. Just like now, Malu, Shadow, and Bakalu, Shadow, have a deep hatred for the original, but have an extraordinary possessive desire for Yang Hui. They are excited and reluctant to follow Murta Asniel's orders. They don't want to kill Yang Hui, but want to capture him alive. The people they are eager to kill are Malu and Bakalu of the original, as well as Wang Rumai and Lakers. What are you still standing there for? Go and kill him quickly. There's only Yang Hui, only this man, and he must die. Murta Asniel looked at Maru, who was slow to give the order to attack, and roared, "You should know what the consequences will be if your secret is exposed." Upon hearing this, Maru, Shadow, and Bakarulu, Shadow, trembled, fear flashed in their eyes, and they immediately gave the order to attack with a ruthless look on their faces. "Ms. Troops, urgently attack, change course, route, Purple Zone 13, MK20C, full speed ahead. Activate, Gotfield, Porcupine Formation, Heroic, load, Collins, missiles into missile launchers, set the terminal guidance of missiles to autonomous guidance mode B and then launch. Aim at orange zones A17 to 42, and launch in sequence at 5-degree firing angles." "What are you doing?" Murta Asniel loudly questioned Maru, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow. One of them turned around and left without caring about the enemy ship in front of them, while the other fired missiles at a place that had nothing to do with it. In his opinion, it was just letting them go. "Please don't talk if you don't understand." Maru responded to Murta Asniel with a cold face. Compared with the original body, Maru, Shadow, had a bit more iron-blooded style similar to Bakalulu. "Tisk, you better come up with results, otherwise, HMPH. Murta Asniel was also upset. In his opinion, Maru, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow, were no different from ecological CPUs. They were all props that would be thrown away after use. As props, they dared to yell at him. This was an insult. If the props were not still useful now, he would definitely destroy them directly. And Yang Hui, Murta Asniel did not want to kill Yang Hui directly. He wanted to catch Yang Hui and torture him to the point where he would rather die than live. Then he would use his body, every strand of hair, every cell, and conduct various experiments. After all, in the eyes of the world's top leaders, Yang Hui is the strongest natural person who is not inferior to any adjuster. Many people want to find out the secret of Yang Hui's strength. But Yang Hui now knows the existence of the librarian and the photocopier, so he can't be left alive. Not only him, but also everyone who just heard these two words must die here. The approach is cleared. Snatch, please attack. Next is Forbidden, please attack. After receiving the order, Snatch Gundam, Forbidden Gundam and Disaster Gundam took the lead in attacking. Kurado and Shani did not die. During the defensive orb, Snatch Gundam and Forbidden Gundam were indeed destroyed by Dawn Gundam, but because the TP armor still had a high ability to protect the pilots, and Yang Hui was in a hurry and did not make up the attack, the two miraculously survived. This time, we must kill those 4 machines. Yet, Shani and Aluka agreed with Kurado's shouting. Because of the Dawn Gundam, Kurado and Shani suffered tortured punishment after being rescued. Aluka was not much better. Although he avoided the last battle, he was also defeated by the Angel, and was seriously injured. After the wound was healed, he was also punished. So in the eyes of the 3 of them, Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim and Exa were no longer prey, but enemies, enemies that must be killed by their own hands. Haha, you're really not ashamed to say that. Didn't you lose to them before? You were just lucky to have a life. Ferris, what did you say? The 3 heard the taunting and were furious. Following closely behind the Snatch Gundam, Forbidden Gundam and Disaster Gundam, 9 more Gundam-type machines appeared, 5 of which were Strike Gundam E equipped with IWSP backpacks, and the remaining 4. I'm just telling the truth, you stray dogs, don't ask us to rescue you. You bastard. Shut up. The quarrel between Kurado and Ferris became more and more intense, and they were about to point their guns at each other. Another serious and strong voice interrupted them. If you have any conflicts, go ahead and argue privately. I won't care if you kill each other, but now we are in a battle. Whoever wants to make trouble I will kill first. Tisk. Mind your business. Humph, I know it without you saying it. Although they were not convinced, Kurado and Ferris did stop arguing. If you look closely, you can see fear on their faces. The person who spoke was named Leon. Like the others, he was an eco-CPU, but he was the first eco-CPU to survive and grow up to the present. He was almost 30 years old, which was a miracle for an eco-CPU. Moreover, he had been brainwashed since he was a child. Even though he had experienced cruel experiments, Leon still perfectly executed all the orders from above. He would not hesitate even if he was asked to commit suicide on the spot. He was the same age as Leon, and his strength was also the strongest. When he first succeeded, Leon was often sent out to perform various dark missions. His driving skills were not inferior to the elites of the Zaft army. As he got older, the number of surviving eco-CPUs gradually increased, and Leon went out to perform fewer missions. He mainly served as an instructor and executioner in the base. Enemy planes are coming, each of you disperse. The 3 planes of Kurado, Shani, Aluka, and Orb are handed over to you. You have lost face, so go and pick it up yourself. Understood. X3 Leon gave the order, and Kurado, Shani and Aluka dared not disobey. Moreover, the Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtuosity were also their desired targets. 5 brothers of Zinxi. According to the intelligence, there are 4 more machines codenamed Freedom, Justice, Rebirth, and Covenant. They are the latest Ms. of Zaft. They are handed over to you. Capture at least 1. Understood. X55 similar voices sounded at the same time, with a calm tone and no emotion. Ferris, Nia, Fat, you come with me to kill that man. Understood. X3. On the other side, the Ms troops of the 3 ships alliance attacked one after another. The Dawn Gundam rushed towards the enemy with the fastest speed with the Angel of Exa, Angel of Wisdom and Angel of Virtua. Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria could all feel the anger in Yang Hui's heart, and the Snatch Gundam, Forbidden Gundam and Disaster Gundam in the local camp had escaped from their hands twice. On Earth, they could use the excuse that a machine was only suitable for ground combat, but now they have come to the universe, which is the most familiar and comfortable combat environment for them. If they let the other party run away again, it would be really embarrassing. After them, it was the Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam and Covenant Gundam. The other Ms, even the Strike Gundam piloted by Mew, were left behind to defend the fleet in case the enemy had other combat power. Yang Hui. Those machines. Kira exclaimed. The enemy had new Ms again, and they looked very familiar. Gale Strike, Storm Duel, Hailstorm, Nebula Thunder, Tisk. It seems that the librarians value me very much and have contributed all these machines. Yang Hui recognized the 4 new machines at first sight. They were the signature machines of the librarians organization. They used technology that the Earth Army could not use and were based on the 5G series Gundams. Except for the Abyss Aegis, original, no information was found, and it is not the same series as the true Red Aegis. All of them were present. Leave the 4 new machines to me, Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, and keep the 3 machines completely. Kira, Aslan, Nigel, Diego, and the 5 machines that are the same are yours. Understood. No one in X9 refuted Yang Hui's assignment, because he had already proved himself with his strength. Here we go, spread out. Each machine spread out, each looking for its own opponent, and divided into 3 areas. Ling. The physical sword was unsheathed, and collided with a wingsaw, ship-slashing sword of the Swift Strike Gundam, and fierce sparks burst out. Zzz. The place where the physical sword and the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword touched emitted a harsh sound wave, and the super-high vibration kept rubbing, and no one could do anything to the other. High-frequency vibration weapon? But it can't stop my wingsaw. Catch. At this moment, the physical sword in the hand of the Dawn Gundam suddenly cracked, causing Yang Hui's pupils to shrink, and his wings danced, waving a golden light ball to attack the Swift Strike Gundam. But the Heavy Rain Duel Gundam and Hailstorm Gundam attacked, and the long-range firepower all fell around the 2 machines, breaking up all the bits. The Dawn Gundam turned its wrist and used the side of its physical sword to swing away the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword, while avoiding another sword that was slashing along the way, and kicked the Wind Strike Gundam in the chest, using the force to turn and retreat. Unexpectedly, at this moment, the Nebula Thunder Gundam, which had disappeared at some point, suddenly appeared behind the Dawn Gundam, and the Three Horns Shield Attack System beam sword pointed directly at the back of the Dawn Gundam. It was not too late, and the Wind Strike Gundam's back was blazing with fire, chasing the Dawn Gundam, with a wingsaw, ship-slashing sword raised high. The Heavy Rain Dual Gundam and Hailstorm Gundam locked onto the Dawn Gundam from the left and right, and would open fire as long as it moved. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 379, A Decisive Blow. ? We've taken it down. The three people who were besieging the Dawn Gundam all laughed, only Leon kept a calm expression. In his eyes, he didn't think Yang Hui was that great. Leon had read all of Yang Hui's information, including all the things that happened when the Dawn Gundam was so powerful. In his opinion, the first time he appeared, it was just because of the machine and performance that had never appeared before. He first showed the enemy weakness to paralyze the opponent, and then suddenly exploded to catch them off guard. The second time he made a move, it was also amazing, but that was just that, and he was pushed into the water by the disabled Thunder Gundam and almost died together, which was embarrassing. The third time was the defense of Orb. Leon's evaluation of Yang Hui was powerful, but that was all. The reason why he was able to kill so many people was that his opponents were too bad. Although Leon did not think that Yang Hui was invincible like others, and even looked down on him, he was a calm person. He despised his opponents strategically and valued his opponents tactically. He would use all his strength even if he was a lion fighting a rabbit, so he did not arrogantly deal with the Dawn Gundam alone, but brought his teammates with him. Leon, Phallus, Nia, and Fate are the secret troops of Blue Cosmos, Squad 0 of Phantom Pain, the most powerful squad in the ecological CPU, with a current mission completion rate of 100%. They cooperate well and use cruel means. They killed the Dawn Gundam with one strike. Now it seems that the Dawn Gundam is already a prey in a trap, with no way to escape, and can only wait in despair for the hunter to swing the butcher knife. But they still underestimated Yang Hui. At this time, Yang Hui's eyes, which had been closed at some point, suddenly opened, and colorful light shone, entering the transformer mode. The brilliance of the wings shone brightly, almost blinding the eyes of the four people, and the dense golden light ball sprayed outward desperately. A bad premonition rose in the hearts of the four people. Even though they were temporarily blinded, the Gale Strike Gundam and the Nebula Thunder Gundam immediately retreated at full speed. The Heavy Rain Dual Gundam and the Hailstorm Storm Gundam opened fire directly, not worrying about accidentally hurting the Gale Strike Gundam and the Nebula Thunder Gundam. This was their tacit understanding. They believed that they would withdraw from the range of fire. Boom 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 boom. The live ammunition continued to cause the explosion of the bit, and the beams were all deflected. The smoke and fire of the explosion instantly flooded the area where the Dawn Gundam was located. Did it kill it? The four people gradually regained their sight. Phallus looked at the direction of the flashing fire with a blurry vision. Phallus, get out of the way. Hearing Leon's reminder, Phallus subconsciously pushed the operating lever, and the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam moved down a distance. It was this little distance that saved Phallus' life. Beep beep beep. The alarm sounded loudly, and a chain of beams passed over the head of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam, and the antenna, the armor on the top of the head, and the detector were all missing a piece. That was a close call. Ferris was still in shock. If it weren't for the trust and tacit understanding between him and Leon, the cockpit of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam would have been hit. But Ferris didn't relax just because he survived the disaster, because the Dawn Gundam rushed out of the flames and smoke with a golden tail light, and in the blink of an eye it came in front of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam, and the dark muzzle of the beam submachine gun was already against the cockpit. Oh no. The cold feeling of death crawled all over his body. Looking at the faintly shining light, Ferris could only wait for death to come. Don't even think about it. Ling. The Gale Strike Gundam started up the moment the Dawn Gundam rushed out of the flames. Although Leon's vision had not recovered, the blurry shadow was enough for him to act. There was a fire behind him. At the moment when the Dawn Gundam was about to fire, the wingsaw, ship-slashing saber swung down towards the right arm of the Dawn Gundam. The Dawn Gundam had to change its gun into a sword and block the wingsaw, ship-slashing saber. Moreover, due to the characteristics of the wingsaw, ship-slashing saber, it did not dare to stalemate with it and retreated with the force of the situation. But it was not Yang Hui's style to fail to succeed. While retreating, the wings wrapped by bit flew up and fanned the body of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam. If it were not for a Ferris's survival instinct that made him pull the joystick and let the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam turn sideways, this would also take his life. But even though the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam dodged this, its left half of the body was also taken away, losing its left arm, left leg, shield, beam sword on the left leg, beam rifle on the left hip, and Shiva, magnetic cannon held in the left hand, and even the cockpit was exposed. It has to be said that Ferris was very lucky. The wings of light of the Dawn Gundam just cut through the side wall of the cockpit of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam, and did not touch Ferris' body, otherwise his body would have been erased like the left half of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam. That's right, it was erased. There was no wreckage, no explosion, just like being erased by an eraser. Ferris. Damn it. Die? The Nebula Thunder Gundam driven by Neo once again released the Mirage system to block the Dawn Gundam's retreat route. The Lancedart high-speed armor-piercing bullet had already aimed at the back of the Dawn Gundam, and the high-energy beam gun also flashed cold light. Nia. Be careful. Who knows, the wings of the Dawn Gundam flew back, and bits sprayed out. The tail end of the Lancedart high-speed armor-piercing bullet just lit up and was stuck to the bit, and a violent explosion occurred directly under the arm. Nia. Hailstorm Gundam also withdrew from the Mirage system, firing at full power, and the dense barrage forced the Dawn Gundam to retreat. It took the severely damaged Nebula Thunder Gundam to meet up with the Storm Dual Gundam and the Wind Strike Gundam. Captain. Ferris, Nia, you retreat. Yes. Ferris and Nia were very unwilling. The confident first formation and the opening must kill formation also gave them confidence and pride. As a result, not long after, the balance of victory tilted to the bottom. The Storm Dual Gundam lost half of its body and all systems were offline. It was impossible to continue fighting. The most important right arm of the Nebula Thunder Gundam was pierced to pieces, and even the outer armor of the body was deformed. It lost its combat capability and had to retreat. The Dawn Gundam would not watch the two damaged enemy aircraft leave safely. Its wings were once again wrapped in golden, and it rushed towards the two fleeing aircraft with all its strength. Leon and Fat could not let the Dawn Gundam pass. The Strike Gundam holding two swords became a roadblock. The short-range defense system on the head kept firing, trying to cause some harassment to the Dawn Gundam. The Hailstorm Gundam restarted the Mirage system, and lost its trace, becoming an invisible hunter. The Dawn Gundam did not see the Strike Gundam at all. It rushed forward under the wrapping of Bit, but to Yang Hui's surprise, Bit was unable to penetrate the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword, but was blocked by the Strike Gundam with two swords. The wingsaw, ship-slashing sword is the most powerful weapon of the Strike Gundam. It is called the divine weapon of invincibility. It can collect enemy aircraft information by contacting with enemy aircraft armor and physical weapons, and can change the frequency according to the material of the object to produce vibrations of the frequency of the enemy armor, thereby obtaining excellent cutting ability. Even PS armor can be easily destroyed. But even the beam of Bit can be blocked, which Yang Hui did not expect. At this moment, Yang Hui sensed something and suddenly moved upwards while driving the Dawn Gundam. The next second, electromagnetic shells and high-energy beams passed through the original place. Hailstorm Gundam had arrived at the side of the Dawn Gundam without knowing when. The missiles tracked the Dawn Gundam, but it was not very effective. Before it got close, it was swept away by the bits left along the way. Tisk, he can actually detect it in advance. Is this person a monster? Fate cursed. The Mirage system cannot be used together with the PS armor, and it cannot attack when the Mirage system is activated, but he is very skilled and can launch an attack at the moment of switching. There is almost no time interval, so it is almost impossible to detect it in advance. But Yang Hui did it, and it was also the first time that Fate saw someone who could detect and dodge in advance. Well, it's really amazing. Leon put away all his contempt for Yang Hui. The performance of the Dawn Gundam and that weird beam weapon are really strong, but it is impossible to perform so strongly without strong driving skills. From the performance of these 10 minutes, it can be seen that Yang Hui's driving skills and reflex speed are far beyond the reach of ordinary people. Fat, Cover with firepower, we will hold him back. Leon's combat goal has changed. It is not to kill Yang Hui or capture Yang Hui alive, but to hold him back. There is no way. He has paid the price for his underestimation. 2 teammates almost died in the battle. Understood. Fat laughed at himself. He was not qualified to laugh at Kurado and the 3 men and those who died in the battle. But this self-mockery ended as soon as it began. Hailstorm Gundam had restarted the Mirage system to hide its body and hide in the dark to prepare firepower support for the Gale Strike Gundam. But he found that the Dawn Gundam did not fight with the Gale Strike Gundam at all, but kept restraining it, and pointed the gun at himself. How is it possible? The creepy feeling stimulated Fat's brain nerves. The instinct of survival made him immediately operate the Hailstorm Gundam to dodge left and right and avoid the shooting of the Dawn Gundam. Fate thought it was a coincidence, but found that the Dawn Gundam had been using a beam submachine gun and bit to hold the Strike Gundam from approaching, and another beam submachine gun was chasing him, and the beam chain was chasing the Hailstorm Gundam that had disappeared. Fate knew that the Dawn Gundam could really find his position. Damn it. How did he find me? Fate made a prompt decision and turned off the Mirage system, dodging and suppressing the Dawn Gundam with firepower, creating an opportunity for the Strike Gundam to approach. Are you not hiding anymore? Haha. Then, a slight arc appeared on his expressionless face. It was difficult for Yang Hui to have an expression in an absolutely rational state, but this time, he did, and it was a smile. In this situation, he could still smile, which could only mean that someone was going to suffer. Sure enough, when Lion and Fate thought that the Dawn Gundam's target was the Hailstorm Gundam that threatened the smaller one, the Dawn Gundam suddenly stopped and turned, rushing towards the Strike Gundam that had been dodging. Chapter 380, Malu asks for help. Why can Dawn Gundam find the location of Hailstorm Gundam? It's not that Yang Hui has cracked the Mirage system and developed a targeted detection system, but the brain quantum wave, which is also a major advantage of the transformer. The body can disappear, but as long as the person exists, Yang Hui can receive his brain quantum wave, so at the beginning, Mirage system is useless to Yang Hui. But now we are not on the environment of GN particles, and it takes a lot of Yang Hui's mental power to carefully search for the location of Hailstorm Gundam, so Yang Hui has been holding back the Gale Strike Gundam, just to make Leon and Fat think that he can accurately grasp the location of Hailstorm Gundam at any time, force him to show up, and then, if you want to fight, fight the strongest. The biggest threat to Dawn Gundam on the scene is the Gale Strike Gundam. As long as the Gale Strike Gundam is killed, whether it is the already retreated Rain Dual Gundam and Nebula Thunder Gundam, or the Hailstorm Gundam, they are not a threat to Dawn Gundam. So, Dawnbreaker's reverse sprint made Leon stunned. The Strike Gundam collided with the Dawnbreaker directly. When the two swords intersected, Leon smiled. Haha, are you in a hurry? Even if it is a high-frequency vibration sword, it will be cut off by the wing saw. What? I thought Yang Hui was anxious to kill him, so he chose to fight with the Strike Gundam in close combat, not giving the Hailstorm Gundam a chance to provide fire support, which also brought Leon more opportunities. But it was true that Dawnbreaker was fighting in close combat, but it was not a head-on collision at the beginning. The sword of Dawnbreaker was slightly offset, and the wingsaw, ship-cutting sword slid down along the sword body, and it was impossible to concentrate on destroying the weapon of Dawnbreaker. Ding! Just when the wingsaw, ship-cutting sword was about to touch the hilt and palm, Dawnbreaker's arm shook, and the right hand of the Strike Gundam was swung away, and the central empty door was wide open. Don't even think about it. With the help of the force and inertia to the right, his left hand went up and slashed at the right wing of the Dawn Gundam. The biggest threat to the Dawn Gundam was this pair of strange wings, and the most desired technology on them was also on this pair of wings. As long as they could cut off one and bring it back, they would not be punished even if they failed in the battle. But Yang Hui had already anticipated the actions of the Wind Strike Gundam. He swung his right hand down and collided with a wingsaw, ship-cutting sword. At the same time, his left hand stabbed directly at the cockpit of the Wind Strike Gundam. Damn it! He pushed the operating lever hard and stepped on the pedal to the bottom. The high-frequency vibration sword that was supposed to pierce the cockpit rubbed the upper edge of the cockpit and pierced into the body of the Wind Strike Gundam. The Wind Strike Gundam also rushed forward and crashed into the arms of the Dawn Gundam. The huge impact force made Yang Hui cry out. Soon, Yang Hui regained his composure. Bit wrapped the bodies of the Dawn Gundam and the Wind Strike Gundam, and stuck to the Wind Strike Gundam from behind little by little. But this time, Yang Hui made a mistake, because the tail flame of the Wind Strike Gundam was burning fiercely, and Bit was detonated by the flame as soon as he approached. Fat, hit it accurately. Understood. The Wind Strike Gundam hugged the Dawn Gundam tightly, and handed the back of the Dawn Gundam to the Hailstorm Gundam. After years of tacit understanding, he knew that this was a hard-won opportunity that Leon had fought hard for him. Without the slightest hesitation, the Hailstorm Gundam opened fire, firing all bullets at once, completely disregarding the life and death of the Wind Strike Gundam. You really don't learn your lesson. Yang Hui murmured, and directly controlled Bit to erect a wall of light between the Dawn Gundam and the Hailstorm Gundam. The live bullet exploded and the beam was deflected. I've been waiting for this moment. Leon was extremely excited at this time, because Yang Hui was very strong, and he was probably not his opponent alone. He was also a strong man. Since the first mission, he had been slaughtering the mission targets, which made him uninterested, and Yang Hui successfully ignited Leon's warlike fire. The Strike Gundam raised its head, and aimed its Vulcan cannon at the head of the Dawn Gundam. It was unknown whether the Dawn Gundam had PS armor, but even if it did, the magazine would be exhausted if it fired at such a close distance, and then he could kill or capture Yang Hui and the Dawn Gundam alive. Good plan, but the intelligence gap. Yang Hui, who saw what Leon wanted to do, praised it and directly controlled the Dawn Gundam to crash into the head of the Strike Gundam. Bit passed through the narrow energy-thin area and landed on the arm of the Strike Gundam. Boom boom boom. The two arms were blown to pieces, and the Strike Gundam lost its restraint on the Dawn Gundam. Tisk, still not working? This monster. The Dawn Gundam flapped its wings and flew upwards, and at the same time removed the light wall formed by Bits. The next second. Captain. The Hailstorm Gundam kept its firepower tilted. Fat didn't know how long Leon could hold on. He had to seize this opportunity to break the defense of the Dawn Gundam and destroy the Dawn Gundam. At the moment when the light wall disappeared, he was excited because he was about to succeed, but he immediately turned into surprise, and then despair. Because behind the light wall, it was not his target, but the Strike Gundam that had lost both arms. Boom 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 boom. Light beams, missiles, electromagnetic cannons, and Vulcan cannons all fell on the Strike Gundam. For a moment, the flames and smoke covered the figure of the Strike Gundam. After being surprised, Fat's eyes were filled with tears of anger and hatred, and he stared at the Dawn Gundam that was overlooking him like a king. Fat. Captain. Are you okay? The weak call awakened Fat's reason. Quick, retreat, let everyone, retreat. Understood. At this time, the flames had disappeared, and the Strike Gundam was in a very bad condition, with only half of it left. However, the Hailstorm Gundam still detected the life signal, and rushed over without hesitation to hug the remains of the Strike Gundam and retreat in the direction of the Archangel, which also sent a retreat order to the friendly forces. As for their life or death, Fat didn't care. Don't even think about running. The Dawn Gundam was about to catch up, eliminate the Hailstorm Gundam, and then give the Strike Gundam a final blow, but the communication of the Archangel suddenly sounded, causing it to stop. Yang Hui. How is the situation on your side? Maru asked anxiously. The 4 unknown machines are in great danger and retreat, and pursue immediately. Go to reinforce the White Tiger and the Eternal. The Zaft fleet is here. It is the fleet chasing the Eternal. Understood, go right away. Helplessly, Yang Hui could only give up the pursuit and return to reinforce the White Tiger and the Eternal. Yang Hui was not the only one who received the call for help from the Archangel. Setsuna and the other 2, as well as Kira and the other 4, all received the call for help. What should we do? Let them escape again? Lyle asked Setsuna and Tiiria. The Gundam Snatch, Forbidden Gundam, and Disaster Gundam had already received the order to retreat, and they were also planning to get rid of the fight with the Exa, Cherubim, and Virtuoso and withdraw to the Archangel, but the 3 machines would not let them go. As long as they made any move to retreat, they would immediately stop them. The battleship is in danger, we must return to defend. Setsuna said, but one could hear his unwillingness in his calm tone. Tisk, you are really out of control at this time. Tiiria scolded. This is the only way, but... Before he finished speaking, Lyle's mouth curled up. Leave at least one. Leave at least one. Setsuna and Tiiria tacitly completed the second half of Lyle's sentence at the same time. As soon as the voice fell, The Angel of Devil dodged the bombardment of the Disaster Gundam and fired the beam rocket, but the target was not the Disaster Gundam, but the position 100 meters away from the Disaster Gundam. Huh? Are you hitting a fly? Aluga found that the Angel of Devil's counterattack was so far away, and couldn't help but sneer, but the next second, he saw the Forbidden Gundam on the Angel of Devil's beam, and couldn't help but be shocked. Shawnee. Their target is you. Humph. Shawnee also discovered the Angel of Devil's bombardment, and quickly used the energy deflection shield to block in front of him, and struggled to disperse and deflect the beam torrent. But the moment the beam torrent disappeared, the Angel of Wisdom sniper arrived, accurately passing through the gap in the armor, piercing the connecting arm of the two energy deflection shields, and the energy deflection shield fell off, and the Forbidden Gundam lost its most proud means of protection. The Angel of Exa sprinted, came to the front of the Forbidden Gundam, and slashed with a sword, chopping on the long pole of the evil dragon, heavy beheading scythe that was hastily raised horizontally. Shawnee. Both Aluga and Kurata wanted to rescue, but the Snatch Gundam was pierced by the sniper of the Cherubim, and the Disaster Gundam on the other side was blocked by the strong firepower of the Devil Angel again. In just such a short time, the sword of the Angel of Exia emitted a faint glow, and the high-frequency vibration of the sharp blade smoothly cut the long pole of the evil dragon, heavy scythe. The other sword pierced like lightning and pierced into the cockpit before the evil eagle plasma cannon on the chest of the Forbidden Gundam could be used. The cockpit and the person were stabbed into a skewer. The Angel of Exia kicked away the Forbidden Gundam that was about to explode, and prepared to join forces with Lalantiria to deal with another one, but saw that the Snatch Gundam and the Disaster Gundam had already run away, and the Snatch Gundam was in the form of an MA and took the Disaster Gundam with it. The speed was so fast that they could not catch up at all. Hush, how ruthless. Your companions are dead, so at least stay and avenge them. Lyle whistled contemptuously, but he was also a little disappointed. If they didn't leave, at least they could kill the Disaster Gundam. As for the Snatch Gundam, if the MA Snatch Gundam wanted to run, it would be difficult for them to catch up. Let's go, support the mothership. Setsuna reminded. Understood. X2, the three planes turned at the same time and flew rapidly towards the location of the mothership. The battle over there was very fierce, and the flames of the explosion were about to illuminate the entire universe. The three also saw that the pursuit fleet sent by the Zaft army must be quite a lot, and it would be another fierce battle. Chapter 381, Dangerous White Tiger and Eternity. L4, 12 Nazca-class ships were approaching silently. It was already visible that a fierce battle had taken place ahead. So, what should we do now? I didn't expect a battle to have already begun. In addition to the Eternal, there are two other warships, one of which is the Longlegs. The Earth Army seems to have only one ship. Captain Addis reported. In any case, we know nothing about the situation and have no idea where to start. Isaac and I will sneak into the satellite and collect intelligence first. Are you going in person? Captain Addis was surprised. Their current strength can directly surround the 4 warships of the Earth Army and the 3-ship alliance. With the combat power we have now, we can catch them off guard. Whether it is the Eternal, the Longlegs or the Earth Army's warships, they can't fight against us, right? We do have an advantage in numbers, but Addis, you still ignore the importance of intelligence. Cruz shook his head and rejected Captain Addis's suggestion. Intelligence. Yes, freedom, justice, rebirth and covenant were our army's most advanced MIs, and their power is hard to estimate. But there are only 4 MIs, we only need to target a mothership. Being careless can cost you your life, Addis. Yes, but you do have a point. Cruz disagreed with Addis's idea, because he knew that Yang Hui was on the opposite side. In front of Yang Hui, if no one restrained him, no matter how many he had, they would be useless. But he did not completely disagree. After all, Patrice Sala gave him so many troops to pursue the Eternity because he took into account the situation where Yang Hui was with the Eternity. If he failed to achieve any results, it would be difficult for him to explain. Captain, what do you mean? Isaac and I will continue to sneak into the satellite to gather intelligence. You approach from the side, but don't rush to fight with the enemy. Focus on delaying time. When Isaac and I return, we will bring 24 new gates. As long as we don't rush, it won't be a problem to delay them. I understand. The Colonial Satellites Sadler and Mendel. If everything goes well, many problems can be solved. Don't rush. Do you understand? Yes. During the battle, The Archangel was not arrogant. Facing the three enemy warships, Malu, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow chose to hide in the wreckage area and fight guerrilla warfare with the three enemy ships. The main target was the Archangel. Where is the Archangel? Can you find its location? No. There are too many wreckages nearby. Beep beep beep. At this time, the alarm sounded, and the Archangel, which had been missing, actually came out from behind a large wreckage and appeared right above the Archangel. Archangel spotted in Green Zone 19A. When did it happen? The timing and location of Archangel's appearance were too sudden. Archangel was not prepared at all and was hit in the face by Archangel. Seeing Archangel's main gun, got filled, firing, Malu hurriedly gave the order, avoid. The helmsman Arnold turned the rudder violently, and Archangel barely avoided the enemy ship's artillery fire. Starboard, porcupine formation, prepare. Load the missile launcher with anti-aircraft missiles. Bakilu immediately gave the order, which made everyone stunned for a moment, because there was clearly nothing in that direction. But because of the tacit understanding cultivated over a long period of time, they did not question it and immediately returned to their senses to follow Bakilulu's instructions. Sure enough, the next second. Beep beep beep. Missiles are approaching rapidly in Orange Zone D. Shoot them all down. The missiles suddenly appeared, scaring everyone, because they were too close to them. If it weren't for Bakilulu's instructions to make them prepared in advance, this wave of missiles could not be intercepted at all. Natal. We are still fighting. The enemy is us. Bakalulu reminded Maru. Although she didn't know why another Maru and another self appeared on the Archangel, since it was another self, it would be easy to deal with. The one who knows oneself best is oneself. If one puts oneself in another's shoes, one can understand the opponent's tactics. Yet, Maru nodded, and worked with Bakalulu to divide the work and put the Archangel, which had the advantage, into a stalemate. Where are the White Tiger and the Eternal? Marulu asked Melia. The purpose of their voyage was not to fight the Archangel, but to leave here as soon as possible. After all, in addition to the threat of the Archangel, there were also Zaft's pursuers. Speak of the devil appears. Melia immediately reported to Malu in a panic. White Tiger and Eternity have called. Zaft troops have appeared, Nazca Class 12, Ms 70, including 24 new Zaft Ms, requesting support. What? Melia's report shocked everyone. They were shocked that Zaft's pursuers had caught up at this time, and even more shocked that Zaft had sent so many troops to chase Eternity. What's the situation? Malu asked hurriedly. The battle between Archangel and Archangel was undecided for a while, and there was no danger, but the pressure on White Tiger and Eternity was too great, because the trump cards were held back by the Ms troops of Archangel, and only 18 Ms were left there. Although they were all elites of Orb, and there were wayside trump cards such as Barry Ho, Jang Kelly, Lua, and Mew, they could not protect White Tiger and Eternity from the enemy forces that were several times their number. Moreover, they had just set out, and they didn't know how many battles they would encounter later. If they suffered heavy losses now, they would not be able to carry out their subsequent plans. White Tiger and Eternal request support. Damn it, it's hard for our ship to get out for the time being. Malu was flustered. The Archangel couldn't leave now, and there was no news from Yang Hui and others, so they couldn't spare any strength to support the White Tiger and Eternal. But at this moment, the Archangel's offensive began to weaken, and it even took the initiative to distance itself from the Archangel. What happened? Malu asked. 2 Ms belonging to the Archangel have returned to the ship and are severely damaged. They succeeded. Maru understood that Yang Hui and his team had made a great contribution, and immediately gave the order, leave this battle area, get rid of the Archangel, and support the White Tiger and the Eternal at full speed. Understood. Bujalulu understood and immediately cooperated. Load the missile launch tubes with anti-beam missiles. Coordinates I-23. Fire. Porcupine formation, heroic formation, on alert. Be ready to intercept the Archangel at any time. As the Archangel turned around, 24 large anti-ship missile launchers fired a rain of missiles, which exploded right behind the Archangel. Tiny anti-beam particles formed a wall that blocked the Archangel and the Archangel. Seeing that the Archangel did not continue the pursuit, he immediately called Yang Hui. Yang Hui, how is the situation over there? The 4 unknown machines are badly damaged and retreat. I will immediately assist others to kill the enemy. Go and reinforce the White Tiger and the Eternal. The Zaft fleet is coming. It is the fleet chasing the Eternal. Understood, go there immediately. After hanging up the communication, Meru immediately sent the same request for help to the Exa, Cherubim, Dervish, Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam, and Covenant Gundam. It's okay if the Archangel is late. As long as they can get there as soon as possible, they will be able to stabilize the situation. On the Archangel, Meru, Shadow, Bakalulu, Shadow, and Murda Asnil had an argument. What are you doing? Why are you retreating? Murda Asnil questioned Meru. Our Miz is badly damaged and needs to be recovered urgently. Meru explained. Don't worry about those trash. Your mission is to sink the Archangel. The battle between our ship and the Archangel has entered a stalemate, and it is difficult to tell the winner for a while. When our Miz troops return to the ship, the enemy Miz will be free to attack our ship. For safety reasons, our ship should retreat and reorganize. Mari continued to explain, because there was an order in her brain that she must obey the orders of her superiors. No matter how much she hated the idiot in front of her, she could only suppress her displeasure and explain patiently. I asked you to chase. Forbidden, signal lost. Snatch, disaster request to return to the ship. Strike E3 signal lost. Unit 1, Unit 2, Unit 5 request to return to the ship. Gale strike, hailstorm request to return to the ship. Gale strike is destroyed, Captain Leon is seriously injured. The bad news came one after another, making Murda Asnil's face as ugly as charcoal. Even if he was stupid and arrogant, he knew how unfavorable their situation was. The signals of Forbidden Gundam and Strike Gundam E3 in Unit 4 were lost, most of them were gone, and all the remaining Miz requested to return to the ship, and half of them were in a broken state. This means that they were completely defeated in this battle, and the confident Miz troops were almost wiped out. If they didn't retreat while the Archangel ignored them at this time, when the Dawn Gundam and other machines arrived, it would be another story. Director Asnil. Meru looked at him with burning eyes, waiting for his instructions. HMPH. Retreat. What a bunch of trash. All trash. Murda Asnil left the bridge cursing. He was going to deal with the pilots who had embarrassed him, while Malu, Shadow, Bakalu, Shadow, and others were relieved. Obeying orders is their duty, but no one wants to die, especially Malu, Shadow, and Bakalu, Shadow. Although they are manufactured copies, their bodies, appearances, memories and even abilities are copied from the original body, but they also have self-awareness and want to live. Captain, the Archangel's sudden departure must have happened something we don't know about. Bakalu, Shadow, reminded Malu, Shadow. I know, but we have no way to confirm it. The loss of combat power is too great. Malu, Shadow, said helplessly. I understand. Retreat, we can only wait for the next opportunity. Understood. Turn 180 degrees, immediately recover the Miz troops, and leave the combat space. Chapter 382 The Minions of the White Tiger. The Eternal and the White Tiger attacked in succession, and were about to follow Yang Hui's instructions to sink the Archangel together with the Archangel, but the Miz troops on alert outside discovered the traces of the Zaft fleet in the port on the other side of sadly one step ahead, so they did not besiege the Archangel together with the Archangel. 12 Nazca-class ships. After hearing the information sent back by the reconnaissance troops, everyone was dumbfounded and became nervous. Although the White Tiger and the Eternal were both the most advanced warships, the Eternal was only a support ship. Although its firepower was not inferior to the Nazca class, it was still far inferior to the White Tiger. 2 against 12, the enemy had several times more Miz than them, and there was no way for people to relax. It seems that the speaker really doesn't intend to let us go. As a veteran of the battlefield, Andre Bartfield couldn't help sweating when he saw such a large pursuit force. Andy, what should we do? Aisha Trine asked. If Yang Hui and the others hadn't left, the pursuit fleet wouldn't be a problem, but the aces were gone, and the number of Miz left was too small. Even if they were all elites and could stop the enemy Miz force, they would suffer heavy losses. Damn it, there are no usable machines on this ship. Andre Bartfield cursed. The hangar of the Eternal only had 2 positions, which were prepared for the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam, so there were no extra Mizes, and the M1 Heretic on the orb side didn't have any spare machines, which made the 2 elite pilots helpless. Captain, can the Meteor system be used? Lakis asked. The Meteor system is a tactical support weapon module developed by the Zaft Army. Meteor is the abbreviation of Mobile Suit Embedded Tactical Enforcer. It is an armed support platform developed specifically for the two nuclear-powered MiZ, ZGMF, X-09A Justice Gundam and ZGMF, X-10A Freedom Gundam. After being equipped with this platform, the two machines, which have excellent performance in themselves, can obtain firepower comparable to that of battleships or even fortresses. The Meteor system has an independent power system. When not in use, the Meteor system will be carried on the bow of the FFMH, Y101 Eternity and serve as the Eternity's defensive artillery. When docking with the Justice Gundam or the Freedom Gundam, it can also obtain energy from the nuclear power reactors on the two machines. In terms of armament, the Meteor system is equipped with two 120 cm high-energy beam cannons, two 93.7 cm high-energy beam cannons, two MA, X200 beam swords that are powerful enough to cut through warships, and 77-60 cm, Hedgehog, anti-ship missile launchers. It is also equipped with a multiple locking system that can help the machine lock on multiple targets and fire at the same time, giving the machine the ability to fight against the entire fleet alone. When the Eternal left Zaft, the Meteor system set at the bow was not completed, and the final debugging has not been completed until now. If the Meteor system can be used, the firepower of the Eternal will be increased by one level. Not yet, it will take another hour to complete the final adjustment. Lakis also felt the crisis, and her jade white eyebrows frowned. Lakis, Captain Bartfield. At this time, the White Tiger received a communication, and the figure of the Emperor appeared on the screen of the Eternal. Emperor. Seeing the appearance of Emperor, Lakis's frown loosened. That's right, Yang Hui and the others were not there, but Emperor was still there, the Chief of Staff of Orb, the world's leading intelligence forecaster. The Eternal is behind the White Tiger, 500 meters away, Blue Zone 14, Mark 13 Greek letter Alpha. The White Tiger will open a gap for the Eternal, and the Eternal will take the MiZ troops to wait for an opportunity to break through. How can this be? Are you going to let us escape alone? Chief of Staff. Before Lakis could speak, the other people on the Eternal were unhappy. They had just joined forces not long ago, gave up everything they had, and prepared to do something big together. As a result, they had not started yet, and they had to escape in disgrace. How could they accept this? There were also the elite pilots who had followed them from Orb to the universe. They also could not accept Emperor's arrangement. All of them knew that this mission was a life-or-death mission, and they all volunteered to participate. They had long been prepared to sacrifice. Now in such a critical moment, Emperor actually asked them to abandon the White Tiger and escape. It was absolutely impossible for them to agree. No chance. Lakis asked Wang seriously. Yes, the chance to break the deadlock lies with Yang Hui and his men. Wang replied. The number of Zaft fleets was indeed large, but not so large that it was hopeless. As long as Yang Hui or Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria, or Kira, Atherin, Diego, and Nicole, any three of them came to support her, she would be able to stabilize the situation and minimize the losses. Then we'll stay. Lakis said to Wang seriously, with the words no rejection written on her face, White Tiger is more important than eternity. We can't let White Tiger sink here, and I believe in him, he will be able to get back in time. Okay. Wang saw that Lakis was so determined, he stopped persuading her and began to deploy again. MiZ troops will attack urgently, green machines, gold machines, red machines, assault the enemy MiZ troops after the first wave of fire coverage from our ship, disrupt their formation. Understood. X2 leave it to me. Barry Ho, Zhang Kelly and Luo answered at the same time. They were the strongest fighting force left here. The enemy's number was several times theirs. They had no chance of winning a positional battle, so they could only take the initiative. If they waited for the enemy MiZ troops to surround them, their own MiZ troops would suffer heavy losses, and even White Tiger and Eternity would be in great danger. Ashiki, Mira, Jiuli, you lead the remaining MiZs. Major Flak will go on a global hunt to protect the Eternal. Chief of Staff, where's the White Tiger? The three women who were named asked. The White Tiger's firepower is enough to hold out under the siege of the MiZ troops until Yang Hui returns. The Eternal's firepower is insufficient and needs MiZ to assist. Understood. X4 call the Archangel and inform them of our situation. Ask them to repel the Archangel as soon as possible and come back for support. Understood. Chief of Staff, do you want to ask for help from the Commander-in-Chief? The captain of the White Tiger asked. Not only him, but everyone on the bridge looked at Wang. In their opinion, the reason why they were so nervous was because Yang Hui was not there, their god of war was not there. As long as Yang Hui came back, all problems would be solved. No, the commander-in-chief and his men are fighting, don't disturb them. Wang directly rejected the captain's proposal. First, she believed that Yang Hui would be able to defeat the mist troops of the Archangel in time and rush back. Second, after Yang Hui's strength was exposed, the Archangel still dared to attack, and must have brought experts to stop Yang Hui. When experts fight, life and death are in a moment, and Yang Hui cannot be distracted at this time. But what? Without the commander-in-chief, you won't fight? Wang asked sternly. Everyone on the bridge lowered their heads in shame and couldn't speak. This is a war. The commander-in-chief is very powerful, but he is also a person. Are you going to put all your hopes for the war on one person? I'm sorry, Chief of Staff. Under the captain's lead, everyone admitted their mistakes. They were indeed a little inflated, or blindly worshipped. Every time they could see Yang Hui's invincible posture, they subconsciously thought that Yang Hui was invincible, and they only needed to watch Yang Hui show his power. As a result, once Yang Hui was gone, they panicked and became timid before the battle. All personnel, first level combat configuration. Understood. First level combat configuration. Porcupine formation, activated, number 1, number 2, and number 3 missile launchers loaded with anti-beam missiles, covering coordinates D12 to I-87. The rest loaded with hammer missiles. Godfeld, activated, lock on to the enemy Nazca class. Preemptive attack, fire. Understood. All missiles fired. As the weapon system was fully activated, the White Tiger, a new type of warship that sailed for the first time, showed its ferocious claws to its enemies for the first time. For a moment, brilliant beams of light cut through the universe and illuminated the darkness. The 12 Nazca-class ships formed a triangle formation of 1 large and 3 small in groups of 3 and slowly approached the White Tiger and the Eternal. The order crews left for Captain Addis was to hold back the White Tiger and the Eternal, and wait for him and Isaac to return before launching a full-scale attack, but unknown battleship. Captain Addis frowned deeply as he looked at the White Tiger and the image. Is it a new type of battleship of the Earth Army? Cannot be confirmed, but it should not be. The deputy captain analyzed. Longlegs is already the Earth Army's most advanced battleship in recent years. It should not be able to develop another main battleship in a short period of time. If it's not the Earth Army, then it can only be Orb. Captain Addis concluded that if it was not the Earth Army or Zaft, then only Orb had the ability to develop a battleship on its own. Damn Orb, it claims to be neutral, but it not only secretly formed an MIS unit, it even has space battleships, and it still talks about peace. What should we do now? Asked the adjutant. Just follow the captain's orders, hold them back, the MIS troops go out, but don't rush over, to prevent the enemy MIS troops from attacking our team. Beep beep beep. High energy reaction detected, it's the enemy ship's artillery fire. What? Evade. Without optical imaging, through the glass of the bridge, you can see with your naked eyes that the thick beam of light cut through the universe and attacked them, and the target was the flagship Vesalius. Fortunately, the helmsman of the Vesalius was also experienced. After sensing the danger, he turned the rudder sharply and narrowly avoided being directly sunk, but the port side was still rubbed by a beam, causing the armor to melt, and the Helden on the left was even hit on the starboard side. Damn it! MIS troops urgently attack. Limit the enemy ship's artillery fire. Captain Addis was already angry. He had an advantage in manpower and didn't intend to beat you to death, but you still shamelessly gave him face. But reality did not give him more time to be angry, because the attack of the White Tiger was not just a wave of artillery fire. Missiles incoming. 60 in number. Intercept them. Intercept them all. Chapter 383, The Blessed Mouth. All ships disperse, fire back, Helden maintains firepower and retreats, MIS troops, hurry up and attack. Captain Addis no longer cares about the containment mission ordered by crews. It's not that he has lost his mind, but the enemy has no intention of escaping at all, and is directly bombarding them. If their fleet does not fight back with all their strength, there is a risk of annihilation. As Addis's order was issued, the 12 Nazca-class battleships showed their sharp claws, and the deadly naval guns opened fire one after another, shooting at the White Tiger in a cross shape. Enemy ship artillery attack. Evasion maneuver. A large amount of heat sources detected separating from the enemy ship, and it is judged to be a Ms unit. Database comparison. Gen. 46, Gates, 24. Is it coming? Wang's eyes were condensed, but Gen. S words did not pose much threat to the White Tiger, but Gates was different. Zaft's new mass-produced Ms is based on the Zigu, but the shoulder wing-shaped heat-sink and complex posture control nozzles of the Zigu are cancelled. Instead, the thrust of the back thruster is further strengthened. At the same time, a set of thrusters is added to the shoulders of the machine, which has a strong thrust that rivals the GAT-X series. After analyzing the armament of the GAT-X series, Martius Arms developed a M21G beam rifle. The output of this weapon is equivalent to that of the GAT-X series beam rifle, and it also has the power to destroy a United Army warship. The machine's shield also adopts an integrated attack and defense type, and a double beam claw is installed at the front of the shield. A pair of EK7R extended brakes are also added to the waist of the machine, which guides the wired hook claw to attack through rocket boost, and the launch distance can reach tens of meters. Not only can it directly cause damage by hook claws, but it can also use the built-in short-range small-caliber beam cannon to attack enemy aircraft at zero distance. In addition, 2 MMI, GAU-2, Woodpecker, 76mm automatic Vulcan cannon systems developed by Mayas Military Industries are installed on the head of the machine. Gates is a mass-produced machine developed by the Zaft Army to match the GAT-X series. Its performance is self-evident. It is precisely because of its excellent performance that it is difficult to drive. Although it can be mass-produced, only a small number of pilots can successfully control this. Gates. Ms troops disperse. Major Flak, Barry, Jiang, Luo, attack, disrupt the enemy formation, and don't let the Ms troops surround the White Tiger and the Eternal. Understood. X3 Gundam Astray Green and Gundam Astray Red took the lead and rushed towards the enemy Ms troops without fear, followed by Gundam Astray Gold. Swish. The Kikuichimanji on the waist was unsheathed, and a cold light flashed. The waists and abdomens of the two, Zion, were cut open like a mirror. The missiles approached from behind, and the Gundam Astray Red didn't even look at it. Several beams of light came, destroying all the missiles approaching the Astray Gundam Red. At the same time, two sharp short spears pierced into the approaching Gen. A huge current flowed from Gen's body along the cable connected to the end of the short spear into the body of the Astray Gundam Gold. Luo, you are too careless. Jiang Kelly reminded. Hey, didn't he know you were behind him? Luo answered carelessly. Did he really not notice the missile attack? Of course not, but he also knew that the Astray Gundam Gold driven by Jiang Kelly was nearby, so he gave up his back with confidence. Alice, you are bothering me. Jiang Kelly sighed helplessly. He really couldn't deal with Luo's optimistic nature and thick nerves. He and Luo had known each other for less than a month, and this was their first time fighting side by side. How could they have a tacit understanding? But Luo treated him like an old brother who had fought side by side for many years, and he gave him the blind spots behind him with confidence. How could Jiang Kelly feel? Ahur, you'll get used to it. As he spoke, the red Astray swung its sword and cut off the two incoming beam hooks. The gold Astray also fired its gun in unison, piercing the sneak-attacking Gates. At the same time, the red Astray raised its hand and fired a ball of electricity at another Gates, and the sword light neatly cut the overloaded Gates into a human stick. Look, we work so well together. Haha. Jiang Kelly smiled helplessly, but he also recognized Law's strength as a Ms pilot. He was indeed a good one. He was the ace pilot of the former Earth Army. Law could keep up with his movements, which proved that Law was also an ace. But now I finally know why Yang Hui likes to cut people so much. Luo teased while controlling the Astray Gundam Red to dodge the beam shooting. This feeling is really great. Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief doesn't like to cut people as much as you think. Jiang Kelly responded. Yang Hui didn't appear many times, but every time he could cause huge losses to the enemy. Every attack of the Dawn Gundam was recorded. When Jiang Kelly was still a Ms pilot of the Earth Army, he knew the truth that knowing yourself and the enemy will ensure victory in 100 battles, so he has been studying the battle between the Dawn Gundam and Yang Hui to avoid being helpless in the future. As far as Jiang Kelly knows, there are very few living people targeted by the Dawn Gundam. The number of Ms pilots who died at the hands of Yang Hui is at least 3 digits. You tell me that such a person likes to cut people? Nonsense. Really? Yes. Well, I've been cut before. It wasn't me, it was Kazu, I was cut by Setsuna. Oh, be careful. 3 gates attacked them from 3 directions. 2 of them shot to contain them, and 1 of them showed his ferocious beam claws on his shield. Oops. At this time, the Astray Gundam Red had no time to turn around, and the Astray Gundam Gold rushed forward, unsheathed its right arm beam sword, and blocked the sneak attack for the Astray Gundam Red, but exposed itself to the muzzle of the enemy's gun. Ginger. The Astray Gundam Red was not equipped with long-range weapons, and even abandoned the beam rifle, so there was no way to stop the gates from shooting, and it could only use its body to block the Astray Gundam Gold. At this moment, a beam of light pierced through a gates that was about to fire, and at the same time a green figure rushed out, and the battle axe on the handle of the gun cut another gates in half. Swish, Kakachimanji showed his power again, cutting off the gates of the Astray Gundam Gold, and the 2 machines retreated at the same time, waiting for the gates to explode into pieces and float in the universe. Are you okay? Thank you very much. You're welcome. Luo looked at the Astray Gundam Green that rescued them, and sighed. The gold, red and green machines are all here, and the blue machine is missing, right? No, there is also a purple machine. I don't know who Yang Hui gave it to. The 3 Astray Gundams of the same series, with very different appearances and weapons, looked at each other, and at the same time separated in 3 directions and rushed back into the mis-formation of the Zaft army. On the other side, although the surprise attack of the 3 Astray Gundams had a good effect and the formation of the Mis troops was indeed divided into several pieces, they were not Yang Hui, nor were they Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, and even less were they Kira, Athrin and others. They could not completely suppress the Mis troops of the Zaft army, and still missed a lot of Zion and gates to surround the White Tiger and the Eternal. The M1 assassins, led by Asachi, Mayura and Julie, struggled to resist the attack. Mayura. Watch your back. What? Due to a carelessness, Mayura's machine was already behind the gates, and the beam claws were close at hand, so there was no time to react. At this moment, electromagnetic shells attacked from both sides, hitting the head and left leg of gates, preventing its sneak attack. At the same time, the Strike Gundam rushed over and cut gates in half from behind. Little girl, are you okay? The Strike Gundam retracted the wired pod and asked while shooting and destroying 2. Zine. Major. I'm fine. Don't rush too far forward, you'll die. Although Mew has not driven Ms for as long as Mayura, he is a veteran of hundreds of battles, and his combat experience is not comparable to Mayura. Got it. Got it. You two, shrink the formation and take turns to cover. Got it. X2 Mew is the only trump card left around the White Tiger and the Eternal, and must take on the command of the Ms troops. The pressure is so great. I'm also a new recruit. While complaining, the Strike Gundam released the wired pod again, and after using the beam rifle and the heavy machine gun on the shield to destroy 3, Zine, it continued to look for the next target, but at this time, Mew also noticed that the energy remaining of the Strike Gundam was a bit tight. The Strike Gundam is now equipped with a brand new wired pod backpack. Although it is much better than the perfect Strike Gundam, it still consumes a lot of energy compared to the Ailes backpack, the artillery backpack, and the sword backpack. Moreover, Mew has been acting as a firefighter since the war began, running around and consuming a lot of energy. But the current battle situation is very tense, and there is no chance for him to return to the ship for supplies, which makes Mew sweat. Why hasn't the young master come back yet? After killing another, Gates, Mew couldn't help but complain, but who knew? Isn't it coming? What? A familiar voice suddenly came from the communicator, which made Mew stun for a moment. Before he finished speaking, he saw a golden meteor rushing into the battlefield from behind the White Tiger and the Eternal, and several bright fireworks bloomed along the way, dragging a golden glimmer past his eyes. Oh my god. When has my mouth ever been open? Mew laughed and laughed at himself. He didn't expect that he had just thought about when Yang Hui and the others would come back for support, and they came back. Not only Yang Hui, but the Archangel also arrived, entering the battlefield from the side, and the red, white and blue, Lohengrin, Positron City breaking cannons swept across, and the 2 Nazca-class ships were directly submerged. At the same time, the Exa, Cherubim, De Angelis, Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam and Covenant Gundam all arrived, passing by the White Tiger and the Eternal. What's wrong? Uncle? Can't you hold on? The reborn Gundam stopped beside the strike Gundam, and Diego's teasing sounded in the communication. Nonsense. When I was fighting, you didn't even know where you were. As he said that, the strike Gundam was about to join the battle again. Anyway, the aces were back, and the outcome of this battle was already determined. He simply didn't go back to resupply and waste time, and use the remaining energy to destroy a few more enemy planes. But, at this moment, a radio wave broke into Mew's mind. This feeling is cruise. Following the special induction, the strike Gundam suddenly flew towards the interior of the colonial satellite sadly. Hey, uncle. Where are you going? Diego asked hurriedly when he saw this. There's Zaft in the satellite. What? In shock, Diego saw that the friendly forces around him could not separate, so he could only follow the strike Gundam and enter the colonial satellite sadly together. Chapter 384, Old Friends Meet, Tensions Rise. It's the Golden Grim Reaper. The Golden Grim Reaper has joined the battle. From the moment Yang Hui joined the battle, Addis received the report. Whether it was the fireworks spectacle brought by the visible golden meteors flying back and forth, or the rapid disappearance of the friendly army logo on the battle map, they all told everyone that this was not a joke. Send a signal flare. Withdraw from the current space. Addis made a prompt decision and immediately issued a retreat order. The combat effectiveness shown by the White Tiger was already amazing, and the Orb-Miz troops also showed a terrifying combat effectiveness. Excluding the 3 assault Gundams, the M1 Heretic troops alone had a 1-to-5 loss ratio, like a copper wall and iron wall blocking them, making it difficult to break through. They were already in a stalemate, and now all the opponent's trump cards are back. Yes, they all came back, not only the Dawn Gundam, but also the Exa, Cherubim and Devil, and even the 4 Zaft Army's most advanced ace Mizes, the Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam and Covenant Gundam, which have been making a lot of noise recently, are standing on the opposite side of them. If they don't retreat from this battle, they will be annihilated. But the captain. Can't contact the captain. Captain Addis asked anxiously. Yes, the electromagnetic interference inside the colony satellite is very serious and we can't get in touch. The fleet begins to retreat and continue to send a message to Captain Cruz to tell him our location. The captain will definitely understand. Addis said. He respected Cruz very much, but he would not bury the entire fleet here for Cruz's order. Yes. The adjutant did not dare to hesitate any longer. There were fewer and fewer friendly Miz symbols on the battle map. If they delayed any longer, it would be their turn when the Miz troops were completely wiped out. Red, green and blue signal flares bloomed in the universe. The Zaft Miz troops, who were about to be killed by the Dawn Gundam and other ace units, saw the hope of life and reached out to grab it desperately. Fortunately, seeing that the Zaft army began to retreat, Wong immediately ordered everyone to stop chasing. Their mission was not to wipe out the Zaft fleet in one fell swoop, and they also suffered losses in this battle. Although they only lost 3 M1 Heretics, their combat power was limited. If they lost one, they would lose one. In order to preserve their strength, they could not continue to pursue. Wong, report the situation. Yang Hui guarded around the White Tiger, alerting the Zaft fleet or the Archangel to a sudden attack, and asked Wong about the situation of the troops. M1 Heretic lost 3 units, 2 were severely damaged, 6 were moderately damaged, and the rest were damaged. White Tiger and Eternal were slightly damaged. Archangel just received news that there is no big problem. Return to the port to repair the warships immediately. The Miz troops should give priority to dealing with moderately damaged and minor damaged ones to ensure more effective combat power. Move immediately after the warships are ready. Understood. There is one more thing. There are Zaft infiltrating troops inside the colony satellite. Inside the colony satellite. Yes, Major Flacca said so. There is no basis. Uncle Mew said so? Where is he now? Yang Hui knew that Cruz was a clone of Mew's father. There has always been some special telepathy between him and Mew. As long as Mew said that he felt Cruz was nearby, then Cruz must be there. Now Kira is by his side. No one is going to help him. If Mew faces Cruz alone, he will really die. Inside the colony satellite, Diego will follow him. Continue to follow the order. I will go to the colony satellite to find them. If we are not back in an hour, you will move to the predetermined coordinates. Understood. Wong's trust in Yang Hui is unquestionable, so Wong didn't care at all when Yang Hui said that they didn't come back in an hour. After giving the instructions, The Dawn Gundam moved towards the inside of the colony satellite, and the Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam and Covenant Gundam took the initiative to follow him. Yang Hui, we will go with you, Kira said. Zaft and Archangel have not confirmed their retreat yet, you stay, Yang Hui said. In fact, judging from the current situation, neither the Zaft fleet nor the Archangel can launch a second attack in a short time, but he doesn't want Kira and Aslan to come with him, because the inside of Sadly is Kira's birthplace, Cruz's birthplace, and the location of Kira's biological father, Dr. Yulian Hibaki's research institute. P.S. This has been changed to facilitate the advancement of the plot, but it is not important. It is mainly to prevent some original fans from making unreasonable troubles. Thank you for your understanding. He does not want Kira to know the truth about his life experience. Even though he now knows that he and Kigali are twins, as the cruel reality of the strongest adjuster, he should hide it if he can. And Athrin, if he knows, Kigali will definitely know it by then. If Kigali knows it, how can Kira not know it? But. No buts, Nicole and I will go together, and Kira and Athrin will go back and wait. Understood. Kira and Athrin have a feeling that Yang Hui is deliberately hiding something from them, but they also understand Yang Hui. Some things may not be convenient to tell them. Moreover, with Nicole accompanying them, they can feel more at ease. In this way, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam stopped and watched the Dawn Gundam and the Covenant Gundam enter the interior of the colony satellite. When the two aircraft entered the interior, they saw that the battle was indeed taking place. It was the Strike Gundam and the Rebirth Gundam, as well as a White, Gates, and the Dual Gundam. Dual. Isaac! Nicole exclaimed, his expression became very complicated again. Of the original 5-member team, Rusty died in Heliopolis, and the remaining 4 experienced several life and death separations, but now they have to fight. Go, help Diego, control the duel. Yang Hui said to Nicole. It can be seen that Diego does not want to fight with Isaac, so between the Reborn Gundam and the Dual Gundam has always been the one to launch a fierce attack, and the Reborn Gundam only dodged and defended, without fighting back. If the Covenant Gundam goes down again, it can help the Reborn Gundam control the Dual Gundam intact, so that Diego and Nicole will have the opportunity to talk to Isaac. In fact, the arrogant little white-haired man is also like Diego and Nicole, and is wavering about what he is doing now. If Isaac is not the only one who stays, and receives the new machine with Nicole and Diego to carry out secret missions, he may be like Nicole and Diego. Of course, it is also possible that because of Tsundere, he continued to fight for Zaft's orders, or follow Nicole and Diego obediently to help Orb, but just refused to admit it. Anyway, although Isaac always maintained his identity as a Zaft soldier throughout the Seed plot, he actually helped the 3 Ships Alliance every time he did things, such as saving Strike Crimson from the Forbidden Gundam to kill the Forbidden Gundam and snatch the Gundam, and reminding the Eternal to dodge the bombardment of the New Genesis. So, if you can convince Isaac, convince him. In addition to being Tsundere, Isaac is a good person. Understood. Nicole nodded, driving the Covenant Gundam towards the battlefield where the Dual Gundam and the Rebirth Gundam were, while Yang Hui's sight moved to the Strike Gundam and Gates. Not good. Seeing the Strike Gundam pull out the artifact knife and rush towards Gates, Yang Hui knew that he was going to be in trouble. The artifact has spirit, and it is not an artifact in everyone's hands. The Dual Gundam launched a fierce attack on the Reborn Gundam, but the Reborn Gundam kept avoiding it. Facing Isaac's questioning, Diego was also very uncomfortable. He didn't want to attack his former friend. Stop. Isaac. Diego. At this time, the Covenant Gundam inserted between the two, causing the fierce one-sided battle to pause briefly. Covenant. Nicole, did you betray me too? Isaac gritted his teeth and questioned Nicole. I didn't betray me. Nicole replied with a complicated expression. Did he betray me? In reality, he did betray Zaft and the uniform he was wearing. He gave up the order of his superiors and turned to help Orb, who might become an enemy. But from Nicole's heart, he didn't feel that he had betrayed. He wanted to stop the war. He felt that both sides of the war had gone crazy, and Zaft was just destroying itself. He wanted to stop it and wanted to let Plant return to peace. Diego was the same. He didn't want to continue the meaningless battle. He didn't want to be a war machine that only knew to obey orders from his superiors and didn't know right from wrong. So, floating in the air, the Reborn Gundam opened the hatch, took the initiative to walk out, and said to Isaac, Let's put down our weapons and have a good talk. Isaac also stopped. He also wanted to hear what Diego and Nicole wanted to say to him. The 3 Gundams slowly landed. The 3 of them came to the ground and faced each other. Diego and Nicole were not on guard at all, and Isaac took out a pistol and pointed it at the 2. Isaac, do you think I will believe the enemy's lies? I'm not so naive. Of course, Isaac was just being arrogant. If he really didn't want to listen to Diego and Nicole's voices, he would never come down to talk to them face to face. Am I your enemy? Diego smiled bitterly. This was really inappropriate for Nicole to say. After all, there were some contradictions between Isaac and Nicole, and only Diego, as a close friend, could touch Isaac's heart the most. You chose to be my enemy. Isaac clenched his teeth. I never thought of being your enemy, nor did Nicole or Aslan. Shut up. You 3 traitors. Hearing this, Diego and Nicole looked at each other and sighed. We have never betrayed planned. What did you say? But, as for the relationship between natural humans and adjusters, I just don't want to obey military orders unconditionally and fight just to kill all natural humans. That's right, Isaac, we don't want to be used as a killing tool, we just want to end this crazy war. Nicole said. Chapter 385 No Secrets. What did you say? Isaac took a few steps back in surprise and panic, and his hand holding the gun began to tremble. The pilot of freedom. He is the pilot of the previous assault, and he is also an adjuster. I heard that he and Aslan have been friends since childhood. What? Diego and I don't have the same grudges and awareness as them. Nicole continued, but we witnessed it, witnessed them, witnessed what happened in Alaska, Panama and Orb, and witnessed that Orb, who you have always called a fence-sitter, did not make any compromises in front of a powerful enemy and before the crisis of being eliminated, and still adhered to his own ideas. Let us go back to Zaft and be a soldier who only obeys his superiors. I can't do it. Me too, I can't do it either. Diego agreed with Nicole's point of view. Nigel. Diego. Neither side could say anything to the other, and the stalemate continued. Isaac was very depressed. He didn't dare to leave and didn't want to shoot. Diego and Nicole were also happy with this situation. They didn't want to fight with Isaac in the first place, and they also didn't want Isaac to interfere in the battle on the other side. The 2 sides just dragged on in delayed time. On the other side, the strike Gundam took off the backpack with no wired pods left, pulled out the armor breaker knife and rushed towards Cruz's gates. But Cruz was not an ordinary person. Even though the lightly equipped strike Gundam was very fast, Cruz was still more skilled. The beam claws on his waist shot out, one of which cut off his right arm and shoulder, and one inserted into the lower abdomen on the left side. The explosion affected the cockpit, and a fragment inserted into Mew's waist. The strike Gundam fell to the ground in a mess, and the beam rifle of Gates locked the strike Gundam, ready to launch a fatal attack. Fate is on my side. Just as Cruz was about to end Mew's life and end his feud with the Flacca family, his brainwaves flashed, and the alarm stung his instinct for survival. What? Boom. He subconsciously pulled back the joystick and saved his life. As soon as Gates retreated, several beams of light pierced his right arm and right leg. Mew. Yang Hui. The golden figure of the Dawn Gundam approached rapidly. Cruz was ready to resist, but he saw a flash in front of his eyes. The Dawn Gundam had passed by Gates. The light in the cockpit became dark, and the alarm sounded continuously. Except for the main body, other parts had left its body. The violent vibration told Cruz that he had returned to the ground. The body was useless. Cruz could not continue to stay in the cockpit and wait for death. He opened the cabin door, quickly drew his gun and fired 2 shots in the direction of the strike Gundam, pressing Mew, who was about to leave the cockpit, back, and jumped off the wreckage of Zigu, and ran towards the interior of the colony satellite. Originally, Cruz was planning to end things with Mew today, but Yang Hui came. Cruz knew that this end could not be done today, and Yang Hui. The Dawn Gundam landed next to the strike Gundam. Seeing that Mew was about to get off the plane to chase Cruz, Yang Hui quickly left the cockpit to stop Mew. Uncle, don't chase him. Yang Hui helped the shaky Mew sit down against the strike Gundam. But Cruz. Mew didn't know Cruz's identity, but he and Cruz were old rivals. They had fought each other many times, and many of his companions died in his hands. He also knew that Cruz was a very dangerous person, so he didn't plan to let him go here. I'll go, you stay here and wait for me to come back. Yang Hui found the emergency treatment kit in the strike Gundam and simply treated Mew's wounds, and said to Mew, "I'm going. If you go, I will have to distract myself to take care of you. Don't be a burden, uncle." Yang Hui held Mew's shoulder to prevent him from getting up. "I know, you stay safe." Mew had no choice but to agree to Yang Hui. "I will." Nodding, Yang Hui turned and chased in the direction where Cruz left. Mew sat on the ground and watched Yang Hui's back, with a complicated expression, which finally turned into a sigh. "Alice, I was underestimated, too. Really, the little brat's mouth is really merciless." Yang Hui chased Cruz all the way to the interior of the colony satellite. Looking at the door plate at the entrance, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. "Sure enough, it's here. Level 4 plus biosafety level, Human Gene Adjustment Laboratory. The laboratory of Yulian Xiang, the biological father of Kira and Kigali, is the birthplace of Kira and Cruz. It is the root of everything that has led to this point in the war. I say, Cruz, since you have led me to this place, don't play hide and seek, okay?" Yang Hui shouted at the laboratory shrouded in darkness. With the help of the weak light, he looked at the surrounding research facilities, and even the dead babies or embryos soaked in culture medium. "Haha, you really stopped Mew outside, Yang Hui." Seeing that Yang Hui did not hide his position and stood carefree in the light, Cruz did not hide in the dark anymore. He walked out leisurely and faced Yang Hui, but he did not put down the gun in his hand. "It's a rare opportunity, isn't it?" Yang Hui shrugged, smiled casually, and turned a blind eye to the gun aimed at him. "Aren't you afraid that I will kill you? Will you?" "Why not?" "Because I am your only hope. You won't kill me." Yang Hui answered Cruz with a smile. The brows hidden under the mask frowned deeply, and finally snorted coldly. Cruz put down the gun and took off the mask in front of others for the first time, showing his true face. "Are you not surprised to see my face?" Cruz asked Yang Hui, because his face was almost exactly the same as Mew's, and he was a few years younger than Mew. "Do you want to say that you are a clone of Eldofleka, another father of Uncle Mew?" Yang Hui asked Cruz with a smile. Hearing this, Cruz was stunned for a moment, then he covered his face and laughed. "Ha ha, ha. You really know everything." Yang Hui. "Then you must know where this place is." "Of course I know, Kira and I are good friends." "Sure enough, you and I are the same person." Cruz laughed. Yang Hui was silent for a few seconds, and said to Cruz seriously, "I admit that I did see Kira's potential at the beginning, and even induced him and used him, but now I am not forcing him to do anything. Everything he does is his own choice." "Ha. Does it make sense for you to tell me this excuse?" Yang Hui. "I thought you were different from others, but it turns out you are also a hypocritical person." "There is no way. My personal charm is too great. People around me will be affected by me. I am also helpless." Yang Hui spread his hands as if he was troubled, but his eyes looking at Cruz were full of teasing. "HMPH. I know more than you think. You'll never know how many cards I have up my sleeve. And you, Cruz, you have nothing to hide in my eyes, so can you stop wasting time and get straight to the point?" "Haha, interesting. I don't think the cards you know. If as expected, you've already got the information on the anti-nutrient jammer, and you've given it to that idiot Asniel, right? You. Oh, by the way, it certainly won't work for only one party. Genesis is completed, right? It's right next to Yakindui, right? You, how could you?" For the first time, Cruz lost his composure in front of others. He was panicked and speechless. If the information about Genesis was leaked from Zaft, the Earth Army's acquisition of the anti-nutrient jammer information would not be enough to make him change color, but Yang Hui said in an affirmative tone that he gave this information to Murdai Asniel. No one else knew about it except him and Murdai Asniel. How did Yang Hui know about it? "I told you that you have no secrets in my eyes, but you don't know my methods." Yang Hui smiled mysteriously, which was like a bottomless abyss in Cruz's eyes. He couldn't see clearly and dared not approach. "Humph. Even if you know, what's the matter? Distortion is about to reach its peak, enemies will make people crazy and finally explode. Orb is gone, how can you stop me?" Cruz questioned Yang Hui fiercely, which was also to give himself courage. "The power I have now is enough." Yang Hui was very confident, and let Cruz believe that the Arabian Nights statement was credible. "Humph. Who wouldn't say it just by talking? Do you want to gamble?" Yang Hui smiled confidently. "The previous agreement, I believe you have seen our strength, and you should have made a choice. So, what is your answer? Yang Hui questioned Cruz. Haha, you are very powerful, Yang Hui. Cruz has been shaken. The aura exuded by Yang Hui at this moment is too strong, and the extremely confident demeanor makes Cruz can't help but want to follow Yang Hui's ideas, but a sudden sharp pain in the body makes Cruz's brain sober up. Your attitude, your aura, are influencing me to follow your ideas and firmly grasp the initiative in your hands, but don't forget, orb is gone. Even if you are powerful, what can you do? Not to mention that you only have 3 battleships. Even if you have 30, what can you do? Can you stop the decisive battle between the Earth Army and Zaft? You can't do it. Let's make a gamble, Cruz. I did it, and you do it for me. Yang Hui said to Cruz with a serious face. This was also the final ultimatum issued by Yang Hui to Cruz. Don't dare. Oh, I'm sure to win. Why should I bet with you? Because I'm the only one who can save your life? I don't believe you. You have no choice, Cruz. You can only believe me. Then prove it with facts, Yang Hui. Prove that you have the ability to end the distortion of the world. Qualified to stand at the top of the world. It's a deal. As soon as the voice fell, Yang Hui turned around and prepared to leave, leaving his back to Cruz with confidence. It was not a mindless pretense, because if Cruz wanted to live, he couldn't kill him. As Yang Hui said, he had no right to choose. Before leaving the laboratory, Yang Hui stopped and said to Cruz without looking back, "This is the last time, Cruz. I won't give you another chance. My journey and my team don't need you." If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 386, Strange Evacuation. The L4 Colony Satellite Group, Archangel retreated and hid in the Meteorite Group. Malu, Shadow, and Murda Asniel had a dispute. "This is impossible, Director Asniel. Right now we should request reinforcements and wait for support, or temporarily retreat and resume the battle after regrouping, and you." Although Malu, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow, are manufactured copycats and are required to obey the orders of their superiors, it does not mean that they are machines that only obey orders. They have inherited the memories of Malu and Bakalulu's original bodies and naturally have some of their abilities and combat experience. The current situation is very unfavorable for Archangel. It has lost 3 cutting-edge misses. Among the remaining misses, only 6 have maintained complete combat power after simple repairs. The 12 cutting-edge misses can't do anything to Archangel and Yang Hui and others. Now there are only 6 complete combat power left. How can they fight Archangel again? But Murda Asniel didn't consider these. He just wanted to achieve results quickly. In his opinion, delaying a minute or a second was a waste of life. As for sacrifice, what did it have to do with him? Anyway, they were just props, including Maru, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow, in front of him. "Alice, you are so stubborn. If you procrastinate like this, won't it be a waste of the opportunity created by Zaft for us?" Murda Asniel said to Maru, Shadow. He saw the battles between Zaft and the White Tiger and the Eternal. In his opinion, this was the best time to attack. After fighting 2 battles with him and Zaft in succession, the opponent must be physically and mentally exhausted and have suffered losses. If he didn't seize the opportunity of their exhaustion to attack, would he wait until they had rested and recovered to perfect state before attacking? I understand your thoughts, Director Asniel, but according to the intelligence we have observed, the Archangel has no losses at all, and the enemy's new battleships have also revealed terrible combat power. I don't think that we can take down the Archangel with the current effective combat power alone. Malu, Shadow, continued to argue. She inherited Malu's memory, and also inherited her love and trust for Yang Hui. In Malu's, Shadow, eyes, Zaft's pursuit fleet is indeed huge. If it is the Archangel, it can only temporarily avoid the edge and flee in a hurry. Even if the Ms of the Archangel are all ace troops with extraordinary combat power, it is still difficult to deal with enemies that are several times their own. But Yang Hui is different. Malu, Shadow, really believes that Yang Hui has the ability to repel the huge pursuit fleet alone. Note that this is one person. Not to mention that Yang Hui is not only surrounded by powerful battleships, but also by Setsuna, Kira and others who are also ace guards. The pursuit fleet of the Zaft army does not pose a threat to them at all. Murata Asniel was upset when he saw that Malu, Shadow, was still unwilling to listen to his command. He planned to scold her severely and force her to accept his command, but at this moment, Bakalulu, Shadow, arrived in time and interrupted the argument between the two. Captain, I have sent all the records to the crater base. The superiors ordered us to retreat when the opportunity arises. Bakalulu, Shadow, said. What did you say? Retreat. Murata Bakalulu and Malu, Shadow, were surprised. Murata Asniel was even angry, because retreating meant failure. He failed again, which he would not allow. So the furious Murata Asniel even rushed up and grabbed Bakalulu, Shadow, by the collar, roaring and questioning. Director Asniel. What are you going to do? This is the order of the Commander-in-Chief. Director, are you going to disobey it? Seeing that Murata Asniel was rough with Bakalulu, Shadow, Meru, Shadow, did not dare to draw her gun but angrily asked him to let go. Although her superiors told her to follow Murata Asniel's orders, he was just a businessman after all, and was basically a member of the system, and had no right to give orders to them. Before, they had no choice, but now that a higher superior had given an order, they naturally did not have to follow Murata Asniel's orders anymore. You guys. Murata Asniel was speechless. He still had to consider the order of the Commander-in-Chief of the Lunar Crater Base. Although he could suppress the other party with his power within the Atlantic Federation, this was wartime, and the other party had more authority than him. Even if he wanted to find fault, he could not find an excuse. HMPH. Pushing Bakalulu away, Murata Asniel left the bridge unwillingly, cursing the word waste constantly, perhaps to Meru, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow, perhaps to the mispilots he brought with him, or perhaps to the high-ranking officers of the Atlantic Federation, and more likely to be all of them. Ahem. Are you okay, Nadal? Meru, Shadow, asked with concern. It's okay. Bakalulu, Shadow, shook his head. Tisk, damn clown. Meru, Shadow, cursed in a low voice, but the bridge was very quiet at this time, because no one dared to speak out in the dispute just now, so everyone heard Meru, Shadow, curse. However, no one refuted Meru, Shadow, and they all agreed with Meru, Shadow's evaluation of Murata Asniel with indignation on their faces. He was indeed a clown. He clearly knows nothing, but he always pretends to be an expert and gives orders to military affairs. Many times, the orders of Meru, Shadow, and the suggestions of Bakalulu, Shadow, are the most correct choices, but he always likes to refute and follow his own ideas. He also doesn't like to see people other than himself as human beings. In his eyes, they are all just tools for him to earn credit and results. What's more, you can't get tiger cubs without risking the tiger's den, and the failure of a businessman also means death. Aren't you on this ship yourself? If everyone dies together, can you escape? And your confident Ms. unit was shot down in the first attack, and 3 of them were damaged to varying degrees. The most serious ones can be returned to the factory for repair. I really don't know where your confidence comes from. Question mark. Forget it, Captain. Bakalulu, Shadow, was not speaking for Murata Asniel. Her evaluation of Murata Asniel was the same as Meru, Shadow. She just didn't want Meru, Shadow, to be heard by Murata Asniel because of her complaints. Meru, Shadow, understood what Bakalulu, Shadow, meant, sighed and gave orders to others. Did you hear that? Archangel returns. Course correction, target, Lunar Crater Base. Understood. And everyone accepted this order very actively. After all, no one wanted to die. On the other side, the reconnaissance team found that Archangel was leaving in the direction of the moon, and they were relieved. The previous report was that the MIS unit of Archangel was crippled, but it still had a certain combat effectiveness. Zaft's pursuit fleet did not retreat either. It can be said that there was a crisis situation with wolves in front and tigers behind. The Archangel retreated. After receiving the report, Wang and others were surprised at first, but after a few seconds, Wang's expression became very serious. What's wrong? Is there a problem? Lakis asked Wang through the video call. Malu was also online. I don't think they will retreat so easily. Wang analyzed. She noticed the abnormality of Malu, Shadow, and Bakalulu, Shadow. She also knew that Murata Asniel was on the Archangel. After Yang Hui reminded her, she included human nature in the scope of analysis. Murata Asniel is not a person who knows how to advance and retreat. The continuous failures must have made him furious. Moreover, his status in the Atlantic Federation is equal to that of the commander-in-chief, even if he does not have a military position. If he does not allow retreat, who dares? You mean, they are pretending to retreat, but are actually hiding somewhere and preparing to attack us? Malu worriedly said. This is one possibility, and there is another possibility. The commander-in-chief of the lunar base has ordered it, and he has to accept it. Wang said another possibility. If that's the case, the situation may have been very serious. Lakis said. What do you mean? Malu asked. Even for the position of captain, she was forced to take it. She grew up slowly in the continuous battles. She was originally a technician, and she didn't know how to analyze the situation from a macro perspective. If the commander-in-chief of the lunar base issued an order to let the Archangel retreat, then, Wang explained to Malu, the Atlantic Federation's lunar fleet must have made a big move. The Archangel is the second ship of the Archangel class. It is definitely the most advanced and powerful warship. At the same time, the MIs on board are all ace troops. It is very likely that the next action will require their participation. The combat plan that requires their participation must be very important. As soon as the voice fell, Wang looked at Wang Liumei, who was sitting in the sick position. Wang Liumei received Wang's eyes and immediately took out a special communicator to dial a few garbled codes and sent a message. It stands to reason that Wang Liumei, as a diplomatic and political personnel and intelligence director, does not need to act with the White Tiger. She stays in a safe area like Heaven's Pillar, paying attention to the situation of the remaining territory of Orb while secretly controlling the intelligence organization to play the greatest role. But Wang Liumei insisted on boarding the White Tiger together. I firmly believe that we will not lose, so I am also safe on the White Tiger, and, if the White Tiger really fails and you all get into trouble, there is no point in me living alone. This is Wang Liumei's reason, and it is also her awareness, and no one can refute it. The next step is to wait for news. How much time has passed since Yang Hui entered the colony satellite? Wang asked. Half an hour. There is still half an hour left. What is the situation of each ship? No problem, the Archangel can set sail at any time. The Eternal is also ready, and the supply of materials has been completed. Well, wait a little longer. Signals from Dawn, Assault, Rebirth, and Covenant have been detected. They are back. Receive immediately. All ships will set sail after receiving. Target S-28. Understood. Wait, the commander-in-chief sent a message saying that Major Flacco was injured, and asked the medical team to prepare to receive him. Chapter 387 Maddox's Request. The Dawn Gundam, Rebirth Gundam, and Covenant Gundam returned to the Archangel with a damaged Strike Gundam. They immediately sent Mu to the medical room. The wound pierced by the fragments was very deep. Fortunately, Yang Hui took emergency measures for Mu and stopped him from chasing Cruz, avoiding the result of shock due to excessive blood loss. What happened inside? Wang asked Yang Hui. Cruiser and Isaac sneaked into the colony satellite from the other side. After hearing this, and seeing the status of each machine, they guessed what happened. They all knew that there was some kind of inexplicable grudge between Cruz and Mu. The two of them confronted each other, and the process was self-evident. However, the Rebirth Gundam and the Covenant Gundam were unharmed. They either killed the duel in seconds or did not fight at all. What now? Wang asked. I killed Cruz, and Isaac led him to retreat. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Although they were surprised that Cruz and Isaac could survive Yang Hui's hands, considering that their current situation was not good and they had to leave this place of trouble as soon as possible, they did not ask more questions. Only Wang and Wang Liumei's eyes flashed with a gleam. Cruz was the person they had been trying to contact, but they had never had the chance. It seemed that Yang Hui had talked to Cruz this time. As for the specific results, they could only wait and talk about it privately. After all, Cruz has always been the #1 enemy of the Archangel. The early pursuit was led by Cruz. At the same time, the grudge between Mu and Cruz was difficult to resolve, so they could not let others know that they intended to recruit Cruz. Let's go, it's not safe here anymore. Wang said. Well, have you contacted the people over there? Yang Hui asked. We've already contacted them, they're just waiting for us to get there. Where are the Zaft fleet and the Archangel? The Archangel retreated towards the moon, and the Zaft fleet has been staying outside the L4 colony satellite group, and the threat cannot be confirmed. The Archangel retreated? That idiot allowed it. It should be a direct order from the people above. Of course, it's also possible that they are hiding and preparing to attack us. It seems that the Atlantic Federation is going to make a big move. Forget it, no matter what, we will leave directly. I will escort the fleet with Setsuna and others. Mendel cannot be exposed. Yang Hui decided. Understood. Wang, Lakis and Meru nodded in agreement. The video communication ended, and the three ships began to execute the departure procedure. Yang Hui also got on the Dawn Gundam again, and together with the Exa, Cherubim and Deity, they escorted the three battleships. The Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam were also traveling with them. The others were allowed to rest. The Zaft fleet far outside the L4 colony satellite group could only watch the Archangel, White Tiger and Eternity leave leisurely, their chests filled with flames of unwillingness and indignation, but they could do nothing. Captain, what should we do now? Captain Addis asked Cruz. Raponi and Zell's team suffered the least damage, follow them and see where they go. But Captain Addis wanted to object. Before, the entire fleet could not threaten the trapped three-ship alliance. When the Miss forces suffered heavy losses, they only sent half of the fleet to follow. Are they sure they are not going to die? I know it's dangerous, Addis, but the orders of the speaker must be carried out. Tell them to just follow from a distance and not to fight with them. If the situation is critical, allow them to retreat. Oh, by the way, except for the Vesalius, temporarily transfer the Miss troops of other ships to their troops, with gates, first, to ensure their combat effectiveness. Understood. The other troops will retreat to Fort Boyats, and we will return to the mainland. Back to the mainland, really? Well, the combat effectiveness of these people has exceeded the assessment of the intelligence department and the general staff. We alone can't recover or sink the Eternal. I need to report this to the speaker in person. Understood. After several days of sailing, the three-ship alliance left the L4 colonial satellite group and came to a hidden meteorite group in the universe. In this meteorite group, there is a very large meteorite. It is no longer a simple meteorite, but a stronghold secretly built by Terminal. It not only has a material warehouse, but also a complete production plant and research area. If Mendel in the L4 colony satellite group is the base camp of the Terminal, then this is the second base, and also the backup base when the base camp is in crisis and needs to be abandoned. The Zaft fleet following behind them was noticed by the three-ship alliance from the beginning, so not long after setting sail, they found the meteorite area and ambushed it, annihilating it completely, so as not to expose the secrets here. The three ships entered the port and immediately began the supply work, dispersed the Miss troops, arranged the order of patrol and alert, and Wang and others all came to the conference room in the base together. Liumri, did you get the intelligence? Yang Hui asked first. They are still in the stage of hiding and recuperating. Before it is determined when to officially intervene in the war, intelligence is the most important. Not yet. Wang Liumri shook her head, but she gave Yang Hui a look before returning to her helpless expression. After several internal purges, we don't have many agents left in the Atlantic Federation, and the surviving agents can't enter the core in a short time. Really, continue to explore. There is also the war situation on Earth. There will be no fighting in the universe for a while. Yang Hui ordered. Understood, I will give the order. Then what do we do now? Just wait. Malu asked. That's right. We can only wait now, waiting for the conflict point to be detonated. Yang Hui said seriously, and explained to those who didn't understand, such as Meru, it's difficult for us to intervene in the battlefield on Earth. There are no large-scale battles in the universe now. Even because both sides are planning something, even small-scale frictions have been restrained a lot. If we take action at this time, who will we attack? This. No matter who we attack, we will be judged as hostile forces and attacked with all our strength. Lakis continued Yang Hui's words and explained to everyone, even because of our appearance, the Earth Army and Zaft will reach a silent tacit understanding, temporarily put aside their hatred and give priority to eliminating us. After all, no one wants to be disrupted by a third party at the critical period of the war. Can't we stop the war in advance? Kira asked with a complicated expression. I can't do it. Yang Hui shook his head. The hatred between the two sides has almost accumulated to the peak. Unless both sides are completely disabled, it can't be stopped. We don't have this ability at all. Even if we have this ability, it's just to delay the outbreak of hatred. Wang continued. How could it be? Kira and the others' expressions became more and more ugly and sad. Everything they did and insisted on was to stop the twisted war, but now, they had clearly made up their minds, but they could only wait for the war to continue and had no choice. The war has been going on to this point. Every extra minute and second will cause countless people to die. This is something that no one present wants to see. Calm down, Kira. Yang Hui patted Kira's shoulder to comfort him, and then looked at Malu, Aslan and others, and everyone. What we are going to do is very difficult, and it can even be said that we are in danger of death, so we need a complete plan and enough patience, otherwise, we will all die, and die in vain. I know. After hesitating for a moment, everyone nodded. Of course, they knew what Yang Hui said, but they were just uncomfortable and unwilling, and wanted to complain and vent. By the way, Yang Hui, President Maddox contacted me and said that he wanted to talk to you about something. Luo said to Yang Hui. Maddox? What does he want to talk about? Yang Hui frowned slightly and asked Luo. I don't know about that, but he sent me a coordinate and said if you agree, go to meet him at this coordinate. As he said that, Luo put an unfamiliar coordinate on the cosmic map. Seeing this coordinate, everyone frowned, because this coordinate is located in the wreckage area where Julius 7 is located. Wreckage area? What does Maddox want to do? Yang Hui thought. Do business? No, this is not the first time that Maddox has contacted Yang Hui. He knows that Yang Hui does not accept sales pitches and will come to him if he needs to trade. But apart from business, Yang Hui can't think of what Maddox wants to talk to him about. Is it about Madonna and the giant floating platform? It shouldn't be. Although there are conflicts between the cosmic faction and the Earth faction, they are just different in concepts and ideas. It has not reached the point where they make things difficult for each other or even eliminate each other. I don't recommend a meeting. At this time, T-Iria took the initiative to say that in his opinion, this behavior would put their plan in danger. The timing is too coincidental, and the location is wrong. It is likely a conspiracy. That's right, I don't agree either. Most people, including Malu, Bakalulu, and Lakis, nodded in support of T-Iria's opposition. I received an interesting piece of information here. Maybe we can guess what he wants to do. As soon as the voice fell, Wang Lianyi released a piece of information. The Atlantic Federation is forcing all forces in the world to unite against Plant. The target of the threat is not only the countries on Earth, but also the Waste Recycling Trade Union. What do you mean? Haha, it seems that this old fox can't stand it anymore and wants to seek protection. At this point, Yang Hui also laughed, and laughed very proudly. But this is only one possibility. Another possibility. Wang's face looked very worried. A trap set for me. Yes, there is also this possibility. Mada couldn't resist the pressure of the Atlantic Federation and joined the camp against Plant. Then this meeting request is a trap to lure Yang Hui to go there, and ambushes have been arranged around. Luo, what do you think? Yang Hui did not make a decision immediately, but asked Luo. After all, Luo was a member of the Scrap Recyclers Union, and he should know some inside information. I don't know either. We left after getting new home, and I didn't see anything unusual, but I think. What do you think? I think we can still go and meet him. Luo said to Yang Hui. Reason. Maddox is a bastard, but he is a principled bastard. He is indeed insidious and profit-seeking, but his purpose is to give us a stable home for scrap recyclers. This has never changed. Moreover, most scrap recyclers hate the Atlantic Federation and will not succumb to threats in a few words, so I think he is more likely to seek refuge from you. Luo said seriously. Well, I know. Yang Hui nodded, and made a decision in his heart. Go and meet him, the White Tiger will accompany, the Archangel and the Eternal will support, and the Emperor will formulate a battle plan. Chapter 388 Contact, Receiving. On the way to the wreckage area, Yang Hui, Wang and Wang Liumi had a secret conversation in the room. Have you contacted Cruz? Yes. Failed. Not a complete failure, he still wants to struggle again, but this is his last chance. If you really do this, many people will die. Wang said to Yang Hui with reluctance, do you really want to do this? They had roughly understood Cruz's plan, which was to use the anti-neutron jammer to restart the nuclear weapons, so that both sides would use nuclear weapons in the war, create more tragedies, create more hatred, and let humans destroy themselves. Doing so would inevitably cause huge sacrifices, bring indelible damage, and forge irreconcilable hatred. Even if this would be more beneficial to their plans, it was not what Wang wanted to see. So we have to stop it in advance, Yang Hui said firmly. He knew the harm of doing so, but there was no way. He needed to detonate this conflict point to maximize his role. As for the damage caused by nuclear weapons, it could be stopped in advance. After all, what he needed was the action of both sides using nuclear weapons. Liu Mei, has there been no intelligence from the Atlantic Federation yet? Yang Hui asked. Not yet. How is Halbottom now? Duan Halbottom was not one of them, but he had a good relationship with them, and he was one of the few sober people in the Atlantic Federation. Now the Atlantic Federation was already crazy, and if he was asked to cooperate, he would most likely cooperate. He led the 8th Fleet to garrison the lunar base, but his condition was not very good. Wang Liumei reported. With a previous cooperation foundation, Wang Liumei also secretly kept in touch with Duan Halbottom, just to play a role at this time, so as not to become blind and deaf. What's going on? Yang Hui frowned slightly. It was inevitable that Duan Halbottom would clash with the people of Blue Cosmos, but he had a reorganized fleet in his hands, and his prestige in the army was not low. It stands to reason that even if a conflict occurred, he would not have a miserable life. After you landed on Earth, the 8th Fleet was ordered by the General Headquarters to fight with his aft fleet several times. Although the losses each time were not great, they have not been able to get supplies and troops until now, so it is not wrong to say that the 8th Fleet is now a group of defeated soldiers. Wang Liumei explained. Can we contact him? We don't need him to join us or do anything from the inside, just help us find out a piece of intelligence. Is the Atlantic Federation's fleet equipped with nuclear weapons? Yes. Although Duan Halbottom was excluded from the Atlantic Federation, as a senior officer, this kind of intelligence can still be easily obtained. As long as the intelligence that the Atlantic Federation is equipped with nuclear weapons is confirmed, the three-ship alliance will immediately go to Fort Boyatz and prevent the Atlantic Federation's fleet from destroying Fort Boyatz with nuclear bombs at the beginning of the war. As for why it is Fort Boyatz instead of other targets, it is because Fort Boyatz is the front line of Zaft. Whether it is attacking Yakindawai or Plant's homeland, it must overcome this obstacle. There is no second choice. I understand. Hearing this, Wang and Wang Liumei were relieved. They were also afraid that Yang Hui would become the kind of person who would do anything to achieve his goal, regardless of sacrifice. Wang, how far are we from the wreckage area? We will arrive in an hour. Let the cherubim attack and explore the surrounding situation. Understood. Lyle received the order and immediately drove the Angelus to attack. The Angelus and the Angelus also attacked and guarded around the White Tiger. Barry Ho and other pilots also entered the cockpit, waiting for the order to attack. The cherubim went ahead and circled around the designated coordinates for a long time. They did not find any hidden ambushes of the Earth Army or the Zaft Army. The White Tiger then leisurely moved towards the designated coordinates. But what puzzled them was that when they arrived at the designated coordinates, they did not find the ship that Maddox had invited them to take. Emperor, time. 5 minutes left until the agreed time. Beep beep beep. Radar reacts, heat source comparison, small transport ship 1, Ms. 1, it's P03. Display optical image. Understood. The optical image was displayed near the ship, and everyone saw a small civilian ship coming towards the White Tiger from the shadow area of a large wreckage, and guarding the ship was the Astray Gundam Blue that had not been seen for a long time. Judging from the appearance of the equipment, it was definitely L-type. Huh? I was wondering why I couldn't contact he. It turns out that he was hired by Maddox. Seeing Kong Yun's Astray Gundam Blue guarding beside him, Yang Hui's mouth curled up. No wonder he didn't see Kong Yun and the people of Giant Serpent Tail at the reserve base. Yang Hui had previously issued a commission and asked Giant Serpent Tail to go to the reserve base of Terminal to wait for instructions, but when he went there, he didn't see anyone and began to doubt it. After all, Yang Hui paid Giant Serpent Tail a high reward, and once Kong Yun accepted a commission, he rarely gave up halfway. Beep, beep, beep. The other party sent a communication request. Take it. Understood. As the communication was connected, Kong Yun and Maddox's faces appeared on the screen of the White Tiger at the same time. Long time no see. You violated the spirit of the contract this time. Yang Hui didn't even look at Maddox, and started chatting with Kong Yun. Sorry, I judged that you would not give us instructions in a short time, So I left temporarily, and Kong Yun glanced sideways. From his perspective, he should be looking at the real Maddox screen. Can we end the chat, Master Yang Hui? Maddox interrupted Yang Hui with an unpleasant look, and his expression was full of anxiety from the beginning. Let's get straight to the point, Maddox. Why are you in such a hurry to find me? I heard that you provided a fixed base for the scrap recyclers on Earth. Pay attention, it's the scrap recyclers of the Earth faction. Yang Hui reminded Maddox. In fact, combined with the content of Maddox's inquiry and his current state, Yang Hui had already guessed what Maddox wanted to do, but he couldn't treat this old fox well, and at the same time he could raise his price. There were not many opportunities to kill Maddox. It's the same. Madonna doesn't think so. Make an offer, I need the qualification to settle in. This is not easy, Maddox. The internal rules of your scrap recyclers union are that each of you should manage your own territory and not interfere with each other. I am an outsider and cannot break this rule. Besides, doesn't the universe faction have its own base and dock? Going to Earth. Yang Hui. I don't believe you don't know our current situation. Maddox roared at Yang Hui across the screen. What do I know? HMPH. Just make an offer, Yang Hui, I'm willing to accept any price. As long as you agree to one of my requests, I'll sell you the entire universe faction. Seeing the growing anger and hatred on Maddox's face, Yang Hui was no longer in the mood to argue or mock. It seemed that the Atlantic Federation had really taken action against him, and it was very heavy. How much did you lose? Yang Hui asked directly. 68%, the docks and warehouses are all gone. I know. All the remaining people will be incorporated into Orb and will be supervised within 2 years. Okay. I can promise you, as long as you can promise me to teach the Atlantic Federation a lesson, I will also help you convince all the people below. Deal. After reaching an agreement and the communication ended, Yang Hui smiled and was very happy. He had been coveting the talents of the scrap recyclers for a long time. If it weren't for the perfect assist from the Atlantic Federation this time, Yang Hui might never be able to subdue this group of freedom-loving hyenas in his lifetime. As for their requests, the Atlantic Federation was originally Yang Hui's main target of attack, and it can even be said that fulfilling their requests was just a byproduct. What are you going to do now? Maddox's communication ended, but Kong Yun was still there. Send him back, and then we'll find you. Kong Yun replied. No, we'll provide him with a shuttle, let him go by himself, and you go with us. Kong Yun is an important combat force, and there is no time for Kong Yun to slowly carry out other commissions. Okay, but only I will go with you, they won't go. Kong Yun proposed conditions to Yang Hui. He had already guessed what Yang Hui was going to do. He was not afraid of danger, and he had the ability to protect himself in a large battlefield, but his teammates were not. They were using unarmed transport ships, and Elijah's ability was not enough to support him to save his life in a large battle. For their safety, Kong Yun would not let them go together. Okay. Yang Hui agreed directly. After all, he only needed Kong Yun as a combat force, and the others were dispensable. Even if Kong Yun asked them to follow, Yang Hui would find an excuse to get them away. The two sides reached an agreement, and Kong Yun ended the communication. This result was a win-win for all three parties. Maddox could take the transport ship of Giant Serpent's Tail to the Earth. Yang Hui could get the combat power he wanted, and Giant Serpent's Tail could complete the commissions of both parties at the same time. After Kong Yun explained a few words to his companions, he separated from them and boarded the White Tiger directly. Together with them, he joined the Archangel and the Eternal in the rear and returned to the reserve base together. But halfway through the voyage, the three-ship alliance had to change the route because Duan Halberton had news. Halberton has news. Nuclear forces are coming to the moon in an endless stream. They are named Peacemaker forces and are preparing for large-scale operations. Peacemaker, what a irony. Notify all ships to change the route. The target. Zaftboy's Fortress. Chapter 389 Fireworks Ceremony. Zaftboy's Fortress. The 6th and 7th mobile fleets of the Earth Army approached. The fleets were lined up. A large number of dagger troops were leading the way in front of the fleet, but what was incredible was that they were sailing slowly behind the entire fleet, with no intention of joining the battle at all, as if they were on a picnic. But for the Zaft army, the enemy had come to the door, and there was no time to leisurely analyze the enemy's tactics. Operation Code, Hedgehog 1, deploy the Sicily 3 formation. From now on, the order will be conveyed in the Ghost Town code. All machines, let the cells of natural people spread all over the space. The Zaft army began to fight back with a contemptuous and disdainful attitude. In their eyes, natural people are natural people. In addition to the one advantage in numbers, even the Ms troops are not their opponents. The natural people had ferocious faces, and their hearts were filled with excitement. This was the first time they launched a counterattack in the universe, directly attacking the Zaft army's space fortress. Moreover, they had prepared a sure-win weapon. This was a cowardly ending, but also a song of victory. For the pure blue universe. The two sides shouted their own slogans, holding their own hatred, and fought in front of the Boyet's fortress. Countless flames shone in the universe, people kept dying, and more garbage was floating in space. The battle became more and more intense. The Zaft side could no longer understand the tactics of the Earth army. Although they had an advantage in numbers, half an hour had passed since the start of the war. The battle-loss ratio of both sides had soared all the way to 1-3, and the advantage in numbers was gradually worn away. But the Earth army seemed to have lost none of their own people, and they didn't care about the lost troops at all. Even if they were surrounded on both sides, they only wanted to rush forward, as if arriving at the Boyet's fortress was a victory. What on earth are they trying to do? The commander of Boyet's fortress couldn't help but think that although he looked down on natural people, he would not be so naive as to think that the Earth army would launch such a large-scale attack to send people to die. At this time, the Archangel, which was staying with the rear fleet, opened the deck ejection port, and all 9 Gundams attacked and flew towards the front line. All aircraft, our mission is just to open a passage for the Peacemaker troops, don't play crazy. The leading Wind Strike Gundam sent a communication to each aircraft, reminding them not to kill crazy and forget what the mission is. Understood. X-88 Gundams answered at the same time, but it can be heard from the tone that they were not very happy. In the previous battle, they lost 3 Gundams. Even if they survived, they were suppressed throughout the whole process and survived by luck. They were originally aces and they were holding their breath in their hearts, thinking that they might not be able to afford to provoke those people, but they still killed the miscellaneous soldiers in front of them? How to vent the boredom in their hearts if they don't kill them happily? Question mark. But Leon's reminder was also a bucket of cold water, calming their inner restlessness. A mission is a mission, and it must be completed. If they fail to complete the mission, even if they increase the number of kills, they will still be cruelly punished. After getting their answer, Leon was relieved. Although his men were difficult to discipline, he was still confident in his prestige and the deterrent effect of punishment. Purple Zone 13, MK66, B spotted a new mobile suit. It's Ms. 9 in number, the same 9 that Cruz's team reported before. Behind them is 1 Archangel class and 4 Agamemnon class, 500 away. Send Neil, Kraus, and Gozai to intercept. They must be stopped. Understood. In fact, there was no need for his command. The combat troops had already discovered the appearance of 9 Gundams, and the Ms troops on their route took the initiative to intercept them. It was obvious that the machines were not mass-produced Ms. Since they were admirals, they had made more contributions. The adjusters who despised natural humans did not take natural humans' trump cards seriously at all, so they paid the price in blood for their arrogance. What is that? A new model. Humph, a doll of a natural man, a new model too, so fast. Ah. Damn it. Damn natural man. Ah. Dot. Without the appearance of the 9 Gundams, the Earth Army's offensive was pushed back little by little, but as soon as the 9 Gundams appeared, they directly pierced through the central passage and even covered the fleets that had collapsed on both wings. Swish, the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword swept across, and the 2 gates were smoothly cut in half. In the other hand, the beam pistol fired continuously, destroying all the incoming missiles. As the arrow, Leon expressionlessly destroyed the enemy planes in front of them, while the others following him were already crazy. Seeing the swarming enemy planes, they were not afraid, and their bloodshot eyes looked at them as if they were looking at prey about to enter. So many. Ha ha ha. This time we can kill them to our heart's content. Come on. More of them. Damn you adjusters. Here I come. Must kill. My eyes are dazzled, watch out. Dot. As heavy firepower, the Disaster Gundam and Hailstorm Gundam opened fire at full power, pouring firepower to both sides without regard for their lives. The dense barrage tore all the enemy planes that tried to approach into pieces. In front, the Grab Gundam, the Rain Dual Gundam and the Nebula Thunder Gundam followed closely behind the Gale Strike Gundam, like a sharp knife, cutting through the front line of Zaft. As the bottom of the whole team, the quintuplets, with only 3 people left, could only silently follow behind the others to pick up leaks. They were angry and unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Their abilities were indeed lower than those of others, and the performance of their machines was also a little worse. If it weren't for the special tacit understanding of the quintuplets, they might not be able to act with this ace unit. Well, it's really good. Looking at the battle situation ahead, Murata Asnil showed a satisfied smile for the first time since he went to the battle. Although we have been defeated one after another since the first battle, it seems that those guys are still very powerful now. Seeing Murata Asnil showing off his masterpiece, Malu, Shadow, sneered and cursed that his work could only show off its power in front of the miscellaneous soldiers. When it met the ace troops that really needed them to resist, it became a weak shrimp. The Washington is calling. Beep, the screen lit up and a senior official of the Atlantic Federation appeared. It seems that the road has been opened. The peacemaker troops move out. Understood. Hearing this, Murata Asnil widened his eyes, filled with excitement. He was waiting for this moment. The satisfactory performance of his work was just an appetizer, and the gorgeous fireworks that the peacemaker troops were about to bloom were the main course. Dozens of Mobius units launched from the Agamemnon class and advanced towards the Boyets fortress along the passage opened by the vanguard. That's it. The large-scale Mobius unit quietly approached the Boyets fortress, but due to its huge size, it was impossible not to attract the attention of others. Many MIS units belonging to Zaft saw it and planned to intercept it, but as soon as they turned around, they were defeated by Gundams such as the Wind Strike Gundam. This move further confirmed the uneasiness in the hearts of the Zaft army, and they all went to intercept it, but the Earth Army's fleet was like a wall, blocking them in front of them. As the Mobius units got closer and closer to the Boyets fortress, their pilots became more and more excited until the Boyets fortress entered the range. Safety device released, confirmed the activation of the fuse. Okay. Go to hell. Space monsters. For the pure blue universe. The key of destruction turned, the button of disaster was pressed, and the fireworks representing disaster flew into the sky. Just when all the Earth Army members were excitedly looking forward to the grand fireworks display. Beep, beep. The alarm sounded, and all radar systems simultaneously detected several light spots rushing towards the battlefield, and then countless colored beams intertwined and woven into a dense net. Boom, boom, boom. What? The fireworks display was on, and the battlefield was temporarily stagnant. The Zaft army was horrified. This energy level and this explosion scale were nuclear bombs. The Earth Army actually used nuclear bombs on them. At the same time, they were also thankful that a force from nowhere saved the lives of all the people in Boyas Fortress. All of the Earth Army members were not brave enough and were angry. They enjoyed the fireworks display, but it was not launched in the right place and at the right time. Everything they had done before was in vain. Who did it? Zaft reinforcements. Murata Asnil stood up and roared angrily. The moment he had been waiting for was actually destroyed. This meant he had failed again. The radar is reacting. This is freedom, justice, dawn, angel of Exa, angel of wisdom, angel of virtue. What? Not only Murata Asnil, but also Malu, Shadow, and others were all shocked. They all thought that it was the reinforcements of Zaft who noticed the troops and arrived in time to save Fort Boyats. They never thought that it was the Three Ships Alliance that intervened in this war and saved Fort Boyats. How could it be? How could it be them? Damn it. Murata Asnil cursed. It's them again. It's them again. Kill them. Kill them for me. But the operation failed. We should retreat now. Malu, Shadow, reminded that the battle had been going on until now, and the friendly fleet had been covering the advance of the peacemaker troops at all costs, and had suffered heavy losses. Now that all the nuclear bombs were destroyed, they could not complete the established combat objectives, so they should retreat and reorganize. No retreat. You must kill them. They are the ones who do the bad things every time. It was before, it is now, and what should we do if they come to stop us in the future? Are we going to fail every time? Murata Asnil questioned. But Meru, Shadow, knew that the Three Ships Alliance was a huge threat and should be eliminated, but they are not just facing the Three Ships Alliance now. After Zaft finds out that they use nuclear bombs, will they let them go? At this time, the report from the sick told everyone that it was no longer possible for them to leave if they wanted to. The Peacemaker troops are all destroyed. Gale Assault, Torrential Duel, Hailstorm Storm, Nebula Thunder, Snatch, Disaster, Signal Lost. Assault E1, 2, 3 signals are lost. The MIS troops are all destroyed. The enemy MIS is approaching rapidly, it's dawn. What? Chapter 390 Quick Kill. After receiving the news that the lunar base had received nuclear weapon supplies, Yang Hui immediately asked the three-ship alliance to modify the route to Boyet's fortress. The time required to travel to Boyet's fortress at full speed from their current location was longer than the time required for the Earth Army fleet to travel to Boyet's fortress from the lunar crater base. Yang Hui knew that the nuclear weapons were already in hand, and the Earth Army would not wait and would immediately organize a fleet to attack Boyet's fortress, so they had no time to delay and must immediately set off for Boyet's fortress to prevent the Earth Army from causing tragedy to reappear. But even though the White Tiger, Eternity and Archangel were all high-speed warships, Yang Hui was still not satisfied with the speed of advancement. If they continued to advance at the current speed, they would definitely not be able to catch up. So, Lakis, is the meteor system available? Yang Hui connected to the Eternity's communication and asked Lakis. Okay. Freedom and Justice will go first with a meteor system. But if it's only Freedom and Justice? Lakis was worried about the safety of Kira and Atheron. The Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam equipped with a meteor system have firepower comparable to that of a battleship or even a fortress, but this is all theory and has not been confirmed. Moreover, rushing to Boyet's fortress from their current position and then fighting with the large forces of the two armies will be a very severe test of Kira and Atheron's physical strength and energy. Wang, notify the maintenance team to equip Dawn, Exa, Cherubim and Devil with auxiliary thrusters. Wang immediately called the maintenance team and asked how long this operation would take, then nodded to Yang Hui, 5 minutes, we will catch up with you as quickly as possible. Yes. There was no time to waste for them. Yang Hui hung up the call and immediately went to the hangar to prepare, sitting in the cockpit waiting for the completion of the installation operation. This time the mission is to make a long-distance raid on Boyet's fortress. The main target is the Earth Army's nuclear forces. We must not miss any nuclear bomb. Understood. X5 minutes passed quickly. 4 thick and long large thrusters were fixed behind the Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim and ES in the universe. The Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam were also connected to the meteor system and on standby. Let's go. The large thrusters and the meteor system ignited at the same time. The fierce flames brought huge thrust. In the blink of an eye, the 6 Gundams turned into meteors and cut through the darkness of the universe, rushing out of everyone's sight. The nuclear bomb was launched, and everyone in the Earth Army was excitedly waiting for the fireworks to bloom. Who knew that the fireworks did bloom, but they were intercepted halfway. The Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam activated the multiple locking system at the same time, and the beam cannon, electromagnetic cannon, and missiles were all fired at the same time. The colorful cannons added a different color to the noisy universe. Boom 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 boom. Not only the colorful cannons of the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam were showing their power, but the double guns of the Cherubim had been combined together. If the sniper beams were not at different angles, they would definitely be connected interlined to clear out all the fish that slipped through the net. The double guns of the Angel were combined together, and the dark muzzles shone with brilliant light. They exploded with a bang. The torrent of beams was like a river, sweeping across. The huge wave of energy submerged the Mobius troops that released the nuclear bomb, and they disappeared without even a wave. All machines disperse. Kira, Atheron, block the Zaft troops at the Boyet's fortress. Setsuna, Lyle, T-Iria, disarm the thrusters, and join me in taking down all the Earth Army fleets. Yang Hui's eyes were emitting a cold light. Last time during the White Tiger crisis, he failed to hunt down the Archangel. This time, he would never let them go again. Understood. X5 Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Dawn Gundam, Exa, Cherubim, and Devil separated and flew towards Boyet's fortress. Without hesitation, they fired another colorful cannon. Everyone within the coverage area was missing arms and legs. All MIS lost their combat capability. The warship was riddled with holes and headed for destruction. Hush, it's really gorgeous. Lyle teased, but his movements were not slow. The 2 guns were split, and each shot could destroy a Dagger. They are coming. Tiara's reminder made Lyle notice the enemy planes approaching them rapidly. Aren't they their old opponents? This time, we will completely eliminate them. The plain voice of Setsuna came. Understood, then go. As soon as Lyle finished speaking, before he could react, the Dawn Gundam had already rushed out with a golden tail light, and its golden wings spread out, cutting through the darkness of the universe. What? Leon and the others were very nervous when they saw the 4 Dawn Gundams approaching them, but soon they became horrified, because in their eyes, the Dawn Gundam only flashed with a golden light and then lost its trace. Swish what? The pilot of the Heavy Rain Dual Gundam stared blankly at the Dawn Gundam that suddenly appeared in front of him, feeling that something was wrong, but he couldn't tell what it was, until the next second, he found that his sight was actually misaligned, half high and half low, and then, boom. The Heavy Rain Dual Gundam, along with the pilot, was cut in half by the sharp blade from top to bottom, and before even the blood or oil could be scattered, it was engulfed by the flames. Phallus. Damn it. The closest Nebula Thunder Gundam drew out its beam sword and rushed forward, while the Hailstorm Gundam on the other side locked onto the Dawn Gundam, and all the weapons on its body poured out ammunition as if it was desperate. The Dawn Gundam stood still, with the bits on one side attached to the wings, covering the fuselage. The beams were all distorted, and the live ammunition exploded before it even touched the wings. The wings on the other side stretched out, and starlight fell like raindrops, landing on the Nebula Thunder Gundam that pounced on it. Boom boom boom. The fine and careful explosions made the pilot of the Nebula Thunder Gundam hold back the curses that he had not yet finished saying, and even began to pray and beg for mercy in disbelief, but all were covered by the explosions. The vibrations from all parts collided randomly inside the body, starting from the soles of the feet and fingertips, spreading upwards, reaching the torso, covering the location of the cockpit, and finally turning into scattered fragments. Naya. Leon was furious. He didn't even have time to react. The Dawn Gundam had already killed his 2 teammates. He couldn't believe this was real. The last time they fought, the Dawn Gundam was more powerful than he expected, but they were not without the ability to resist. But this time, Leon certainly didn't know that Yang Hui's fighting habits carried a bit of the bad habits of the researcher. When he met an unknown opponent, he would reserve his strength and roughly judge the performance of the opponent's machine through direct contact. That's why they thought they had suppressed the Dawn Gundam for a while. And this time, he already knew the approximate data of the Wind Strike Gundam and other machines, so he went all out when he attacked. He entered the Transformer mode as soon as he appeared on the stage, and even lifted all the restrictions on the Dawn Gundam's machine in order to kill them quickly. Next, the colorful pupils without any emotion deflected, passed through the wings, and locked onto the Hailstorm Gundam. Go to hell. The gust of wind rushed to the side of the Dawn Gundam, and the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword was raised high, and fell with the force of splitting Huishin. Lion was confident that this attack would never miss, because the Dawn Gundam's vision was blocked by the wings and could not see him, and he relied on the characteristics of the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword to cut off one of the wings of the Dawn Gundam. But he didn't know that Yang Hui at this time was no longer relying solely on his eyes and radar system to determine the enemy's position. At the moment when the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword was about to touch the wings folded slightly, and the Dawn Gundam retreated a little distance with a very small amplitude, just missing the wingsaw, ship-slashing sword. How could it be? Passing by, Lion felt that time slowed down, and his eyes widened in disbelief, looking at the Dawn Gundam that passed by. The dark muzzle had already been pressed against the right side of the cockpit, shining with brilliance. The trigger was pulled, and the beam chain was like a whip, breaking the lazy waist of the Hailstorm Gundam, then turned around, raised its wings, and slapped the 2 pieces of the body that were about to explode like slapping flies, and then exploded. Captain. The captain is dead. Ferris is dead. Nia is also dead. Witnessing his teammates and the captain he trusted and respected die one after another in the hands of the enemy in a very short period of time, his nerves collapsed, his eyes were empty, and all kinds of liquids were floating in the helmet of his driving suit, including sweat, tears, and snot. Soon, he followed in the footsteps of Leon and others, and the 2 beam submachine guns roared with the beams at the same time, leaving dozens of single holes in the body of the Hailstorm Gundam. From the inside out, flames erupted and became the dust of the universe. The Dawn Gundam did not stop, but turned around to destroy the remaining Gundams, but found that the other Gundams were already the meat on the chopping board of the three machines, the Angel of Wisdom and the Angel of Virtuosity, and did not care about them anymore. With flames erupting from its wings, it rushed towards the Archangel and the Earth Army fleet that were turning. I won't let you go this time. Tieria looked at the disaster Gundam on the screen, and let him escape one after another. This time he couldn't continue to embarrass himself. Tactical Formation A01. So you are the one giving the orders now. Lyle teased, but his movements were not slow. He combined his two guns together and fired at the disaster Gundam, hitting the Beetle II double-mounted ram cannon shield attack system heavily. Damn it. Aluka had already made a dodge in advance, but Lyle predicted his prediction. If he hadn't reacted quickly enough, the shot should have pierced the cockpit. He moved his shield away and prepared to fight back, only to see the nearby Exa. The horn beam cannons on both shoulders sank, and together with a siren multiphase energy cannon on his chest, they shone with deadly brilliance. The disaster Gundam moved quickly, but the Exa moved even faster. She lowered her HUD slightly to avoid the three cannons. She raised her swords, and the arms of the disaster Gundam were completely separated. With a heavy kick, the disaster Gundam, which had lost both arms, was kicked away. Damn it. I have to escape. I have to escape. Aluga was already scared out of his wits, and he only wanted to escape, but before he could stabilize his body, he found that the screen was filled with red, blue and white energy shells. How could it be? Chapter 391, Killing Without Mercy. Aluga knew he would die, and he had imagined all kinds of ways to die, being killed by the enemy on the battlefield, not being executed for failing to complete the mission, being abandoned because he had no use value. But he never thought that he would die on the battlefield at the hands of his own people. That's right, the bombardment that left a hideous hole in the chest of the disaster Gundam was not fired by any of the Angel of Wisdom, or Angel of Wisdom, but by the Strike Gundam E, artillery battle, in the rear. The pilot who pulled the trigger was also dumbfounded. He just wanted to provide remote fire support to force back the Angel of Wisdom and save the disaster Gundam. But he didn't expect that the disaster Gundam would be kicked away by the Angel of Wisdom, and the path was exactly his own ray. Why? What did I do? The pilot who accidentally killed his teammate was in a state of dismay. He was dead. Even if he didn't die on the battlefield, the act of accidental killing just now was recorded, and he still couldn't escape death after returning. What should I do? What should I do? Be careful. The absent-minded pilot came back to his senses after the scream, and happened to see the incoming beam rocket launcher. The instinct for survival forced him to pull the joystick, but the evasive distance was not enough to avoid a torrent of beams. From the chest, all of them were annihilated in the tide of energy. Damn it. Die? You bastards. There were only 2 quintuplets left. The remaining 2 Strike Gundams, IWSP, pulled out the beam boomerangs on the shields and threw them at the Angel who had just killed their brothers. At the same time, they pulled out the anti-ship swords on their waists and rushed towards the Angel. The Angel did not dodge at all. 2 mechanical arms suddenly stretched out from the knees of his legs, spraying beam blades, cutting it down from the left and right. The beam rapid-fire cannons on both shoulders were powerful and bombarded the shield of the Strike Gundam E. The huge force took them back step by step, not only forcibly stopping their forward movement, but also taking them back to the previous position. Damn it. Swish. As soon as the shield was removed, a beam of light pierced through the universe and pierced the chest of a Strike Gundam E. It was the sniper of Cherubim. Damn it. If they didn't die in despair, they would explode in despair. The last person left in the quintuplets burst out with fearless courage, throwing away any reason and emotion, and only thinking about how to kill the enemy in front of them. Oh. Lyle, who had just shot down a Strike Gundam E, planned to take down the last Strike Gundam E in one go, but the second sniper shot was actually dodged by the opponent. Not only the second shot, but also the third and fourth shots were dodged, which really shocked Lyle. At this time, the alarm sounded in the cockpit, and Cherubim put away the gun and retreated, dodging the Thor's hammer that was snatching the Gundam. Exa came and cut a cable connected to Thor's hammer with a sword, and at the same time swung the sword to cut off several shells. The 2 swords crossed and collided with a shield cannon that was snatching the Gundam. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Let's die together. Let's all die together. At this time, Kurato's frantic voice broke into Setsuna's ears. The rage energy cannon on the head of the Snatch Gundam was charged, ready to fire at zero distance, and take the Angel of Exo with him. But Kurato's plan had only one possibility of failure. The next second, the shot of the Angel of Wisdom pierced through its head. The explosion made the Snatch Gundam lose the power to stalemate with the Angel of Wisdom. The crossed double swords were released and swung quickly, cutting the Snatch Gundam into several pieces. "You will die if you forget me," Lyle muttered with a cold face. "Let's go." Understood. The Angel of Wisdom and the Angel of Wisdom went to meet up with the Angel of Wisdom. When they arrived, they happened to see the last strike Gundam E being shot into received by the beam rapid-fire cannon and turned into space garbage scattered. Area. The mission is not yet completed, target the Earth fleet. So when did you give the order? Lyle teased again, driving the Cherubim closely behind the Angelus and the Angelus, rapidly approaching the retreating Earth fleet. Along the way, both the battleships and the daggers exploded into gorgeous fireworks, adding a bit of excitement to the silent universe. The Archangel is the fastest high-speed ship among all the battleships. When Murtaznil learned that the complacent Miz troops were completely wiped out and the Dawn Gundam was attacking them, he immediately issued an order to retreat, not caring about the other battleships, just staying to help them delay time. "Run. Let's run. We can't let him get close to us." Murtaznil kept urging, his eyes filled with fear, and he didn't know where the hatred and unwillingness had been thrown. "Calm down. Director Aznil. This ship is already at its fastest speed." Meru, Shadow, was also terrified. From Meru's memories, she knew Yang Hui. Yang Hui would never accept them, would never let them go, and would never allow them, such imposters, to continue to insult the existence of the original body. But she also inherited most of Meru's abilities. As a captain, she must remain calm. "Captain. The Dawn Gundam is getting closer and closer to us." Sick reported. "How is it possible? Where are the other warships? Why didn't they hold him back?" Murtaznil asked in panic. "Washington has sunk." "What?" The optical image was projected on the screen of the bridge. Everyone looked blankly at the three Agamemnon-class warships, led by Washington, which were already riddled with holes, and then explosions occurred everywhere, and they were blown into pieces bit by bit. Not only the three Agamemnon-class battleships, but also the Dagger and Mobius. Along the way, as long as they are caught up by the golden meteor, their souls will be harvested by the scythe of the god of death, and nothing can stop the golden meteor from getting closer and closer to them. Hurry up and think of a way. Aren't you the captain of this battleship? Aren't you a copy of the captain of the Archangel? Murtaznil grabbed Malu, Shadow, by the collar and roared with a ferocious expression, "The Archangel is known as an unsinkable battleship, you can do it too. Hurry up and think of a way. Escape. Shoot him down. Anything is possible." "I can't do it." Malu, Shadow, was almost suffocated by the tight collar, and answered Murtaznil with difficulty. "What do you mean you can't do it? Even if you can't do it, you have to do it for me." Murtaznil threw Malu, Shadow, out with force, pulled out a gun and pointed it at her. "Hurry up and find a way. Otherwise I'll kill you first." "Calm down. Director Aznil." Bakalulu, Shadow, ran up from the deputy captain's position and caught Malu, Shadow. "You two. Find a way for me." Murtaznil pointed the gun at Bakalulu, Shadow, again. The people over there had assured him that these two replicas were very good, so they would definitely be able to find a way. "Then just shoot, Director Aznil." Bakalulu, Shadow, said to Murtaznil with a cold face. She had had enough of this idiot. Yang Hui was about to catch up. Like Malu, Shadow, she knew that Yang Hui would definitely not let them go. Anyway, they were dead, so there was no need to play along with Murtaznil. "What did you say? Do you think I don't dare?" Bang! Ugh! Gunshots rang out, and the bullet penetrated Bakalulu, Shadow's right shoulder, blood splattering everywhere. "Natal. Haha, that's all you can do, Aznil." Bakalulu, Shadow, sneered at him, covering his wound. "You only know how to show off to your own people, you are far worse than him. Damn it. You bitch. Go. Dawn is catching up." Boom boom boom. Murtaznil was about to shoot Bakalulu, Shadow, to vent his anger, and Maru, Shadow, also stepped forward to block Bakalulu, Shadow, but the sick report came, and the Dawn Gundam also caught up with the Archangel, easily passing through the anti-aircraft firepower, and countless beams fell on the surface of the Archangel. The violent tremor told everyone that death was coming. Yang Hui knew the Archangel very well, including where each weapon was located and what each area was used for, so he circled around the Archangel and fired beam submachine guns. Lohengrin, Goldfield, and Heroic were all destroyed. Porcupine Array and missile launch tubes were covered with bits, and the engine was riddled with holes. The flames were all caused by the explosion. The weapon system is completely offline. The main engine is destroyed and the power is lost. It's over. After hearing the report, Malu, Shadow, and Bakalu, Shadow, looked at each other and smiled with relief on their faces. They knew that they were fake and that Yang Hui would never accept them or let them go. But it was okay. As a replica, dying in the hands of the one they loved was also the best ending. Did they really love Yang Hui? Was it out of their own will? Or was it affected by the original memory? Or was there an instruction implanted in their brains that they didn't know about? It didn't matter. The Dawn Gundam stopped in front of the bridge of the Archangel and locked them with a dark muzzle. No. I don't want to die. Yang Hui. Let me go. I will. Murata Asniel was wrapped in the coldness of death. In a panic, he actually initiated a communication with the Dawn Gundam and begged Yang Hui for mercy. He prepared a lot of words in his mind. As long as he could let him go, he would agree to any conditions, including letting the Atlantic Federation fully support the establishment of Orb. But Yang Hui didn't want to pay attention to Murata Asniel, this clown. At this point, he still begged for mercy. He didn't even have the last entity of the leader of Blue Cosmos. Moreover, Yang Hui would not believe a single punctuation mark in what Murata Asniel said. The beam penetrated the bridge of the Archangel, and the Dawn Gundam withdrew and watched the Archangel shattered not far away. His expression had not fluctuated from the beginning. Even the death of Meru, Shadow, and Birjalulu, Shadow, could not shake Yang Hui. Librarian, Logos, and those hidden mice. The first gift, I hope you like it. Chapter 392, 2 Divisions. The Exa, Cherubim, and Devil are constantly chasing the Earth Army's fleet. The troops that can carry out nuclear attacks together must be the people of Blue Cosmos. They will not have any mercy on the people of Blue Cosmos. On the other side, the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam are also suppressing the troops of Boyet's fortress. The meteor system has firepower comparable to that of a fortress. It is not exaggerated. Only the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam equipped with a meteor system can suppress the garrison of Boyet's fortress for a while, so that they will not chase the Earth Army fleet, and will not interfere with the Exa, Cherubim, and Devil. However, Kira and Athrin are very dissatisfied with the cruel behavior of Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria. The Earth Army's fleet has begun to retreat, and it can even be said that they are fleeing in panic. Why should they kill those who have lost their will to fight? Fortunately, the White Tiger, the Eternal, and the Archangel arrived at the battlefield. The 3 battleships cut the entire battlefield in half under the escort of the Mist troops, and stood between the Earth Army fleet and the Zaft Boyet's fortress. Telegram to the Earth Army and Zaft Army in the battle area. This is the Eternal, Lakis Klein. The battle is over. If you still have the honor of wearing a military uniform in your heart, please stop fighting immediately. Lakis arrived. The Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam returned to the 3 battleships, and the Angelus, and Angelus also stopped chasing the remaining fleet of the Earth Army. Although Lakis was still a fugitive and planted this time, her influence was still huge. As soon as Lakis's speech was issued, more than half of the Zaft Army's troops stopped attacking, and the remaining fleet of the Earth Army saw that the 3 demons were no longer chasing them, so they naturally ran away desperately. However, before they ran far, many people were scared again. The Golden Grim Reaper ran from the front of them, and they fled in panic. However, the Dawn Gundam just passed by them. Except for some enemy planes that attacked it being destroyed, those who were just trying to escape were not killed. It was not because Yang Hui had pity on them, but because Lakis had already controlled the situation. If he attacked without scruples, they would be the ones facing the wrath of Zaft next. The Dawn Gundam joined with the Exa, Cherubim and Virtuoso, and the Freedom Gundam, Justice Gundam, Rebirth Gundam and Covenant Gundam lined up in front of the Zaft Army. They did nothing, and the pressure made the Zaft Army dare not act rashly. It was not until the Earth Army retreated to safe range that the Mist troops returned. The remaining 8 strongest trump cards escorted the 3-ship alliance and swaggered away from the side of the Zaft Army. What are they doing, idiots? Why don't they attack? Patrick Sarah, who was watching this scene in the rear, roared. This is because of Lakis Klein. She is a traitor. But her influence in the army is still not small. Isalia Jewel reported with difficulty. In order to calm the public anger and to catch Lakis faster, she had to issue a speech saying she was deceived. Now she was standing in front of the Zaft army and stopping the fighting. Even if the people who originally supported Lakis were shaken, they could not change their minds immediately. Damn it. Such a good opportunity. They actually let them escape. Patrick Sarah angrily punched the table, then slumped back in his chair and waved his hand to let everyone disperse. Isalia, Cruz, you two stay for a while. Cruz and Isalia Jewel, who were originally planning to leave, turned back and waited for Patrick Sarah's next words. Azaria, send someone to check why natural people can use nuclear bombs and where the information about the anti-neutron jammer came from. Excuse me, Mr. Speaker, according to the analysis of the technical department, Orbs Dawn, Angelus, Cherubim, and Angelus, these 4 MIs are very likely to be nuclear powered, so. Do you think it was Orb that leaked the information? Yes. Impossible. I know Yang Hui, he won't leak it to natural people. Patrick Sarah directly rejected Azaria Jewel's speculation. Patrick Sarah claimed that he knew Yang Hui well. Yang Hui did do a lot of things in secret, and even secretly obtained the technology of the anti-neutron jammer from them, but he would not leak this taboo technology to the Earth Union. There are 3 reasons. First, many of the things Yang Hui did seemed to be unscrupulous, but he had an unshakable bottom line and would not take the initiative to use nuclear weapons in the war. Otherwise, Orb would not have fallen so quickly, and the Atlantic Federation would not have been able to avoid Yang Hui's horrible revenge. Second, it was the Atlantic Federation, the leader of the Earth Army, that caused the fall of Orb. It was impossible for him to give them such important technology for personal reasons. Third, Patrick Sarah knew Yang Hui's ultimate goal. What he wanted to achieve was not only Orb standing at the top of the world, but also the peaceful coexistence of natural people and adjusters all over the world, recognizing that both belonged to the same large group of humans. What he wanted to do was to ease the contradiction between the two rather than intensify the conflict. But, okay, I know. Azaria Jewel kept her own ideas, but Patrick Sarah said so, and what should be investigated should still be investigated. Not to mention whether there were really spies from the Earth Federation. Just how Orb got the technology of the anti-neutron jammer was enough for an internal investigation. Go. After Azaria Jewel left, Cruz stood quietly aside, waiting for Patrick Sarah's instructions. What do you think about natural people using nuclear bombs again? Patrick Sarah closed his eyes and rubbed his sore eyebrows. As expected, Mr. Speaker. Cruz replied calmly, the barbaric natural people have regained the fireworks of victory, so they naturally have no scruples. As long as they can achieve the final victory, they can do anything, even if it is just an illusory illusion. Well, you are right. I originally planned to be gentle, but now it seems, the other party does not appreciate it, so let them realize who should be the master of this world. Patrick Sarah suddenly opened his eyes, and a trace of fierceness flashed in his pupils. He was determined to use the thing that was only intended to be a deterrent. Hearing this, Cruz's mouth curled up. His goal was achieved. Although Patrick Sarah was radical and paranoid, he was not crazy. Therefore, he built a weapon that could destroy the world, but he had no intention of using it. He only intended to exist as a threat. P.S. Old Sarah's wife is not dead, not that crazy, which was not in line with Cruz's plan. And now, the Earth Army has helped him a lot. Not only did they use the nuclear bomb directly, but they also stimulated Patrick Sarah's ruthlessness, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. By the way, go to the military factory and find Yuri. Your new machine is ready. You can't compete with Yang Hui with Gates. Patrick Sarah said to Cruz. Yes, Mr. Speaker. Cruz remained calm on the surface, but he was almost laughing in his heart. Yang Hui was very strong, and the Dawnbreaker was also very strong. There was no doubt about that. Cruz's plan was repeatedly frustrated, which was closely related to Yang Hui's personal ability and powerful companions. He thought that his driving skills were not weak, but he had never had an excellent machine to let him exert his full strength, and he could not compete with Yang Hui. Now, the machine that Patrick Sarah asked him to receive was definitely not bad, and it was very likely to be a nuclear machine of the same series as the Freedom Gundam and the Justice Gundam. On the other side, The three-ship alliance evacuated to a secret space area to hide and rest. The consumption of long-distance raids was still very large, especially for people's spirit. The Earth Army has used nuclear bombs, and now the war has been completely intensified. Wong said to everyone, and everyone nodded in agreement with a grim look on their faces. Regardless of whether the nuclear strike of the Earth fleet caused damage to the Zaft army, as long as it was confirmed that they had used nuclear weapons, it would be enough to arouse the indignation of the entire Zaft army. Reliable intelligence, Zaft has also prepared powerful nuclear weapons. Wang Liumei said. How could it be? Aslan, Diego, and Nicole were shocked. When Bloody Valentine's Day happened, the Zaft army did not use nuclear weapons to retaliate against the Earth Union. How could it be now? But soon, the three of them figured it out, because the one in power now is Patrick Serra, a radical. In order to achieve the goal of the Adjuster as the master of natural persons, he will definitely not let go of such a powerful force. What should we do? Zaft will use nuclear weapons to counterattack, and the Earth Army will also continue to use nuclear bombs against Zaft. Both sides will no longer have any scruples. There is no difference between pressing the button of a nuclear weapon and pulling the trigger of a pistol. Andre Bartfield asked in a heavy tone. We can only divide our forces. Yang Hui said. Divide. Everyone was shocked. Yes, divide our forces. Archangel and Eternity will go to the lunar crater base. As long as there is a large-scale fleet attacking, it must be a fleet carrying nuclear bombs. We must stop it. White Tiger will go deep into the territory of Plant to find and destroy Zaft's nuclear weapons. No. This is too dangerous. Everyone present opposed Yang Hui's plan. Their current combat power is already quite tight, and they should not disperse their forces. Moreover, the White Tiger alone will go deep into the depths of Zaft. This is a plan to commit suicide no matter how you look at it. Although Archangel and Eternity will also face the large forces of the Earth Army, don't forget that in the previous battle, the Earth Army lost about 2 mobile fleets, and they were all beaten to pulp by them. But the Zaft Army did not suffer too much loss. Kira and Aslan have not killed them. The aircraft and warships can be used after they are repaired. The most important thing is that the loss of people is not great. Moreover, if the White Tiger wants to go deep into the territory of Plant, it must cross the 2 major barriers of Boyaz Fortress and Yakandui. What else? We stop the war every time? Will we be in time? Yang Hui asked everyone. He knew it was very dangerous, but he had to do it. Over at the Earth Fleet. The Liumei will give you Halberdan's contact information, Malu. Contact Halberdan and find a way to control the crater base. Only by controlling the crater base and destroying Zaft's nuclear weapons at the same time can we stop this war that will destroy the world. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelis. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 393, Destruction of Artemis. Everyone was silent. They all knew the danger of this trip, and they knew the necessity of doing so. Now, for both the Earth Army and Zaft, they have lost the restraint on nuclear weapons. It is not enough to restrict only one side. It is unrealistic to intervene in every battle to stop it. Therefore, it is necessary to strike both sides at the same time, stabilize both sides, and make both sides unable to use nuclear weapons to prevent the tragedy from happening. Also, except for me, Setsuna, Lyle, Tiria, Luo, and he, all the others will be transferred to you. No. Everyone objected again. The mission of the White Tiger was already very dangerous. Now they have to divide the combat power. Is it because they think it is not dangerous enough? Don't underestimate the Earth Army. Even if they lost 2 mobile fleets, they are not easy to mess with. The pressure on your side is also very great, and our mission is more dangerous. If you are not strong enough, you will die with us, and it will also share our energy. Therefore, the more streamlined and elite, the safer we will be. Yang Hui explained to Meru, Bakalulu, Lakis and others. That won't work either. You can't be too conceited, Yang Hui. With your limited combat power, how can you possibly fight against the entire Zaft? Kira stood up and shouted to Yang Hui. In his opinion, this was simply a way to die. That's enough. We are not going to fight the Zaft army head-on. Our goal is just to find and destroy Zaft's nuclear weapons. That's easy to say. Aslan stood up to support Kira. Let's not talk about where the nuclear weapons you mention are. Even if you can find them, these strategic weapons will be heavily guarded around them, not to mention that you have to figure out how to break through Boyaz and Yakindu Wai's defenses first. That's right, at least let Kira and Aslan go with you. Lakis suggested. The suggestion of splitting the troops into two groups could no longer be opposed. The current disagreement was on the division of combat power. The abilities of Yang Hui, Setsuna, Lyle, and Tiria are beyond doubt. The abilities of the Emperor and the firepower of the White Tiger are also beyond doubt. However, it is not realistic to break through the heavy defenses of Zaft and go deep into the rear area to find and destroy strategic weapons. However, if Kira and Athrin are added, and the Freedom Gundam and Justice Gundam equipped with a meteor system are added, it will be enough. No, Kira and Athrin are the main combat forces on your side, and they must follow you. Yang Hui directly rejected Lakis's proposal. Are you kidding? It is because you have a Kira and Athrin that Yang Hui dared to propose the suggestion of splitting the troops into two groups. Otherwise, he would not have let the Eternal and Archangel go to the lunar crater base to stop the Earth Army fleet carrying nuclear bombs. But you. Okay, it's decided. Prepare yourselves and set off in an hour. Everyone's face was complicated. They knew that Yang Hui had made up his mind, and no one could change his decision. But they still put their last glimmer of hope on Wang and Wang Liumai. Although Malu and Bakalulu were also Yang Hui's women, they had established a relationship with Yang Hui for a shorter time than Wang and Wang Liumai, and their tacit understanding with Yang Hui was not as good as the two. If anyone could persuade Yang Hui, it was only them. To their regret, Wang and Wang Liumai shook their heads at everyone and had no idea of persuading Yang Hui. First, they also knew that they could not persuade Yang Hui. Second, the decision made by Yang Hui was indeed the most reasonable plan at present, whether it was to divide the troops into two routes or to divide the combat power. Because they knew that Yang Hui did this not out of arrogance, but from the mission. They did not forget the mission given by Promise Fortress to ensure the safety of the members of the three-ship alliance. Although changes were made, the White Tiger replaced the position of the Kusanagi, but they could not be sure whether the member of the three-ship alliance certified by the mission at this time was the Kusanagi or the White Tiger. Another point is that the members of the three-ship alliance also include other MIS pilots accompanying them, including Barry Ho, Jang Kelly, Luo, Kong Yun, Asaki, Mira, Jiuli and others. The reward will be reduced for each person killed. Now that 3 people have been lost, it may not be possible to lead them all to survive, but if one can survive, it is a good thing. That's why all of them are arranged to go to the Earth Army. Compared with going deep into the plant territory, the pressure on the lunar crater is much less. Go and prepare. It won't be easy for you either. Remember to contact Alberton. With him, it's not difficult to control the crater base. After saying that, without giving everyone a chance to refute, Wang and Wang Liumai also left a meeting room, leaving people looking at each other in bewilderment. What is going on? Alice, it seems that no one can persuade Yang Hui at the critical moment. Are we really going to watch them go deep into the plant? Aslan's question silenced everyone. Of course, they didn't want to, but there was no way to persuade Yang Hui to change his mind, and it was even more impossible to follow secretly. We can't change his decision. We can only complete our mission as soon as possible and then go to support. Baki Lulu said to everyone. This is not easy. Mew scratched his head and complained. Not to mention that the White Tiger's mission was a life or death struggle. How much better could they do? The pressure they need to face is still huge. Although Wang Liumai gave them Duan Halbottom's contact information and told them that Duan Halbottom could help them control the lunar crater base, but who can say for sure? What if Duan Halbottom refused to cooperate with them, or even attack them with others? Since we have chosen this difficult path, we can only continue to go on. Hearing this, everyone was silent. That's right, when they chose this thorny road, weren't they prepared? Complaining, regretting, being anxious, helpless, are all excuses. What they have to do is to do everything as well as possible, end the war as soon as possible, and reduce the number of people who lose their lives in the war. At this point, everyone dispersed with heavy hearts, ready to face the most difficult challenge. The MIS belonging to the White Tiger, led by Barry Ho and Jang Kelly, went to the Archangel, and Luo and Kong Yun came to the White Tiger. Are you really going to do this? Luo and Kong Yun caught up with Yang Hui and asked, and they could see that they were very nervous. Why? Are you scared? Yang Hui raised the corner of his mouth and asked them jokingly. No. Aren't you afraid? Luo asked Yang Hui in surprise, and there were Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria behind him. With only one battleship and a single-digit MIS, they were going to go deep into the territory of Plant to find and destroy the nuclear weapons hidden by Zaft. This was completely going to die, right? Hearing this, Yang Hui turned his head and smiled at Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria. Are you afraid? It's not that serious. They have experienced battles with a huge disparity in the number of enemies in us. Remember the battle in the Gundam world when they were besieged by the 3 major countries and almost wiped out the whole team? This seems to be similar, right? To say that you are not afraid. It's not that you are not afraid at all. Who is not afraid of death? This mission is very difficult, and Yang Hui is not completely sure. But, will they not do it if they are afraid? Of course not, otherwise they would not have chosen to join Shinrun, would not have participated in the Shinrun plan, and would not have chosen to follow Yang Hui to Promise Fortress. If you are afraid, you can leave. Even if your mission is completed, I will transfer the commission to you. Yang Hui said to Luo and Kong Yun. Who wants to leave? Luo shouted and punched Yang Hui. You are not afraid of me, so what should I be afraid of? Besides, I am the luckiest person in the universe. With me here, maybe we can find the target in an instant, destroy it when no one is paying attention, and then retreat safely. Haha, then I'll borrow your good words. Yang Hui laughed. He knew that Luo was joking and was also trying to ease his fear. But seriously, what if Luo's luck really works? Would that make everyone happy? Since you have accepted the commission and you have not breached the contract, I will carry it out. Kong Yun did not ask to leave. Generally speaking, he would not participate in such a mission that could be regarded as sending himself to death, but this time, he was moved. He was always calm, but a flame was burning in his chest. This was a flame that should have been extinguished a long time ago. He wanted to go, he wanted to witness it, and he wanted to participate in it. Okay. Just now was the last chance for them to withdraw given by Yang Hui, and it was also the last chance for them to withdraw given by Zaft. The White Tiger was about to set off. Their current location was not far from the Boyaz Fortress at the forefront, which meant that they would soon enter the territory of Plant. No one was sure that they would not be discovered. Once discovered, they would face endless pursuit. At that time, they would not be able to withdraw if they wanted to. Even if Yang Hui was willing to let them go, it would depend on whether the pursuers of Zaft would let them go. Beep, beep, beep. At this time, Yang Hui's pad rang. Seeing that it was Wang's direct communication, he thought she was going to ask Yang Hui for permission to sail the White Tiger, but seeing Wang's serious expression and cold sweat on his forehead, his heart skipped and a bad premonition came to his mind. Yang Hui. Come to the bridge immediately. Okay. Setsuna, Lyle, Tieria, Luo and Kong Yun were also shocked by Wang's seriousness and panic. They went to the bridge with Yang Hui. As soon as they entered the bridge, they saw a scene that made their faces change drastically. What is this? Are you kidding me? Isn't this Artemis? How could it become like this? That's right, the image displayed on the screen was indeed the space fortress of the Eurasian Federation, known as the Umbrella Artemis with invincible defense, but it was no longer the shape they knew. The asteroid was shattered into pieces, the scattered meteorites seemed to have melted, and the mushroom cloud caused by the violent explosion was still standing in the universe. Artemis was destroyed. What happened just now? Yang Hui asked Wang. Zaft took action. Chapter 394 The Light of Creation. Just now, a huge energy flow was launched from not far from Yakindua and hit Artemis directly. As he spoke, Wang called up the complete video record and saw a terrifying energy torrent that cut through the universe and washed over the surface of Artemis. Artemis's umbrella is usually always unfolded to prevent sneak attacks from the Zaft army. Who knew that the umbrella, which is known as an invincible defense, could not even hold on for a minute when it came into contact with the energy torrent and broke? Then the surface of Artemis was broken and finally exploded, becoming a large space garbage. Patrick Sarah, that guy, took action again. Yang Hui said with an ugly expression. It was inevitable that Patrick Sarah would use Genesis. After all, the Earth Army had taken the lead in breaking the seal. But Yang Hui knew that Patrick Sarah was not as crazy as the original plot. He thought he would use Genesis as a trump card for deterrence. If he wanted to show his power, he would choose a space area such as a meteorite belt. Unexpectedly, he chose Artemis as his target. At the same time, Yang Hui was also thankful because he did not set the deterrence target on the lunar crater base. Although after the lunar crater base was destroyed, the Eternal and Archangel lost their original targets and could launch a surprise attack on Genesis together with the White Tiger, which improved the success rate and safety, but in this way, Yang Hui could not achieve his original goal. If the lunar crater base was destroyed by Zaft instead of the Archangel and Eternal suppressing it, it would not be able to show overwhelming strength, and then it would not be able to strive for greater benefits and compensation in the post-war negotiations with the Earth Union. Although Yang Hui knew very well that the current combat power of the Eternal and Archangel could face up to 3 mobile fleets head-on, it was still impossible to directly suppress the lunar crater base, so Duan Halberton needed the support provided from the inside, and Duan Halberton did not want to see the soldiers of the Earth Army sacrificed meaninglessly. "Have you analyzed what it is?" Yang Hui asked. Although he knew the principle of Genesis, he still had to pretend not to know, at least to show it to Luo, Kong Yun and other people in this world. "We are still analyzing, and the results will be out soon." "Wait," Patrick Serra gave a speech. "Release them. We can no longer tolerate the arrogant natural people to continue such tyranny." They dropped nuclear weapons unplanned, indicating that this is no longer a war, but a massacre. "We will never tolerate natural people to commit such atrocities. In the new future, the light of creation is with us. Today, under the shining of this glory, we, the new human beings, the adjusters, will open the first chapter of our glorious history." Patrick Serra's speech caused a violent response within Zaft. There was no doubt that everyone shouted for planned. And for Zaft. The morale of the entire army was raised to the threshold in the blink of an eye. At the same time, Patrick Serra did not forget to ask the Earth Union to surrender, otherwise the next target would be the lunar crater base, and the next target would be the Earth. Of course, Patrick Sala is not that crazy. It is certain that he will attack the lunar crater base, but it is impossible to use Genesis to directly bombard the Earth. He knows very well that the adjusters of plant cannot abandon the Earth and survive alone. After all, a colonial satellite is a colonial satellite after all. Unless a suitable colonial planet is found, it is impossible to be separated from the Earth's supply. After listening to Patrick Serra's speech, everyone fell silent, including Marlu, Lakis and others who had already connected the communication. Yang Hui had a cold and dangerous smile on his face. "What do you say about the tyranny of natural people? A lot of people died with this shot." Yang Hui. Wang Lumei received the latest intelligence and reported to Yang Hui. "The latest intelligence, Patrick Serra has persuaded the Earth Union to surrender, and demanded that the Earth Union immediately disarm all weapons and wait for Zaft to take over, otherwise it will attack the lunar crater base, and then the Earth. It's impossible for the Earth. Patrick Serra is not so stupid as to do such a self-destructive thing, but..." Yang Hui did not finish speaking, because Cruz was beside Patrick Serra, and Cruz had not yet reached a cooperation with Yang Hui and others, and he had not given up his plan to destroy the world, so, the Earth still has the possibility of being attacked by Genesis. The data of that weapon has also been analyzed. Wang projected the image of Genesis on the bridge, along with the analysis results of the technicians. Zaft emits gamma rays, using nuclear explosions as the source of the rays to directly interfere with the energy generated. In other words, it is a giant gamma ray cannon. If it is fired at the Earth, the strong energy radiation will burn the entire surface and all living things will turn into ashes. Yang Hui. White Tiger will set sail immediately, aiming at Zaft's giant gamma ray cannon. We can't let Zaft fire a second shot. Eternity and Archangel will also set off. Whether it is for revenge or to boost morale, the Earth Army's fleet must have set off. Stop them on the way. Understood. X2. Everyone was still worried about the safety of Yang Hui and the others, but there was no time to waste. Patrick Serra issued a statement to persuade them to surrender, but did not set a time limit. They didn't know how much time Patrick Serra had left for them to stop this crazy war, so it was urgent. The engines of the 3 warships ignited at the same time. Eternity and Archangel headed towards the lunar crater base, and White Tiger's target was Genesis. Yang Hui, what route should we choose? Wang asked. There were 2 options before them. One was to attack head-on, break through the layers of defense and attack Genesis. The other was to bypass the defense of Boyet's fortress, sail silently in the territory of Planned, and quietly approach Genesis. There were pros and cons. The first option was too dangerous and the success rate was not high. The second option would take too much time. Wang was unable to make a decision for a while and gave the decision to Yang Hui. Bypass Boyet's fortress first, and then attack the giant gamma ray cannon at full speed. As he spoke, Yang Hui redrew a route on the combat space map, bypassing the defense of Boyet's fortress with the shortest path, and then a straight line, straight into the heart. This way we are likely to be discovered on the way. Wang reminded. It's better to be discovered on the way than to be blocked at the Boyet's fortress. The White Tiger is a high-speed ship. Even the Nazca class can't catch up with the White Tiger. As long as we are not surrounded, we can rush to the target area. As long as we reach the target area, we will win. While saying this, Yang Hui looked around at everyone present. Setsuna, Lyle, and Tieria were extremely determined. Luo and Kong Yun had solemn expressions, but they did not waver. Only the other people on the bridge had panic in their eyes and firm determination. Everyone, I am not sure I can guarantee your safety in this battle. Yang Hui said to the ordinary bridge personnel. Commander-in-Chief. But now you have no chance to get off the ship, so, die in fear, or explode in fear. Explode. Explode. I have been mentally prepared. Commander-in-Chief, please give the order. Encouraged by Yang Hui, the ordinary soldiers suppressed their hesitation and fear and roared with determination. Well, I wish you all good luck. Commander-in-Chief, good luck. How is the replacement of the mirror module going? Patrick Sarah asked. It will take about 5 hours. Let them hurry up and launch it directly when the time comes. Understood. What about the movement of the Earth Army? The reconnaissance troops found that the Earth Army's fleet set out from the lunar crater base and was approaching the defense line of Boyet's fortress. According to the prediction of the General Staff, it should be carrying nuclear bombs. Humph, arrogant natural people, after witnessing the light of creation, they dared to raise their swords against us. They are so stupid. Patrick Sarah cursed disdainfully. Where are the 3 warships? The 3-ship alliance is what Patrick Sarah cares about most. Although he is very grateful to Yang Hui and others for saving Boyet's fortress from the hands of nuclear bombs, this is a war and cannot be shaken by personal emotions. The biggest threat must be eliminated as soon as possible. No trace of Orb's new warships has been found, but the Eternal and Longlegs are heading towards the lunar crater base and are expected to encounter the Earth fleet in 3 hours. Only the Eternal and Archangel. Yes. Order Boyet's troops to expand the defense line and strengthen reconnaissance and planned. Mr. Speaker, do you think they are coming for us? Cruz asked. His tone and expression were very calm, but there were ripples of surprise in his heart. It is true that personal strength is very strong, but in the face of absolute numbers, what is the use of personal ability? He didn't think Yang Hui would be so unwise to come here to die. Humph. That's because you don't understand him, Cruz. Yang Hui is not only arrogant but also greedy. I see, I've learned my lesson. Cruz understood that Patrick Sala meant that Yang Hui intended to play both sides and not let either side have the opportunity to use nuclear weapons again. Patrick Sala continued, the most terrifying thing is that this kid's arrogance is always based on self-confidence. I have never seen where his limit is, so we must not take it lightly before we completely destroy them. Yes. Well, you go too, join the garrison of Genesis. I allow you to act according to circumstances, but there is only one requirement. You must stop Yang Hui by any means. Yes. Cruz was indignant. Patrick Sala's order to him was stop instead of destroy. Doesn't this mean that in Patrick Sala's heart, Cruz is not as good as Yang Hui? Although this is a fact, he is still unhappy, so he plans to try to break this fact. Come on, Yang Hui, I am looking forward to whether you can create a miracle, or, he. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone, see you in the next video.